I woke up to find myself transmigrated into the body of a miserable orphan in a northeastern Chinese village in 1977, with my aunt cursing me for playing dead and telling me to get out to the fields and work. I felt this body, skinny as a reed, then looked at the 1,000 cubic meter storage space in the palm of my right hand. Lying quietly inside it was a body enhancement pill. The instant I swallowed it, it felt like someone had lit a fire in the cracks of my bones. And 5 minutes later, I could lift a stone weight of dozens of gene with one hand like it was nothing. The bell had rung, and the educated youth girls in the fields were waiting. Lizishu village, the Zifeng you all know, has changed from today on. With this body, if I don't shock your eyeballs right onto the ground, I lose. It's already broad daylight and a grown man is still lying on the Kong playing dead? Our family can't afford to feed idlers. Your parents died young because your fate is too hard. Your uncle was kind enough to give you a bite to eat, so don't push your luck and really think you're some young master. I lay on the hard earth in Kong, my eyes still closed. Just moments ago my mind had been a blur, and then suddenly it was as if someone had dumped a whole sack of shattered glass into it. Dongshan County, He Province, Hongqi Commune, Lizishu Village, New Calendar 1977. The frantic rush of the autumn harvest, the private vegetable plot, the workpoint's ledger, sorghum rice, and this woman named Zhang Zuohua. The original owner of this body was also called Li Zifeng, 20 years old, his parents gone, living under his uncle and aunt's roof. In truth, he was just an unpaid hired hand. After grinding through 5 or 6 days of intense autumn harvesting, this body couldn't take it anymore. And alone in this shabby earthen hut whose window paper wasn't even fully patched, he lay there until he died. It hurt. As the memories flooded in, my temples throbbed. I clenched my back teeth and endured it, sweat rolling from my forehead into my ears, itching so fiercely it pierced to the core. I didn't dare move or make a sound. I was afraid that if I did, the woman outside would charge in, and I still hadn't sorted out the bits in my head. I had lived for 32 years in that world, and from the time I understood things, all I'd done was endure. Endure my parents favoring my younger brother. Endure my bosses making things difficult for me at work. Endure my ex cheating while I still had to pretend to be magnanimous. Endure the mortgage, the car loan, and Social Security going up year after year. In the end, they found something growing in my stomach. But whoever felt sorry for me? My biological father told me to figure it out myself. My biological mother said my younger brother had just bought a house, and the family really had no money, and my girlfriend ran off with someone else without even coming to see me once. At that thought, I suddenly laughed. It welled up from deep in my throat, low and muffled, like a muted clap of thunder. I transmigrated. This damned fate had finally done one decent thing. A new world. New Calendar 1977, the northeastern countryside. Poor, yes, but at least it was a young, healthy life. No more having to wrong myself for anyone. No more watching anyone's expression. Do as I please. That would be Li Zifeng's code for dealing with the world. The door plank by the Kong banged open, and the autumn wind, already carrying a trace of chill, came pouring in wrapped in dust. A woman stood in the doorway, about 40, with a broad face, wearing a gray cloth jacket with a front opening, carrying a tin bucket used for feeding pigs. Zhang Zuohua, the original owner's aunt. When she saw my eyes open, her face twitched. She slammed the tin bucket onto the ground. "Oh, so you're awake? I thought you dropped dead." That eldest boy from the Wang family, next door, only rested 1 day after collapsing from exhaustion. And you good-for-nothing bastard, have been lying there for 2? Your father was a sickly weakling back then, and your mother gave birth to nothing but a useless loser like you. Get to the production team and start work right now. I didn't move. I was feeling out this body, thin, with wrists as slender as hemp stalks, ribs poking one by one beneath the skin, finger joints sticking out, almost like chicken claws. My chest feels a little tight when I breathe. With a body like this, going to work in the fields wouldn't be work, it'd be suicide. I need to take that body-strengthening pill first. Just now, an extra voice appeared in my head, saying I have a tiny palm-sized storage space, 1,000 cubic meters. Time stands still for anything put inside, and there's also a body-strengthening pill. That space is right in the palm of my right hand, like a transparent pocket. It's completely empty inside, with only a single pill floating in the very center. I need to find a time when no one's around to take this thing. Seeing me lying there without moving, Zhang Zuohua stepped over the threshold in one stride. "I'm talking to you. Are you deaf? Your parents were useless when they were alive, and even after dying they still left your uncle with the burden of you. We still have to feed you. Do you think our family runs a granary? Get up now. The team is harvesting soybeans today, and Captain Ma has already asked about you twice." Listening to this, My anger rose little by little. I slowly sat up, but my mouth moved on its own. Fine, I'll go right now. I froze for a moment. How is this mouth faster than my brain? I hadn't even figured out how to respond, and my mouth had already agreed for me. Was this the original body's leftover instinct? Or was this body so used to being ordered around that hearing someone bark at it triggered obedient submission by reflex? Zhang Suihua snorted, turned around, and left carrying the bucket, muttering as she walked, "That's more like it. At least you know what's good for you. Don't forget to bring back 2 bundles of dry firewood from the mountain tonight. Your uncle's back hurts, so he can't do it." Her footsteps faded away. I sat on the edge of the Kong in silence for a moment, then cursed under my breath. Screw that. Work in the fields? Not even a dog would do it. With this body, if I went to the fields and carried 2 sacks of soybeans, I'd probably die all over again. Zhang Suihua's yelling drifted toward the other side of the yard. The chickens were clucking, and a dog barked twice in the distance. No one was coming over for the moment. I focused my mind and probed into that storage space. The body-strengthening pill was floating quietly inside, giving off a faint golden glow. With a thought, the pill appeared in my palm. It felt cool and smooth on the surface, like a peeled longan flesh. I popped it into my mouth, chewed twice, and swallowed it. It tasted like a hard candy with hardly any sweetness, a little astringent. After swallowing it, there was no warm current in my belly, no golden light bursting from my body, and my bones didn't start crackling either. I sat on the edge of the Kong and waited for more than 10 seconds. Nothing happened. That's it. After all that mystical-sounding hype, before I could finish the thought, my body suddenly shuddered, and a violent stabbing pain exploded from deep inside my bone marrow, rushing upward along my spine as if someone had lit a fire in every crack of every bone in my body at the same time. Sweat immediately poured out from every pore. I clenched my fists tightly, my knuckles cracking from the pressure, while every muscle in my body twitched uncontrollably. Painful as it was, I actually felt reassured inside. This was the real deal. After it hurt for about a few minutes, that burning sensation gradually receded, replaced by a fullness I'd never felt before. My arms and legs were heating up, not the kind of heat from a fever, but the warmth of blood surging through them. It felt as if each muscle fiber was being pulled taut and filled out one by one. The breath in my chest became deep and steady, and even my heartbeat had grown several beats heavier than before. I lowered my head and looked at my hands. They were still the same few bony fingers, but the pitifully thin layer of flesh under the skin seemed to have gained some thickness. Though the knuckles still stuck out, there was now a clearly visible layer of muscle covering them. I tentatively clenched my fist, and my knuckles gave off a crisp crack, hard as steel. Then I tried lifting that bluestone block from the ground, weighing at least dozens of gene, and it felt light as a feather, requiring no effort at all. I grinned. This body enhancement pill really works. I didn't instantly turn into some monster that could punch a bull to death, but the enhancement is still continuing. That storage space is 1,000 cubic meters, bigger than a large warehouse, and anything put inside won't spoil. It's truly a great treasure. From outside came the production team's work bell, clanging away and annoying everyone. I stood up and stretched a bit, and all the joints in my body crackled loudly. It felt so good, I let out a long breath. Time to go to work. Since I've transmigrated here, I definitely have to check out the village girls, young wives, and the legendary top-tier educated young woman. Besides, with strength this formidable, naturally I should also contribute to the construction of the village collective. If I don't go show my face at work, wouldn't that be like wearing fine clothes at night? Willow Tree Village, it's time for you all to meet the real Zifeng. The production team's work bell rang 3 times, clang, clang, clang. I sauntered out of the shabby earthen hut, took a deep breath, and smelled a faint hint of dry grass mixed into the fresh air. That sense of fullness in my body was still sinking into the gaps between my bones, and with every step I felt light on my feet, as if I were walking on padded cotton. I clenched my fists, and my knuckles cracked. They felt as hard as steel rebar. Just now, inside the house, lifting that bluestone block had felt as light as lifting a pillow. If I took this strength to the fields to carry sacks, I'd scare the eyes right out of everyone in the whole village. The team's soybean field was in the southern lowland at the east end of the village, over 100 mu or so, and at a glance it was a golden expanse. The soybean stalks came up to the waist, and the pods were so full they looked ready to split open. Autumn harvest is all about racing against the weather. Delay even one day, and beans may fall, reducing the yield. So for the past few days the whole team, men and women, old and young, had been soaking in the fields, and even the school had let out for the autumn harvest. By the time I arrived, the commune members had already gathered at the edge of the field to listen to the team leader assign work. Team leader Ma Changwei stood on the field ridge holding a work point ledger in his hand, his blue cloth jacket tucked into his waistband, and his sleeves rolled up to his elbows. Beside him stood several of the team's strong laborers, their skin tanned dark by the sun, passing hand-rolled tobacco back and forth and chatting idly. Today we're harvesting this soybean patch in the southern lowland. It must be finished in 2 days. The commune is sending people the day after tomorrow to inspect our progress. And if anyone holds us back, don't blame me for docking work points. Ma Changwei shouted at the top of his lungs, his eyes sweeping across the crowd. When he saw me, he frowned. Li Zifeng, your aunt even asked for leave on your behalf yesterday. Weren't you so sick you couldn't get out of bed? Why are you here again? I'm mostly better now. I can work. A few older women in the crowd started whispering among themselves. Captain Ma sized me up from top to bottom. Seeing that my complexion really was much better than it had been the past 2 days, he didn't say much more. Fine, I'll assign you something in a bit. Every grown man is responsible for cutting 12 furrows worth of land. And every woman is responsible for cutting 6 furrows worth. Cut cleanly close to the ground. If you leave pods at the base, I'll dock work points. Whoever finishes first gets off first. If you can't finish, you'll work into the dark. Li Zifeng, you. He hesitated, looking at my skinny frame, thin as a bamboo pole. You team up with Zhao Laosan and take charge of moving the bundled soybean stalks onto the cart. Loading stalks onto the cart isn't the hardest job, but one bundle of soybean stalks, with stalks and pods together, weighs at least 20 or 30 g. Carrying 2 bundles at a time for dozens of meters, back and forth hundreds of trips. Even a strong laborer would end the day with an aching back and sore waist. Ma Changwei's arrangement was clearly still meant to take care of me since I'd just recovered from illness. I didn't argue and simply answered, then walked toward the middle of the field. Zhao Laosan was an old farming hand in the team, around 50, with a slightly hunched back. He worked steadily, neither fast nor slow, humming a little Lorenzoan tune as he carried the stalks. When he saw me coming over, he grinned, showing a mouthful of yellow teeth. Yo, Zifeng's here. Weren't you looking pretty worn out the past couple of days, kid? Why not rest a couple more days? Much better. Sitting around is still just sitting around. I replied vaguely and bent down to pick up 2 bundles of soybean stalks. The moment the stalks touched my hands, they were far too light. The 50 or 60 gene of stalks felt weightless in my hands, like I was lifting a lump of cotton. With a toss, I flung the stalks onto my shoulder, and in just a few quick strides I ran toward the cart. When I got there, I lifted them with one hand and threw them onto the wagon bed. The cart was already piled half a cart high, and with my throw, the stalks flew up and landed steadily on the very top. Old Son the Crooked, who was driving the cart, was sitting on the shaft smoking. When he saw that bundle of stalks fly up, his cigarette nearly fell out of his mouth. Holy shit. Zifeng, did you eat gunpowder or something? I ignored him, turned around, and ran back into the field. The second trip, the third, the fourth. I ran faster and faster. The sense of fullness in my body seemed to spread faster with the exercise, and with every step, new strength seemed to burst out from the cracks in my bones. At first Zhao Laosan could still say a couple of words to me, but before the time it took to smoke a pipe, he was too winded to speak. By the time he carried 1 bundle, I had already made 2 round trips. He stared at me jumping up and down with his mouth open, his eyes bulging like a cow's balls. Zhuzi, look at that kid. Zhao Laosan nudged Wang Taizhu beside him with his elbow. Wang Taizhu was bent over cutting stalks. He straightened up and glanced toward the cart, and his sickle almost dropped to the ground. There I was, 1 bundle tucked under my left arm and 1 under my right, darting toward the cart like I'd grown wings. The dirt road under my feet kicked up a trail of dust from my shoes, and when I reached the cart, I flicked both hands upward, and the 2 bundles flew neatly onto the wagon bed. Then I turned and ran again, without even breathing hard the whole time. Is this still the guy who was sick as hell just 2 days ago? Wang Taizhu took off his battered straw hat and fanned himself. I think he's friskier than a calf. In less than the time it takes to burn an incense stick, everyone working in the field knew that a maniac had appeared at the south end. I was carrying stalks by myself and doing the work of 3 people. However much stalk cutting Lu Dage cut, I carried away. I was so fast that he eventually had to speed up the rhythm of his sickle swings. But before he'd even gone through less than 2 rounds, he was too tired to straighten his back, leaning on his sickle and panting heavily. Zifeng, slow down, my waist is about to break. I stopped and turned back with a grin. Brother Lu, didn't you say you were the fastest sickle in the team? Already can't keep up? Holy shit. Lu Dage cursed weakly and just waved his hand while bent over. The commune members around us all burst out laughing, and the laughter rose and fell across the soybean field. Several older women were bundling stalks while sneaking glances at me, whispering to each other, and every now and then breaking into a burst of hearty laughter. In a spare moment, I swept my gaze around. And with that one glance, my eyes had a hard time pulling away. In northeast China in October, the sky was high and the air crisp, the sunlight not harsh, falling on people like a soft focus filter. The young women and young wives working in the soybean field were bent over or squatting down, and from this angle, the view really was something else. Over on the east side, several young wives were squatting on the ground bundling stalks, wearing homemade floral blouses. One or two buttons at the collar hung loosely open, and when they bent over, the clothes sagged downward, revealing half a section of pale white lower back. The most eye-catching among them was a young wife named Chun Tzuoyan, around 20 years old. She had been married into the village for 2 years and still hadn't had any children, and her figure was still like that of an unmarried girl. When she squatted in the field, her chest strained her clothes tight and full, and one of the older women beside her jokingly pinched her. She let out a shriek and jumped up, chasing that old woman all over the field. The two things on her chest bounced up and down with every step, making my Adam's apple bob involuntarily. Zifeng, your eyeballs are about to fall onto the ground. Old Third Zhao had come up beside me without me noticing. He followed my gaze over there, took a look, and chuckled a couple of times. That wife, Tzuoyan, sure is pretty, but what a shame she married an idiot. Look over to the west end. Those girls there. If anyone in our village could marry one of them, it'd be like smoke rising from the ancestral graves. I subconsciously glanced toward the west end. In the field there, 7 or 8 female educated youths from the city were lined up in a row cutting soybean stalks. The clothes they wore were obviously different from the village wives. The kind of plain shirts and dark blue work pants only city people had. A few of them even wore their hair in 2 braids, with red ribbons tied at the ends. Even though they were working too, there was an indescribable air of cleanliness about them. Even with sweat dampening the loose hair on their foreheads and sticking it to their faces, it couldn't hide that overwhelmingly youthful beauty. One of them, wearing a blue floral shirt, was petite, with skin so fair it seemed to shine. Her cheeks were rosy, and among the yellow soybean stalks her whiteness stood out all the more, almost glowing. But her movements were clearly half a beat slower than the others around her, clumsy and awkward. When she turned to spread the soybean stalks, her collar drooped downward, revealing a deep cleavage, pale and white. Quite well endowed, too. I swallowed and forced myself to pull my gaze away from that direction. But less than 3 seconds after looking away, something else locked my eyes in place again. It was a tall woman, at least 1.7 meters, standing head and shoulders above the other women. She wore a gray undershirt with a blue cloth jacket over it. What really did me in was the 2 mountains on her chest. They were truly gifted by nature. Even in the dirty movies from my previous life, I'd never seen anything of that scale. That gray undershirt was stretched completely full, and with every step she took, it was like mountains shaking and earth quaking. The sheer weight wrapped in the fabric made my eyelids twitch along with it. This woman worked with force and speed. While the other women all shuffled along in tiny steps, she didn't. She strode forward in big steps while bent at the waist, moving with the efficiency of a harvester, almost as fast as those burly laborers. But the bigger her movements, the more violently those 2 mountains swayed, slapping against her clothes with dull thuds. The village wives nearby exchanged glances, their eyes slanting sideways, but they didn't dare mock her openly. The woman's name was Wang Naixiang. 2 years ago she married Zhao Dezhu, the only hunter in the village, but less than 7 days after the wedding, Zhao Dezhu went into the mountains to hunt and had his back broken by a wild boar, leaving him paralyzed on the Kong and unable to get down. Wang Naixiang was quite a figure too. Not only did she not run off, she took on all the family's work by herself, and with her fiery temperament, no one dared provoke her to her face. At only 21, Dezhu's wife had become a living widow, and in Lushu Tun she was regarded with 3 parts awe, 3 parts sympathy, and 4 parts of some complicated feeling that was hard to put into words. I forced myself to pull my eyes away from Wang Naixiang, lowered my head, grabbed a bundle of stalks, and ran toward the cart. On the way, I couldn't help glancing back again, just in time to see her straighten up to wipe her sweat, both hands on her waist, lifting her chest slightly, and those 2 mountains swayed 3 times with it. I nearly smashed headfirst into the cartwheel. Hey, kid, watch where you're going. Old Crooked Son, the cart driver, reached out and yanked me, then followed my gaze over there and grinned. Stop looking. That wasn't someone to mess with. Last time, a layabout with a dirty mouth got knocked flat into the irrigation ditch by her with a shoulder pole, and she even knocked out 2 of his front teeth. But if you're willing to come to her door as a live-in helper, it's not like you won't have a chance. Li Zifeng, only took a look. At noon, when it was time to rest, the commune members sat in twos and threes at the edge of the field eating their dry rations. Li Zifeng hadn't brought any dry food. There was nothing to eat in the dilapidated house. And Zhang Cuihua hadn't prepared anything for him either. He didn't really care. He wasn't hungry, and after his body had been strengthened, even the feeling of hunger had faded quite a bit. Squatting by the field and drinking water, his gaze unintentionally fell on the spot where that group of female educated youths were resting in the shade. They were sitting under an old elm tree, each holding either a steamed corn bun or a black flour bun in their hands, nibbling small bites as they talked, with the occasional burst of laughter. The girl with the fairest skin, wearing a blue floral blouse, was sitting at the very edge, clutching a corn bun in her hand but not taking a bite for a long while. Her eyes red, the tip of her nose red too, as if she had just cried. Earlier, while they were working, she had been falling behind the whole time, so anxious that her eyes were even wet, biting her lip to keep the tears from falling. Looking at the way she seemed so wronged yet so stubborn, Li Zifeng felt a little uncomfortable. He thought of how, in his previous life, he had often been bullied by leaders at work. He tossed the water ladle into the bucket and stood up, brushing the dirt off his backside. After the break, once Li Zifeng had finished his own work, he didn't rest either and went straight over to the female educated youth in the blue floral blouse. That girl was lowering her head, gritting her teeth as she cut soybean stalks, the sickle shaking in her hand like a sieve. She could only cut a few stalks with one swipe, and after cutting them, she still had to bend down to pick them up and gather them together. Her clumsy movements made your heart ache. "Give me the sickle." Li Zifeng walked up to her and held out his hand. The girl was startled, looked up, and her pair of watery, big eyes still held unfallen tears. Her face turned red all the way to her ears. She really was pretty. An oval face, willow leaf brows, skin as white as milk, a high straight nose, and lips somewhat chapped from lack of water. Yet her features were exceptionally delicate. The clothes she wore were also a little different from the other female educated youths. They were all plain blouses, but hers fit her better, highlighting her unusual figure. I don't need to." The girl subconsciously hid the sickle behind her back, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. "Don't be polite." Li Zifeng said nothing more and simply reached out and took the sickle from her hand. "You take a break. I'll help you cut for a while. But, this isn't according to the rules. I'm the one assigned by the brigade to be responsible for this section." The girl hurriedly waved her hands, wanting to snatch the sickle back, but not daring to actually do it, both hands twisting together in front of her chest. Her pretty face was full of panic. "It's fine, no one will say anything." Li Zifeng stretched out his left hand to gather the fallen soybean stalks into a pile, while his right hand swung the sickle down in a swish-swish-swish motion, one cut taking down a swath at a time, fast and clean. After knocking down a row of stalks, he straightened up and smiled at the girl. "I've finished my work over there. I'd just be idle otherwise. What's your name?" The girl was stunned for a moment, as if she hadn't expected him to ask her name all of a sudden. After hesitating for a moment, she said softly, My name is Lu Xiaoya." "Lu Xiaoya." Li Zifeng repeated it once and nodded. "Nice name. My name is Li Zifeng. Where are you from?" Hangqing." "Hangqing? With such a big city, why aren't you staying in the city and coming to our poor mountain hollow for?" As Li Zifeng cut the stalks, he chatted casually with her, not stopping his mouth or his hands. Cut, gather, organize, straighten. One smooth, seamless sequence like flowing clouds and running water. Lu Xiaoya stood to the side, rubbing her aching back and waist. Watching how fast Li Zifeng worked, her little mouth hung slightly open, her eyes full of amazement. She had thought he was skinny and small, and figured he was a weak laborer like herself, someone who couldn't really handle farm work. Who would have thought this kid would cut soybean stalks like he had to cheat on? One person doing the work of three, and then some. I am answering the call, coming to the countryside to receive re-education from the poor and lower-middle peasants. As Lu Xiaoya said this, her voice grew softer and softer. It was hard to tell whether it was because her hands hurt or because even she didn't quite believe what she was saying. Li Zifeng almost couldn't stop himself from laughing out loud. The policy sounded fine, but once it was put into practice, it was just a bunch of city kids being sent to the countryside to do farm work, crying their eyes out and still not daring to go back. "So how's that re-education going for you?" Li Zifeng teased her on purpose. Lu Xiaoya lowered her head, looked at her tender hands rubbed raw with blisters, then at the section of field where the girls in her group had already gotten far ahead of her. Her eyes reddened, and she bit her lip without saying a word, but her shoulders had already begun to tremble slightly, beads of sweat on the tip of her nose mixing with tears and dripping onto the clothes on her chest. All right, don't cry, don't cry. I was just kidding. Li Zifeng quickly put down his sickle. You city girls all have delicate skin and soft flesh. Being suddenly made to do this kind of heavy work really is too much. Go sit over there and rest. Don't do any more with your hands. I'll help you finish this plot. Just keep me company and chat with me from the side, so I don't get bored working alone. Lu Xiaoyao wiped her eyes with the back of her hand, hesitated for quite a while, and finally obediently sat down on the ridge between the fields. She sat there with her back straight and both hands on her knees, her posture very proper. It was obvious she had been well brought up since childhood. As Li Zifeng cut stalks, he would turn back now and then to glance at her. This girl really was pretty, clean and comfortable looking, as clear and fresh as spring water in the mountains. Sitting in the golden soybean field, her hair a little tousled by the wind, a few loose strands clinging to her cheeks, she was pleasing to look at from any angle. For the rest of the afternoon, Li Zifeng dashed back and forth between the two jobs. He'd carry one armful of stalks, then turn and run off to help Lu Xiaoya cut a round of stalks, then come back to carry another armful, then run back again to help Lu Xiaoya. Neither side's work was delayed. Ma Changwei watched from afar at the edge of the field and simply couldn't find fault with him. After all, he was doing more than his own share of work, and helping others was just being helpful. There was no way to pin any capitalist tail on that. At first, Lu Xiaoya sat stiffly on the field ridge, only daring to respond and not say much. But after chatting a little, she gradually opened up. She was 18 this year. Her father was a technician at a machinery factory in Hangzhou, and she also had a younger brother in middle school at home. After graduating from high school, she answered the call and went down to the countryside. She had been in Lushu village for only a little over 2 months in total, and still hadn't really learned farm work well. I originally wanted to be a nurse at a hospital, but my dad said young people should go to the countryside to toughen themselves up, so I signed up. As Lu Xiaoya said this, her voice dropped, and her fingers unconsciously rubbed at the corner of her clothes. But after I came, I realized I don't know how to do anything. They all say I'm a pampered young lady, that I'm holding everyone back. Who says you're a pampered young lady? Li Zifeng dropped a bundle of stalks onto the ground, deliberately raising his voice. You're a newly arrived educated youth. You've only been here 2 months, and you dared to come work in the fields when you can't even hold a sickle steady. What does that mean? It means you have the right attitude and face difficulties head on. That's a noble quality. If you swapped it around and made those people throwing snide remarks go work in the city, wouldn't they also be unable to do a thing? Lu Xiaoya was so amused by his words that she broke into a smile through her tears. The corners of her mouth curved up, revealing a row of neat white teeth. You're really funny. I don't have many strong points, but I do love telling the truth. The sun slowly tilted toward the west. The gong signaling the end of work sounded 3 times, and the commune members gradually stopped what they were doing. Some began packing up their things, while others squatted by the edge of the field to take their last sip of water, getting ready to call it a day and head home. Ma Changwei stood at the edge of the field looking over the workpoint ledger, calculating whether today's progress would be enough to report to the commune tomorrow. Li Zifeng had just sent off the last cartload of stalks. Just then, a scream shattered the evening calm. Wild boar. A wild boar. The eastern side of the field, near Nangangzi, instantly erupted into chaos. The women screamed and scattered in all directions, while the men grabbed shoulder poles and hoes and ran that way. Some tripped over the bean stubble and fell flat on their faces, while others dropped their food and scrambled desperately onto the carts. The orderly bean field from just moments ago instantly turned into complete chaos. Li Zifeng spun around sharply and spotted the wild boar at once. It was a male boar of about 150 to 160 gene, its whole body covered in dark brown bristles, with 2 gleaming tusks curling up from its mouth, each as long as a forearm and as sharp as daggers. No one knew which old patch of forest in Nangangzi this beast had burst out from. It had probably caught the scent of people or grain and charged recklessly into the bean field, charging left and right through the crowd, its 4 hooves kicking up dirt and shredded bean stalks everywhere. A wild boar was nothing like a domestic pig. Domestic pigs are stupid. Wild boars are cunning, especially male ones. When they go berserk, even black bears keep their distance. The old hunters in the mountains had a saying, better to run into a blind bear than provoke a lone boar. A 150 to 160 gene male boar was at the height of its ferocity, with a hide so thick and tough that an ordinary hoe striking it would be like scratching an itch, while those 2 tusks could rip open a person's belly with ease. Team leader Ma Changwei was jumping up and down at the edge of the field, shouting, "Militia! Militia! Grab your weapons! Protect the people! Hurry!" But his voice was almost drowned out by the screams. And no one knew where the few militiamen had gone, probably off slacking and smoking over by the ridge just now. The wild boar charged through the crowd back and forth twice, then suddenly changed direction, digging its four hooves into the ground and letting out a low grunting snort before charging straight toward one spot. In that direction, Lu Xiaoya was still standing there stupidly clutching her sickle, her face deathly pale, her legs seeming nailed to the ground, her whole body trembling like a leaf, her mouth open but unable to make a sound. It wasn't that she didn't want to run, she was scared senseless. The wild boar was astonishingly fast, its four hooves flying, mud and grass spraying everywhere, its two tusks aimed at Lu Xiaoya as it lunged straight at her on a foul, rank gust of wind. No one around had time to react, or rather, even if they had, they didn't dare rush in. That was a wild boar, not a wild rabbit. Li Zifeng moved. He didn't retreat, and he didn't dodge to the side. Tightening his grip on the sickle, he drove hard with his feet and shot diagonally toward the path of the charging boar like an arrow released from the bow. He ran so fast that Wang Taizhu, standing nearby, only saw a blur before a gray figure shot out. The boar's tusks were less than 3 meters from Lu Xiaoya. Li Zifeng cut in from the side, kicked off the ground, and nearly slid along the earth. He had timed it perfectly for the instant the boar's front leg touched down, and with a twist of his right wrist. The sickle slashed upward at an angle from below, the sharp blade precisely cutting into the gap in the wild boar's left front knee joint. There was no tough hide protecting that spot, only cartilage and tendons. And with that overbearing force behind it, the cut went through like slicing tofu. A crisp crack drowned out all the screams. The wild boar's left front leg snapped off on the spot. Bone splinters jutting out through flesh and skin, blood spraying all over the ground. Its 150 to 160 gene body lost the support of one front leg, and inertia flung its whole body outward. Howling miserably as it rolled several times across the soybean stubble field, flattening a large patch of soybean stalks and sending clods of dirt and bean pods flying everywhere. Its two tusks thrust past, scraping by Li Zifeng's waist, tearing a gash in his ragged jacket, but his skin was completely unharmed. Li Zifeng gave it no chance to struggle back up. In 2 strides, he reached the wild boar, gripped the sickle tightly with both hands, and hacked twice in a row at its neck. The first blow severed the carotid artery, the second slit open its throat. Scalding pig's blood sprayed out, splattering half his body. The stench so strong it made people sick to their stomachs. The wild boar's anguished squeals grew lower and lower. Its forelegs twitched a few times, and then it stopped moving completely. The entire soybean field fell deathly silent. Everyone seemed as if they'd been frozen by some spell. Those running stopped running. Those screaming stopped screaming. Even the sparrows in the trees stopped chirping. The afterglow of the setting sun fell across Li Zifeng, who stood beside the wild boar's corpse holding a sickle drenched in pig's blood. His expression so calm it was nothing like someone who had just killed a wild boar, more like someone who had stepped on an ant. Silence lasted for about a dozen seconds. "Good." Zhao Lao San was the first to shout, his voice cracking as he jumped up in excitement on the spot. "Li Zifeng, you're fucking amazing." Only then did the crowd erupt as if their pressure points had been released. Those shouting praise, those cheering, those rushing over to look, those patting their chests saying they were scared to death, all surging over in a noisy mass. Lu Xiaoya braced herself against a nearby poplar tree and slowly slid downward. Her 2 legs finally could no longer support her, and she crouched on the ground, covered her face, and began to sob. Captain Ma Changwei came running over from the edge of the field with 4 or 5 militiamen, cursing as he ran. "You bunch of useless bastards. What the hell are you even good for? A wild boar got into the soybean field, and you still didn't know. You carry guns around every day just for show. Have the bolts all rusted over? I'm docking your work points today no matter what." The militiamen lowered their heads and took the scolding without daring to say a word. They really had been slacking off just now, sneaking down below the ridge to smoke, leaving their guns propped against a tree. If not for Li Zifeng, someone would definitely have died today. After cursing out the militiamen, Ma Changwei walked over to look at the wild boar. It lay in a pool of blood, the wound on its neck deep and ghastly. Its left front leg severed clean off at the root, dead beyond any doubt. He sucked in a sharp breath, looked up at Li Zifeng, his eyes filled with obvious shock and a new appraisal. "Zifeng." He patted Li Zifeng on the shoulder. His tone completely changed, from his usual barking and shouting to one tinged with gratitude and warmth. You really did your uncle a huge favor today. If this damn thing had hurt someone, your uncle wouldn't even know how to explain it to the commune. As a member of Lu Tan, how could I just stand by and watch a wild boar hurt people? Li Zifeng rubbed the blood off the sickle on the grass. His tone still carried that same careless, lazy drawl. Ma Changui looked at him with eyes full of delight. He had been the production team leader for so many years. He'd seen every kind of person: strong workers, slick opportunists, hot-headed fools. He kept a clear account of them all in his head. But this thin, undersized Li Zifeng, who had only just recovered from illness and had been treated as a joke by the whole village until today, had chopped off the wild boar's leg with one swing of the sickle and stabbed through its neck with two more. With courage and strength like that, there wasn't a second person like him in Lushu village. This wild boar was killed by you, and by the rules. Ma Changjiang lowered his voice and swept his gaze around, only leaning close to Li Zifeng's ear after making sure no one was standing too near. But before he could go on, Li Zifeng was nearly unable to keep it together. As soon as Ma Changui said, "The boar was killed by you. If you carry it back before it even hits the ground." Someone in the crowd objected. "No way." Zhao Duan squeezed out from the back of the crowd. In his 50s, he was the village's old scholar, tall and thin, with presbyopic lenses as thick as the bottoms of wine bottles. And the temples of his glasses were wrapped round and round with tape. He cleared his throat and began in an affected tone. "Captain Ma, this can't be handled like this. Li Zifeng was assigned field work by the team today, and when he killed the wild boar, he was out in the fields. By the rules, the prey should belong to the collective. Game taken during the autumn hunt is always divided by the collective. How can one person just carry it off by himself?" The moment those words came out, the crowd burst into a buzzing uproar. Scholar Zhao is right. Things from the autumn hunt are always divided by head count. For such a big wild boar, isn't it a bit inappropriate for one person to carry it off? He risked his life to kill it. Even so, the rules can't be broken. Voices clamored from all directions. The voices supporting Li Zifeng were kept very low, and more people chose silence. If this wild boar went to the collective, every household would get a bite of meat. Who would argue against meat? Lu Xiaoya was frantic. She stood at the edge of the crowd, both hands twisted together in front of her chest, her knuckles clenched tight, little tears welling in her eyes. She tugged at the sleeve of the female, educated youth beside her, her voice trembling. How can they do this? He clearly killed it all by himself. None of them dared go up just now. The female, educated youth beside her quickly tugged at her clothes, telling her not to say more. Lu Xiaoya's tears fell despite herself. But as an outsider educated youth, she was nothing at all, and there was nothing she could do but cry. Sun Laowai squatted by the cartwheel and smoked for quite a while, then tapped his pipe against the sole of his shoe, and stood up to speak. Old son, don't spout nonsense. Zifeng put in real work today. This morning alone he did the work of 3 or 4 strong laborers, and he killed the wild boar himself with just a sickle. When the boar charged out just now, which one of you rushed forward? And now you remember the rules." Zhao Laosan planted his shoulder pole on the ground. "Uncle Laowai is right. Today Zifeng did the work of 3 men by himself. I was paired with him, and I couldn't keep up. When he was killing the boar, which one of you stepped up?" Wang Taizhu was a man of few words. He said only 4 words. "Zifeng deserves it." The tide began to turn in Li Zifeng's favor. Zhao Duan couldn't save face. He pushed up his presbyopic glasses, his voice turning several degrees colder. "I'm not saying he doesn't deserve it, but rules are rules. Enough arguing." Li Zifeng finally spoke. He stepped forward, stuck the sickle into the ground, raised his eyes to look at Zhao Duan, and wore a faint sneer at the corner of his mouth. "Scholar Zhao, let me ask you, was this an autumn hunt today? Was it a team-organized hunting party, taking guns up into the mountains for a surround hunt?" Zhao Duan froze. "No," Li Zifeng answered for him. "This wild boar came charging out on its own. When it charged in, every one of you ran faster than rabbits. I was the only one who went straight at it and hacked it down. When I rushed in, no one backed me up, and no one stood shoulder to shoulder with me risking their life." He looked around, his voice calm and unhurried, but every word rang with force. "But today, I'll go by the hunter's old rules. Half of this wild boar goes to the team in exchange for work points, and half belongs to me. As for my half, I've decided to treat everyone in the team, young and old, to a pork feast. If anyone has a problem with that." He turned and walked over to the boar, bent down and gripped the longest tusk in its mouth. The muscles in his arms suddenly tensed, with a twist, a wrench, and a yank of his wrist. With a sharp crack that made everyone's teeth ache, He ripped the tusk straight out of the socket, bloody and steaming. All the discussion stopped abruptly. Then stepped forward and settled it. Li Zifeng straightened up, weighed the tusk in his hand, and said, "Whoever can knock me down gets to show what they're capable of, and the wild boar is yours to decide over." It was so quiet that even the rustling of the wind through the soybean stalks could be heard clearly. Zhao Duan opened his mouth, looked at the bloody tusk, and the words caught in his throat. He couldn't force out a single one. Ma Changwei stepped out at just the right moment and pressed both hands downward. "Listen up, everyone. This wild boar was killed after work, so it doesn't count as collective income. Zifeng has voluntarily offered to treat the whole team to a pork feast. That's no small show of awareness. So it's settled. Li Zifeng will exchange 80 gene of wild boar meat for 800 work points, and the boar will be carried back to the village headquarters. Today we'll stew the meat, and the side ingredients will be provided by the team. Everyone, young and old, gets a share." As soon as those words fell, what erupted from the crowd was nothing like the sparse cheers from before. It exploded. "Pork feast. We're having a pork feast. Zifeng's a real stand-up guy. Quick, 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 go home and get your basins. Where's old Zheng? Hurry up and boil water." The news flew from the soybean field to the village as if it had grown wings. The commune members getting off work had been dragging their tired bodies and slowly shuffling back. But the moment they heard the words "pork feast," every one of them perked up as if they'd been injected with adrenaline. Some jogged home to carry over tables, some shouted at the top of their lungs to their neighbors, and the half-grown boys weaved through the crowd yelling at full volume, "We're having a pork feast. We're having a pork feast in the team headquarters courtyard." The whole of Liushitan sprang into action. In the team headquarters courtyard, several large stones were hastily stacked into a makeshift stove, and the biggest iron pot in the team was set on top. The firewood was dry pine logs just brought over from the brigade woodpile, and the flames licked the bottom of the pot, roaring upward. Old Zheng the butcher had his sleeves rolled up to his elbows, his pig-killing knife flashing up and down. First removing the forelegs, then trimming out the ribs one by one, and cutting the white slabs of fat into palm-sized chunks and tossing them into a basin. Even old scholar Zhao Duan stopped talking about rules. Having been assigned a new task by Ma Changwei to go door to door and notify everyone about tonight's pork feast. The bit of displeasure on his face had long since been washed away by the warmth filling the courtyard. He pushed up his reading glasses and went knocking door to door. The women hauled out the sauerkraut stored for winter from the team's vegetable cellar, and more than a dozen heads of golden pickled cabbage were chopped on the cutting boards with loud thwacks. The sour aroma spread out and mingled with the scent of meat, making everyone swallow hard. The potatoes were brought out from the team's storeroom, poured sack after sack into large basins to be peeled. The peeled potatoes were pale and fresh-looking, cut into irregular chunks and left waiting to go into the pot. Sun Laowai's wife contributed half a basket of dried string beans from her own home, and Zhao Laosan's wife brought over a bowl of soybean paste from home. Some people brought vermicelli, some tucked a few heads of garlic into their pockets, and some even wrapped up the last bit of ground Sichuan pepper they had at home in straw paper and brought it over. No one was holding anything back. It was the rule for the production team to provide the side ingredients, but the little extras each household voluntarily added came from their own hearts. When the water in the big pot came to a boil, old Zheng first blanched the large chunks of pork belly, ribs, and leg meat. The bloody foam rolled up to the surface and was skimmed off with a ladle. After blanching, the meat was taken out and cut into thick slices, then put back into the pot along with the sauerkraut, potatoes, and dried green beans. 2 rings of soybean paste were smeared around the side of the pot. A layer of ground Sichuan pepper was sprinkled on top, and the iron pot was covered with a wooden lid to simmer. Before long, the aroma of meat was squeezing out through the gaps in the lid. The smell was unbelievably rich. The whole village could smell it. In Willow Tree Village, where people might not get to eat meat more than a few times a year, this smell was basically New Year. The children clung to the courtyard wall and peered in eagerly, while the elderly stood at their own doorways, taking a deep breath and reluctant to let too much of it out. By the time it was fully dark, the pork feast stew was ready. 2 kerosene lanterns hung from the old elm tree in the production team's courtyard, their dim yellow light making the whole yard feel warm and cozy. Several long tables gathered from different households were pushed together, and the tabletops were covered with big coarse porcelain bowls. There weren't enough stools to go around, so only the elderly and children got to sit on the benches, while the young people and strong laborers all ate standing up, some simply holding their bowls and squatting by the courtyard wall. Ma Changwei stood by the pot and ladled it out himself, scoop by scoop into the bowls. The fatty meat trembling in the bowls, the broth glistening with oil, every bowl filled so full it was almost overflowing. There's enough for everyone. Line up, don't push. Plenty of meat, plenty of sauerkraut and vermicelli. Lu Xiaoya held a coarse porcelain bowl and squeezed into the line of educated youths. In her bowl was a big chunk of pork belly and a heaping serving of sauerkraut stewed with vermicelli. The steam blew onto her face and turned the tip of her nose red. She picked up her chopsticks and shakily brought a piece of meat to her mouth. After just 2 bites, she froze. It was too delicious. A simple, direct kind of fragrance, with the meat's fat seeping into the fibers of the sauerkraut, while the tang of the sauerkraut cut through the greasiness of the meat. The potatoes were stewed until soft and fluffy, and the vermicelli had soaked up all the broth as she shoveled it into her mouth in big slurping bites. She stood under the elm tree eating with her head down, her cheeks stuffed full, and she didn't even hear when someone called her. Wang Naishan came over holding a bowl, her chest swaying as usual so much that people hardly dared look directly at it. She glanced into Lu Xiaoya's bowl and said, "Sis, can you get used to eating this pork feast stew?" Lu Xiaoya nodded vigorously, a piece of meat still stuffed in her mouth, and gave 2 muffled sounds of agreement. Wang Naisheng burst out laughing, her hearty laughter echoing through the courtyard. Li Zifeng sat under the old elm tree with a bowl of meat, eating together with Sun Laowai, Zhao Laosan, Wang Taizhu, and a few others. The strong laborers weren't very talkative, but whenever someone came over to get food and passed by him, they would nod and greet him. Some called him Zifeng, some gave him a thumbs up. Even those who hadn't talked to him much before were especially polite tonight. After finishing 2 big bowls of the pork feast stew, Sun Laowai wiped the grease from his mouth and let out a satisfied sigh. "This meal is the most satisfying one we've had in Willow Tree Village this year." Zhao Laosan chimed in, his mouth shiny with grease. "That's right. Even last New Year wasn't this grand. The sauerkraut stewed through perfectly, and the vermicelli's got just the right chew." Those old heads of sauerkraut our team had really proved their worth this time. When they had eaten almost enough, some people started tapping their bowls, and some started singing Arinzuan tunes. Zhao Laosan took a couple of swigs of sweet potato liquor, his face as red as guangong's, stood up and belted out a section of I, the Western Chamber/I, his raspy voice so off-key it seemed to drift all the way to Old Black Mountain, making all the women in the courtyard bend over laughing. The production team's gongs and drums were hauled out by the half-grown boys, who started banging away with lots of thumping and clanging. There was no rhythm to speak of, but it was genuinely lively. This meal stewed away the exhaustion of the autumn harvest, the petty trifles in the village, and the bit of unpleasantness in the soybean fields, all in that big pot. By the time it broke up, the moon had already climbed to the top of the old elm tree. The villagers, in 2s and 3s, carried their empty bowls home, still savoring the pork stew from tonight along the way. Li Zifeng was just about to say goodbye and head home when he had only just reached the courtyard gate, when a burst of hurried, light footsteps came from behind. Li Zifeng. It was Lu Xiaoya. Before Li Zifeng had even stepped over the threshold, a patter of light footsteps sounded behind him. The soles of cloth shoes stepping on the bluestone pavement, light and quick. Li Zifeng. Lu Xiaoya jogged up in front of him, her face a little red in the moonlight, her breathing still uneven, her chest rising and falling slightly. She glanced back toward the educated youth quarters, and only after making sure no one had followed did she lower her voice and say, I want to walk with you." Li Zifeng glanced at her and didn't ask more, just nodded, Sure." The 2 of them walked out of the production team courtyard side by side and headed north along the village road. The wind blew in from Old Black Mountain, carrying the fresh scent of pine and the chill of early winter, making the dried corn stalks by the roadside rustle. Lu Xiaoya walked with her head down, her hands twisting together in front of her chest again, occasionally sneaking a sidelong glance at him before quickly pulling her gaze back. When they reached the old willow tree behind the village, the 2 stopped. This willow tree had quite a few years on it. The trunk was so thick that even 2 people linking arms couldn't encircle it. There were several long bluestone slabs under the tree, a place where villagers sat in the summer to cool off and chat. Lu Xiaoya finally spoke. "Do you like me?" "Ahem, cough, cough, cough." Li Zifeng coughed several times in a row, tears nearly choking out of him. He lifted his head to look at her, his expression a mix of shock and amusement. Good grief, this was only their first time meeting today, and even at the very most they'd known each other for less than half a day. Yet this young girl was astonishingly direct the moment she opened her mouth. Seeing him cough so hard he could barely catch his breath, Lu Xiaoya grew both embarrassed and anxious, twisting her hands even tighter. Why are you coughing?" It's nothing, I just choked a little." Li Zifeng straightened up, and caught his breath. He wiped the expression from his face and immediately put on a solemn look, back straight as a rod. His face as serious as could be, as if he were in the brigade office reporting his thoughts to the organization. I like educated youth Xiaoya very much. This time it was Lu Xiaoya's turn to be stunned. She had probably held it in for so long, gathering up all her courage into that one sentence, and she hadn't expected him to answer so crisply and directly. She parted her lips, and all at once her face flushed deep red, from her cheeks to the tips of her ears and down her neck. Even her earlobes turned pink, looking in the moonlight like a piece of charcoal burned all the way through. "Why, you really like me?" Her voice was even softer now, as faint as a mosquito's buzz, but her tone carried an unbelievable delight. "But we've only known each other for less than half a day. Liking someone happens in an instant. I believe in love at first sight." Li Zifeng spread his hands and shrugged, the lazy, roguish grin returning to his face. "Besides, a pretty girl like you. If I didn't like you, I'd have to be blind. I thought you were especially pretty back when you were out in the field, and I wanted to pull you into my arms and give you a proper kiss. If this isn't liking you, then tell me what it is." Lu Xiaoya was so flustered by that stream of words that her whole body felt like it was on fire. "Then, do you want me to be your wife?" Cough. This time Li Zifeng really did choke. One hand braced against the willow trunk, the other waving at her. He took a long while to recover. It wasn't that his self-control was lacking. It was that this girl's pace was just too fierce, so fierce that even a transmigrator like him could barely keep up. From liking someone straight to becoming his wife, skipping what felt like 100 episodes of a TV drama in between. Seeing her standing there, both hands clenched tightly at the corners of her clothes, lips pressed into a line, shoulders trembling slightly, she didn't look like she was joking at all. Li Zifeng also straightened up and looked seriously into her eyes. "I do." His voice wasn't loud, but it was steady. "You're so beautiful. If you're willing to be my wife, wouldn't I be over the moon? But have you thought it through? You're only 18 this year, which seems a little young. You probably can't even get a marriage certificate yet, right?" Lu Xiaoya lowered her head, her voice soft, carrying a bit of shyness but also sincerity. "I heard the aunties in the village say so. People here get married without even going to get a marriage certificate. You just register it in the village and hold a wedding banquet, and that's enough. Some don't even hold a banquet, they just tell the production team. Move in together, and that counts as being husband and wife." Li Zifeng knew that this really was the custom in the northeastern countryside in this era. The mountains were high and the emperor far away. Marriage registration was something city people cared about. But in the village, as long as the village acknowledged it, it counted. "Xiaoya." He called her by name, his tone much gentler than before. "Tell me honestly, why are you in such a hurry to get married?" She lowered her head and stayed silent for a long while. By the time she lifted her face again, her eyes were already red. "Given my situation, it's impossible for me to return to the city anytime soon. The team says educated youth have to put down roots in the countryside and accept re-education from the poor and lower-middle peasants for at least 2 years. And after 2 years, no one knows what the policy will be. Some educated youth have been stuck in this place for 4 or 5 years, still waiting. There are only a few slots each year to return to the city, and no matter how you count it, it'll never be my turn. Quite a few sisters-in-law in the village have tried to persuade me, saying that for a city girl to stay here alone isn't a long-term solution. If I marry into a decent family, at least I'll be able to get by. With a man in the house, no one would dare bully me, and I wouldn't have to gnaw on frozen corn buns and drink cabbage soup every day. There's already a local hoodlum who's been hanging around our educated youth point several times, squatting outside at night smoking, knocking on the window, and saying filthy things. I reported it to the team leader, but he said the man hadn't really done anything to me, so there was nothing he could do. And there was even a village matchmaker who came to see me, saying she wanted to introduce me to a really good man whose wife had run off on him twice, 37 years old. Li Zifeng understood. Lu Xiaoya had been driven into this too. In this village where she had no family or friends, a city girl with no one to rely on, no background, and no strength could only secretly cry when she was bullied, without even anyone to stand up for her. What she was looking for wasn't love, but a way to survive. Rather than waiting for the day some shady man traded a sack of cornmeal for her body, it was better to choose now, while she still could, and marry a man she found agreeable and dependable, rather than marrying one of those men. Lu Xiaoya raised her eyes to look at him, her rims red. "I'd rather marry you. If you're willing to marry me, then I'll marry you. I don't want any bride price. I don't want anything at all. As long as you treat me well, I'll listen to you and everything." After saying that, she lowered her head again, as if waiting for a verdict. "Xiaoya." He spoke, his voice very gentle. Today is only our first day knowing each other. Even though we do like each other, marriage isn't child's play. What if in the future you meet someone better than me, someone you truly love? If I agree today, wouldn't I be pushing you into a pit of fire?" Lu Xiaoya suddenly lifted her head, her eyes shining with an urgent, stubborn light. "No, I've decided to marry you. From now on I'll be yours, and I won't like anyone else. I can swear to that. I will never regret it." She paused, then said something else that made Li Zifeng widen his eyes. "If you meet someone you like better in the future, as long as you're good to me, I won't mind." If some woman had said this in his previous life, 9.5 out of 10 words would have been dripping with sarcasm. But Lu Xiaoya's gaze was open, straightforward, and serious. She felt she ought to say those words, not to bait him, nor to test him, but because deep down she truly thought that way. She had placed herself far too low. So low that she didn't dare ask for any exclusivity, only that he treat her well. Everything else she could overlook. "If you stay with me, you definitely won't be able to go back to Hangzhou anymore. You'll live a hard life in the village for the rest of your days. Can you handle that?" "I can." Her voice wasn't loud, but it was firm. "I can endure hardship. I'll learn. I can learn to cook, learn to mend clothes, learn to feed pigs. I won't let the aunties in your village laugh at me. And one more thing." She lifted her head, her voice softening with a hint of coquettishness. "Don't leave me behind in the future." That one sentence washed away the last of Li Zifeng's defenses. "All right then." He sighed, sounding a little helpless. "From now on, you are Li Zifeng's fiancée." Li Zifeng looked at her, and that warm feeling in his heart surged up again. "Xiaoya, He said nothing more and lowered his head to kiss her. Lu Xiaoya's lips were very soft, with a faint salty taste, the trace left by her tears. She clearly didn't know how to kiss. Her whole body stiffened for a moment. Then her hands didn't know where to go, first clutching his shirt front, then slowly climbing onto his shoulders. Her lips responded clumsily, her breathing in a tangle, and the tip of her nose bumped into his, hurting them both a little, but neither of them let go. Through that blue floral shirt, his hand could feel her body trembling slightly. Her skin was burning hot, her breathing growing faster and faster, and a muffled, soft little moan slipped from her throat, as if someone had tickled her in the spot she feared most. That sound slipped into his ears like boiling oil poured onto a fire, and with a boom it burned him through completely. This was the sound of a girl utterly surrendering in the arms of the person she liked. He undid the first button at her collar. Lu Xiaoya didn't react. Her eyes were tightly shut, her lashes trembling nonstop, her lips still pressed to his. She seemed dazed, as if she'd been made to drink half a bowl of sweet potato liquor. Li Zifeng's fingers trembled a little, and when he undid the buttons his hands were clumsy beyond belief. In his previous life, he'd watched so many movies that he thought he was at least a theoretical expert at scenes like this. But when it came time to actually do it, his heart was pounding so fast that even his fingers went numb. His mind was filled with nothing but the warmth of her skin and that faint scent of soapberry. The second button came undone too. A section of her collarbone was revealed, white and gleaming in the moonlight. His Adam's apple bobbed, and he felt his throat turn dry and tight, as if he hadn't had water in days. His hand slipped inside, his fingertips touching the skin at the hollow of her neck. That patch of skin was unbelievably tender, like a freshly peeled egg, so smooth that the pads of his fingers could barely feel any resistance. But his hands became even gentler, as if he were touching a porcelain vase that could shatter at any moment. Lu Xiaoya shivered a little from the coolness, but she still didn't dodge. Instead, she buried her face in the hollow of his neck, her warm breath falling on his neck, tickling him to the core. Her eyelashes brushed over his Adam's apple, sending a tingling sensation through him from his neck all the way down to his tailbone. When the third button came undone, a gust of night wind wrapped in chill poured into her open collar, flowing from her collarbone all the way down to her chest. Lu Xiaoya gave a sudden shiver, as if someone had yanked her out of a dream. She let out a startled cry and instinctively shrank back half a step, crossing her hands over her open front. Li Zifeng came to his senses too. He couldn't keep going. Taking a deep breath, he thought. She was sincerely with him, so he had to treat her with the same sincerity. No matter what, he couldn't secretly do that to her under this old willow tree. That would be an insult to those clear, innocent eyes of hers. If we keep going, I'll end up devouring you right here tonight. You should go back first. Li Zifeng reached out and fastened the buttons back up, pulling her collar closed. His large hand checked the child's granary, not daring to linger, afraid he would lose control again. In a few days, I'll tidy up the house, get what needs to be prepared, and then come bring you over. By then, it'll be proper and legitimate. Lu Xiaoya bit her lip and said nothing. only lifted her head to look at him, her eyes glistening with both moisture and moonlight. Then she rose on tiptoe and quickly pecked his cheek before turning and running off. Li Zifeng stood there, watching the direction she disappeared in. He touched the spot on his cheek where she had kissed him and suddenly let out a laugh. Just now, under the old willow tree, Lu Xiaoya's soft, tender body had set his heart burning. Now, as the night wind blew, the heat on his face slowly faded, and his mind gradually cleared again. When he reached the front door, he saw that the kerosene lamp inside was still lit. There were people talking in the room, not very loudly, but from the muttering alone, it was obvious they weren't saying anything nice. "Mom, I heard that pig weighed at least 150 or 160 gene, and he killed it by himself with a sickle. You think he ran into something unclean?" The voice was sharp and slick. It belonged to the original owner's cousin, Li Yaozu. 3 years younger than Li Zifeng, 17. He looked like he had been carved from the same mold as his mother Zhang Zuohua, with a big face and small eyes. He loafed around all day without working, though he was quite skilled at sneaking around and stealing in the village. "Unclean my ass." Zhang Zuohua's voice was very low, but you could smell the sourness through the door. "That brat just got lucky. I heard from Sun Laowai's wife that the wild boar was already injured, with a wire snare hanging off its leg, so it couldn't even run properly, and that little bastard just got lucky. Such a huge wild boar, and he hosted the whole village at the brigade yard for a pig slaughter feast. The whole village. He paid for it. Don't you think he's got rocks in his head? That's so much meat, and he's giving it to other people? How many times a year does our family even get to eat meat? But he's so generous. Mom, did he bring any of that meat back?" Li Yaozu's voice was full of impatience. "Bring back my ass. When he gets back, I'll tell him. Your dad is his own uncle, raised him all these years, and now we can't even get a bit of his meat to eat." Zhang Zuohua was halfway through her sentence when the door creaked open. Zifeng's back. The flesh on Zhang Zuohua's face instantly squeezed into a smile. She changed expressions even faster than flipping the pancakes in her pan. "Oh my, you're finally back." Annie was worried sick. "You said you went up alone to hunt a wild boar. What if something happened?" "It's fine, I'm back." Li Zifeng replied coldly and turned to head for his own room. "Stop." This time it was Li Dashan, who had been sitting on the edge of the Kong smoking in silence. This body's biological paternal uncle. In his 40s, with a thin, long face and deep-set eyes. He had suffered from chronic back pain and couldn't do heavy work, and at home he was usually quiet, doing whatever his wife said. But tonight, whether because he had drunk some sweet potato liquor or felt his authority had been challenged, he unexpectedly slapped the Kong table for the first time in ages, knocking the pipe bowl right off. "Li Zifeng, you think your wings are grown now, huh? Your parents died early. It was your aunt and I who raised you. Do you deny that debt of gratitude? Now that you've made something of yourself, you shot a pig and treated the whole village to meat, but you won't even leave your uncle and aunt a single bite? What does a greenhorn like you know about making a living? Who told you to take it upon yourself to give away all that good meat? Do you think our family runs a grain depot?" Li Zifeng stopped in his tracks and slowly turned around. He looked at Li Dashan, looked for 2 seconds, then swept his gaze over everyone in the room. The Li Yaozu on the Kong with his legs tucked up, looking eager for a show, Zhang Zuohua with her hands on her hips by the stove, and Li Dashan on the edge of the Kong, his eyes red, unsure whether from anger or from holding it in. He suddenly smiled. A helpless smile at how ridiculous everything was. In this life, in this other world, he owed no one anything. Why should he keep enduring it? "Uncle." His voice was calm and unhurried. "You want to talk about gratitude, right? Fine, then let's talk. My father was your own older brother. When he was alive, every winter he went into the mountains to hunt. Whenever he got a roe deer or a hare, didn't he share half with you every time? When his leg was bitten off by a wolf and he was bedridden and couldn't get up, did you take care of him for even a day? Did you ever bring him medicine once? Were you standing by his side when he took his last breath?" Li Dashan's facial muscles twitched, and he opened his mouth but couldn't say anything. "After my father died, when my mother was too sick to get out of bed, did you lend us even a grain of food or a single dose of medicine? She lay there for half a year, growing so thin she was nothing but skin and bones, and when she died, there wasn't even a mattress on the Kong. Did your sister-in-law, my aunt, ever lay a piece of cloth for her?" Zhang Zuohua's face turned green, and when she tried to cut in, Li Zifeng blocked her with a single sentence. "I lived in your house, and, since I was 12, you made a slave of me. Spring planting, autumn harvest, summer hoeing, winter storage. What year did I ever do less? When your son Li Yaozu was sleeping in late on the Kong, I was up before dawn going to work for the brigade. Your back hurts and you can't do heavy work. Who was the one earning your share of work points? It was me. You three ate sorghum rice. And what did you leave me? Sour buns, rotten vegetable soup. And the good things hidden under the stove never once ended up in my bowl. This time, during the big autumn harvest, I wore myself out and collapsed for 2 days. Did you come see me once? Did your son ever come into my room and ask a single word? What were you thinking? You were thinking I still haven't died. His voice suddenly rose a notch. That wild boar was something I traded my life for. I was willing to treat the whole village to butcher's meat. That was my generosity. And you wanted to make decisions for me? You're not worthy. Li Yaozu sprang down from the Kong. At 17, he was half a head taller than his father, well-fed and broad-shouldered, and with both parents there backing him up, he felt emboldened. In 2 strides he rushed up to Li Zifeng and shoved at Li Zifeng's chest with a raised hand. Who the hell are you talking to? What the hell are you to curse my mom and dad? You've been eating and drinking for free in our house for so many years, and when we ask you to do a little work, you even feel aggrieved. Just as his fingertips touched the fabric of Li Zifeng's shirt on his chest, he only heard a crisp crack, a resounding slap. Li Yaozu spun half a turn on the spot, his head exploding with a buzzing shower of stars, and he staggered, grabbing the edge of the Kong just in time to keep from pitching straight into the stove pit. How dare you hit me? Li Yaozu's eyes turned red. He flipped over, grabbed the rolling pin from the stove, and swung it full force at Li Zifeng's head. The rolling pin was made of jujube wood, 2 fingers thick. If it landed solidly, it could split a person's head open. Before the rolling pin could come down, Li Zifeng's hand had already clamped onto his wrist. With a squeeze of his 5 fingers, the knuckles cracked twice, and the color drained from Li Yaozu's face in an instant. A pig-slaughtering scream squeezed out of his throat. My hand! My hand! It hurts, it hurts! Mom! Mom! Zhang Cuihua shrieked and lunged over, raising both hands to scratch at Li Zifeng's face. Her nails were long and filthy as she cursed. You ungrateful wretch! How dare you hit my son? I'll fight you! Before she could finish, Li Zifeng reached with his free hand to the stove and picked up the kitchen knife from the cutting board. A cold gleam flashed off the blade in the kerosene lamp's light. He slapped the knife onto the stove board. Thud! The knife sank into the wooden panel, the blade buzzing with a tremor, with half the blade buried completely in the wood. Say that again. Li Zifeng's voice was icy cold. Then he turned to look at Zhang Cuihua. Since the day my father died, no one in this world has had the right to decide things for me. You're my aunt. You're my uncle. If you want to live in peace, then we won't bring up the past. If you want to go crazy and lay hands on me, fine too. He patted the bluestone pedestal beside him, weighing in at dozens of gene, then casually lifted it and hefted it in his hand as if it were a lump of dirt before setting it down on the ground. It smashed a hole more than an inch deep into the yellow earth floor. Either knock me down, or from now on I call the shots about my own affairs. All of you better behave yourselves in front of me. Li Yaozu was squatting on the ground, clutching his wrist, sweating all over from the pain, not even daring to cry out. Zhang Cuihua stared blankly at the kitchen knife embedded in the stove board, her lips trembling. No matter how fierce she was, she couldn't outdo someone who could casually weigh a bluestone pedestal of dozens of gene in one hand. Li Dashin sat on the edge of the Kong, his pipe bowl falling to the floor. He bent down to pick it up, but his hand was shaking so badly, he couldn't get it up even after several tries. The kerosene lamp in the room flickered in the wind, and everyone's shadows swayed chaotically on the wall. Zhang Cuihua suddenly sat down hard on the ground and slapped her thighs, wailing, I can't live like this. I can't live like this. I worked myself to the bone raising him, and now he wants to kill people. Dashin, say something already. Your nephew slapped the knife on the table, and you're sitting on the Kong pretending to be dead. Enough. Li Zifeng crouched in front of her. He didn't shout, didn't curse, just looked at her calmly like that. Zhang Cuihua's wailing cut off under his gaze, and she instinctively shrank back half an inch. Auntie, I said it already. If you want to live peacefully, fine. His voice was as light as casual talk with his own aunt. But if you keep yelling one more word, or keep spreading gossip about me all over the village, you're my aunt. And I won't lay a hand on you because you're an elder, but your son is not. Li Yaozu, did you hear me or not? Li Yaozu was crouched in the corner, clutching his wrist and curling into a ball. And when he heard this, his whole body shuddered, nodding his head like a chicken pecking at rice. Li Dashin finally picked up the pipe bowl, his gaze falling on Li Zifeng. He had watched this nephew for 20 years, from running around in split-crotch pants to growing into a half-grown boy. But today it was as if he was truly getting to know him for the first time. Zifeng, Li Dashin spoke, his voice dry and hoarse, carrying a hint of yielding. If you feel we've treated you unfairly, starting today we'll split the household and live separately, and rebuild the dividing wall between the 2 courtyards. Fine. I want to take my father's things with me. Li Zifeng thought of something. Uncle. He turned around. I want to take the things my father left behind. That hunting gun, is it still here? Li Dashan's hand, rubbing tobacco leaves, suddenly stopped. Zhang Cuihua had been by the stove holding a rag and pretending to wipe the cutting board. And when she heard the words hunting gun, the rag stopped too. The room fell silent for a full several seconds. Where's that gun? Li Zifeng's tone was still calm and unhurried, but his gaze had already shifted from Li Dashan to Zhang Cuihua's back. He knew this family too well. Li Dashan was a clumsy speaker, soft-hearted, and timid. If he was really hiding something, his face wouldn't be able to hide it. But Zhang Cuihua was different. She was the kind who could stand in front of the whole village at a grain distribution meeting and tell barefaced lies. Zhang Cuihua threw the rag onto the stove, and, by the time she turned around, had already put on her trademark pitiful expression, her brows knit tight enough to crush a fly, lips curling down. A gun? What gun? When did your father ever leave any gun behind? You must be remembering wrong, Zifeng. Back then your father was so poor he didn't even have a decent pair of shoes. Where would he get a gun from? My father's hunting gun. Li Zifeng cut her off. A single-shot homemade hunting gun modified from a Mosin-Nagant barrel, with my father's name carved into the wooden stock, a brass band on the barrel, firing 7.62mm bullets. When I was little, my father taught me to clean that gun. I personally cleaned it no less than 100 times. Aunt, and you say I'm remembering wrong? The pitiful look on Zhang Cuihua's face stiffened for a moment, but quickly spread out again, this time turning into a look of heartbroken indignation as she slapped her thigh. Oh, you mean that broken gun? I remember now. After your father died, your mother was so sick she was hanging by a thread, and the family really couldn't make ends meet, so I had someone sell that gun. It sold for 10 yuan, and every cent went to buy medicine for your mother. I swear to heaven and earth I didn't pocket a single cent of yours. Sold it? Li Zifeng narrowed his eyes and took a step toward her. Sold it to whom? Which village were they from? What's their name? Sold it to old Sun from Sun Family Village, the junk collector. That's right, a distant relative from the same clan as old Sun Crooked, the cart driver from our village. He moved away 2 years ago, and I don't know where he moved to, Aunt. Li Zifeng let out a sigh, his tone carrying the weariness of patience worn away. Old Sun Crooked was still sitting at the same table as me tonight eating pork butchering stew. Want me to invite him over so you can confront each other face to face? It was as if someone had grabbed Zhang Cuihua by the throat. Her mouth opened and closed, but not a single word came out. As for my father's gun, I saw it stuffed under the cabinet in your room as recently as last autumn. If you insist on keeping it, Li Zifeng leaned slightly forward, lowering his voice very low, then we'll have to settle this account properly. All these years, the work points I earned. If I go to Ma Changwei and have him go through them one by one, wouldn't that be enough to buy one gun? The color drained from Zhang Cuihua's face in an instant. Li Dashan could no longer sit still on the Kong edge, and slapped the half-rubbed tobacco leaves in his hand onto the Kong table, shouting at Zhang Cuihua in a muffled voice. Just give him the gun. It's something his father left behind. What use is it to you holding on to it? Can you use it to shoot wild boars? That shout blew Zhang Cuihua up. She suddenly turned around, dragged a filthy burlap bundle out from under the cabinet, and hurled it to the floor. The bundle opened, revealing the hunting rifle. Then she plopped down on the ground, slapped her thighs, and wailed. Take it. Take it. Give it all to him. Everything in this house goes to him. I, Zhang Cuihua, married into your Li family for more than 20 years, raised the old and the young, and in the end, I raised an ingrate. What was I living for all my life? Li Zifeng ignored her wailing. He bent down and picked up the hunting rifle, wiping the dust off the barrel with his sleeve. The brass ring on the barrel was still there, faintly gleaming in the kerosene lamp light. Back then his father had spent an entire winter making this crude hunting rifle from a discarded Mosin-Nagant barrel, a piece of hardwood, and a file, personally taking part in every step of the process. The crookedly carved on the wooden stock was also chiseled in by his father, one cut at a time. He pulled back the bolt and looked into the chamber in the lamplight. Good. The gun wasn't rusty, and the rifling was still clear. The chamber is a hunter's life. If the chamber is ruined, the life is gone. Looks like although Zhang Cuihua hid the gun, she didn't damage it. She probably knew this thing could be sold for money. What about the bullets? Li Dashan clamped his pipe in his mouth, got up, walked over to the cabinet, rummaged around for a while, and found a tin box to hand over. That's all there is. Nobody touched them after your father passed away that year. Li Zifeng took the tin box and opened it. Inside were 10 bullets, 7.62mm, copper-cased, with a few dark oxidized spots on the tips, but the primers were all intact. He poured the bullets out into his palm. 10 heavy copper-cased rounds gleamed in the kerosene lamp light. 10 bullets doesn't sound like much, but the key is that when it should fire, it won't misfire. And what needs killing won't get away. 10 will do for now. He put the gun away, then grabbed half a bag of corn grits and a few dry rations from beside the stove and stuffed them into his shoulder bag. He filled the water bottle with cool boiled water and hung it at his waist. Then he took down the machete hanging on the wall, scraped the blade with his thumb, and a few specks of rust flew off. The machete had been hanging behind the stove for who knows how long. The edge was dull and had several nicks in it. Zifeng dug out a whetstone from the corner, poured on half a ladle of water, and squatted on the ground to sharpen the knife. Swish, swish, swish. The sharpening sound rang out at an unhurried pace in the quiet room. As the blade moved back and forth on the stone, scraping off a fine layer of slurry with every pass. After the time it takes to smoke half a pouch of tobacco, he tested the edge with his fingertip. The sharpness could scrape off fine hairs. The back of the machete was 2 fingers thick, and the blade was sharpened on both sides. Once honed, it was no worse than a proper hunting knife. He slipped the machete into the sheath at the back of his waist and slung the shoulder bag over himself, picked up the hunting rifle, and pushed open the door to step outside. Moonlight was bright in the yard. Standing in the middle of the courtyard, he took a deep breath. The night wind blew over from Old Black Mountain, carrying the cold scent of pine resin and frozen earth. He slung the rifle over his shoulder and strode toward the edge of the village. Passing Zhao Laosan's gate next door, Zhao Laosan was squatting at the entrance smoking. And when he saw him carrying a rifle and a knife, striding out of the village, the cigarette almost fell from his mouth. Zifeng, where are you going? Into the mountains. Zifeng didn't stop. He only turned back and grinned at him. To see what good stuff I can get. Zhao Laosan, with his dry tobacco pipe in his mouth, stood there agape, watching his back disappear into the darkness at the village entrance. It took him quite a while to come back to his senses. He muttered to himself, "Damn it. Things have only been quiet for a little while, and now someone's sneaking into the mountains again in the dark." He shook his head, knocked the ash from his tobacco pipe against the sole of his shoe, and went back inside. In the night, Old Black Mountain's outline looked like a crouching giant beast, looming darkly to the north of the village. The pine forest at the foot of the mountain moaned in the night wind, and every now and then came a cry or two, whether from bird or beast, no one could tell, stretched long and far by the wind. When Zifeng stepped onto the mountain's edge, the moon had just slipped behind the clouds, and the light in the woods dimmed all at once, leaving only the outlines of the wild grass and tree trunks. He stopped, raised his shotgun, and pulled back the bolt, chambered around, and snapped it shut with a click. He stood there with his eyes closed for a moment. When he opened them again, his gaze had changed. It wasn't fierce and it wasn't cold. He had buried every stray thought deep down, leaving only one thing: the hunt. The wind poured out of the woods, carrying the rank, gamey smell of wild beasts. Night on Old Black Mountain was a world apart from the village. In the village there were crowing chickens and barking dogs, heated Kong beds and smoking chimneys, and people getting up in the middle of the night to piss, their steps making the frozen earth creak. In the mountains there was none of that. Only the wind whining through the pine forest and the howls of unknown beasts in the distance, drawn long and far by the night wind. Zifeng stepped into the pine forest at the foot of the mountain. The air was cold, but he didn't feel uncomfortable at all. The body-strengthening pill was still taking effect. The heat welling up from deep within his marrow hadn't stopped, only changed from the daytime's surging torrent into a gentle current now. The forest was very dark. Moonlight was chopped into fragments by the pine branches and scattered across the ground, so visibility should have been low, but Zifeng could see every blade of grass and every tree around him with perfect clarity. The cracks in the trunk of the old birch tree 10 paces away, the clump of withered ferns beneath its roots, the trail of paw prints left by some unknown small animal on the ground. All of it stood out as clearly as in broad daylight. He could even see a tit perched on a branch with its neck tucked in, dozing, its gray-brown feathers puffed slightly in the night breeze. His 5 senses had been enhanced far too much. He tried closing his eyes and listening with only his ears. The wind, the rubbing of branches, the distant sound of a stream. Beyond these background noises, there were even subtler sounds. Beneath a pile of dead leaves 10 meters away, something was creeping with a faint rustling sound, the rhythm regular, like an insect crawling. Beneath the roots of a pine tree 50 meters away, there came a tiny, sharp gnawing sound, a field mouse grinding its teeth. Up in the branches overhead, the heartbeat of that little tit was like a tiny drum, fast and light. Thump, 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 thump. Before, he would never have been able to hear sounds like these. But now it was as if someone had put a loudspeaker right next to his ear, each layer distinct, none of them muddled together. He opened his eyes and lowered his gaze to the droppings on the ground. This stuff was everywhere on the snowy forest floor, black, brown, shriveled, fresh, mixed in among the dead leaves and frozen earth. He'd never understood any of this before. But now, with a single sniff, the scents of different animals sorted themselves automatically in his mind. That cluster of dark brown pellets was rabbit droppings, with a heavy earthy smell. That darker-colored pile was fox scat, carrying a musky stench. That larger heap in the distance, coarse and fibrous, was wild boar droppings, smelling faintly sour like chewed-up vegetation, probably left 2 or 3 days ago. His original body's father had once said when he was still alive that a good hunter doesn't look at tracks when he enters the mountains. He looks at droppings. Droppings will tell you what passed through here, when it left, and which direction it went. The skill his father had spent most of his life honing, he now had all of it just by relying on a single nose. Zifeng gripped the machete in his hand and moved steadily through the woods. After walking for an hour or two, he didn't run into a single large wild animal. He did, however, come across quite a few pheasants. These stupid birds slept on tree branches at night with their heads tucked under their wings. Thinking they were well hidden, but in Zifeng's eyes they might as well have been squatting on a plate. He didn't use the gun. The gunshot would be too loud and alarm the animals nearby. So he bent down and picked up a stone, aimed carefully, and flung it over. With a smack, the pheasant toppled from the branch without even having time to let out a cry. Before he had gone even half a li, there were already 5 pheasants in his space. He also picked up 8 pheasant eggs, which he found beneath a clump of withered hazel bushes. Who knew which careless hen pheasant had laid them there and never hatched them? After walking this long, Zifeng suddenly realized something. He wasn't hungry. Several hours had already passed from daytime until now, yet his stomach didn't feel a thing. There was a warm current of energy settled in his abdomen, like a live ember covered in ash, neither dying out nor flaring up, slowly sustaining his consumption. This body-strengthening pill really was a good thing. Just as he was wondering whether to go a little deeper in, a scent drifted into his nose. A sweet, fruity fragrance. In the cold night wind, that scent was especially distinct, as if someone had cooked a pot of fruit jam in this deep mountain forest. Wild fruit, and fully ripe wild fruit at that. The distance couldn't be too far. Zifeng followed the scent southwest. After crossing a low slope and passing through a dense stand of linden trees, the fragrance grew stronger and stronger. Just as he was about to push aside the clump of brush in front of him, a series of grunting sounds came over. He stopped short and pricked up his ears. The sound was coming from the other side of the brush. Grunt, grunt, smack, smack, mixed in with heavy huffing breaths and the occasional low rumble. He had heard this kind of sound earlier that day. Right before he hacked that boar to death, when it crashed into the soybean field, it had made the same racket. But this time the commotion was much louder than in the daytime. Not something a single boar could make. It sounded like a whole group. Zifeng slowly crouched down, put the machete back behind his waist, and took out that homemade hunting rifle from his space. He pulled back the bolt, then took out a 7.62mm brass-cased round and pushed it into the chamber. The click of the bolt closing was especially clear in the silent woods. Holding his breath, he gently parted the brush with his hand. Before him was a forest clearing. In the middle of it grew several crooked, wild pear trees. The fruit had long since ripened and fallen to the ground, and when the night wind stirred it, that cloying sweet fruit fragrance spread through the entire woods. The fallen leaves and humus beneath the trees had been rooted up into a mess, and a large herd of wild boars had their heads buried in the pile of rotten fruit, feasting heartily, smacking noisily as juice splattered everywhere. At the head of them was a huge boar. Its size was on a completely different scale from the one he had hacked to death during the day. At the very least 150 to 200 kilos, with the bristles along its back thick and stiff, gleaming under the moonlight with a black sheen like steel needles. 2 tusks curved upward from the corners of its mouth, their tips flashing with a pale yellow-white chill in the air. It stood right in the middle of the herd, shoving the other pigs away from the best pile of fruit before lowering its head and gulping down rotten wild pears, its throat rumbling with satisfaction. Beside it was a sow. It was no small beast either, around 300 gene. A row of swollen teats hung beneath its belly. It was clearly a sow still nursing its piglets. It wasn't as domineering as the boar, quietly gnawing on the fruit, occasionally lifting its head to scan the surroundings warily, its ears twitching alertly. Around them were 6 yellow-haired young wild boars, each weighing about 50 gene or so. Their coats hadn't fully changed yet, and they were covered in a soft, shaggy layer of yellow-brown baby fur. One by one, they were plump and round, jostling and rooting around in the rotten fruit pile, competing to eat. The snorting and grunting came from them. One especially bold one even tried to nudge the fruit by the boar's mouth, only to be knocked head over heels by a jab of the boar's snout. It screamed as it got up and hid behind the sow, a neatly packed wild boar family. The father and mother, along with 6 piglets, were having a late-night snack. Zifeng crouched behind the bushes, but of the gun pressed to his shoulder, sights trained on the big boar's head. A big one weighing 300 or 400 gene. If one shot didn't kill it, it would turn around and bite. If this one charged, a single jab of its snout could send a person flying. He took aim. Not the head. His father had said when he was alive that a wild boar's head was hard, and bullets could glance off it, especially on a boar, whose skull had that patch of bone that was thick and hard. At a distance, the 7.62 rounds from a rough hunting gun might not be able to punch straight through. If you're going to shoot, shoot behind the ear. The bone there is thin, and the bullet will go in and stir up the brain matter directly. The boar was still head down eating the fruit, with the area behind its ear just facing his direction. Zifeng squeezed the trigger. Bang! The gunshot exploded through the silent mountain forest, startling crows and night birds all over the hills. The big boar's head suddenly dropped forward, its limbs stiffened for a moment. Then with a thunderous crash it fell onto its side, crushing a large patch of bushes. It didn't even manage a single scream before it died. The copper-jacketed bullet went in behind the ear and mangled its brain. The 6 yellow-haired piglets were so terrified they were utterly panicked, screaming miserably as they scattered in all directions, darting wildly into the bushes. Their round bodies slammed into tree trunks with thuds, and their hooves scraped muddy grooves through the snow. The sow didn't run. It spun around and saw the boar lying on the ground. Letting out a low, pained growl from its throat, it staggered over to the boar's side and nudged the boar's face with its snout, nudging once, calling out once, then nudging again. Calling again, its voice growing lower and lower each time, until it finally became a whimper that tightened the heart. The 6 piglets ran for a while, then found that the sow hadn't followed, and hesitantly stopped. They poked their heads out from the bushes, snorting softly, looking at the boar lying on the ground, then at the sow guarding its side. And in the end, they still came slinking back, huddling together beside the sow. Zifeng stood up and walked out from behind the bushes. He opened the gun barrel. The hot shell casing popped out and fell onto the snow, hissing as it melted a hole. He didn't load a second round. Instead, he stowed the rough hunting gun into his storage space and drew a woodcutter's knife from behind his waist. The blade gleamed coldly in the moonlight, the freshly sharpened edge white with a bluish tint. The sow saw him. It let out a harsh roar from deep in its throat, a sound that was neither fear nor warning, but a declaration of war. Though its tusks were not as long as the boar's. A single bite could still crush a person's leg bones, and the force of its charge, with a body weighing 300 to 400 gene, could snap a tree as thick as a bull's rim. It lowered its head and scraped the ground with its hind hooves, then charged fiercely at Zifeng. The 6 yellow-haired piglets followed behind it, squealing as they rushed forward too. In their eyes, this 2-legged human was the murderer who had killed the male boar. An intruder, an enemy that had to be torn to pieces. Though they were still small, instinct had already told them, follow their mother, charge together, fight together. This was the boar's law of survival. In his eyes, the sow's charge looked like slow motion. He could see every angle at which its hooves hit the ground, every contraction of the muscles in its shoulders, every path its tusks cut through the air with perfect clarity. His eyes had nearly reached a state of minute perception. Darkness, speed, angle, every factor was being calculated automatically in his brain. 3 more steps. He dodged to the left, his body's angled just enough to let the sow graze past his pant leg. The wind it kicked up making his trouser leg snap loudly. At the same time as he evaded, the machete had already swung out, 1 slash to the left, 1 to the right, 6 swings within 2 seconds. Every strike landed on the necks of the piglets that had followed up behind. The blade did not cut very deep, just enough to sever the windpipe and blood vessels. Every strike was clean and precise. Only when he withdrew the blade did blood spray from the wounds, tracing 6 dark red arcs in the moonlight. The 6 piglets almost fell at the same time, all 4 hooves twitching, gurgling sounds coming from their throats. Blood flowed into the snow, melting 6 steaming red pits. The sow charged several more steps before stopping, then turned its head and saw that all 6 piglets had fallen to the ground, the blood already spreading into a wide stain, dyeing that patch of snow red-black. It froze, trembling all over where it stood, then suddenly threw back its head and let out a heart-rending roar. The cry shook the snow from the surrounding pines in soft cascades, and made Li Zifeng's eardrums buzz. It was a kind of soul-rending agony. It nudged one piglet's corpse with its snout and cried out once, then nudged the next one, and cried out again, each cry lower than the last, until it turned into a sob squeezed from deep in its throat. Its four hooves paced back and forth in the snow, as if it didn't know where to go, and as if it wanted to nudge all its children up and run away together. But its children would never get up again. The sow turned to face Li Zifeng. There was no life left in its eyes anymore, like two lumps of burnt-out charcoal that had lost all light and heat, only to be reignited by the flames of vengeance. It suddenly kicked off the ground with all four limbs and charged at Li Zifeng again, faster and fiercer than before. Dirt flew everywhere from under its hooves, and its tusks were aimed straight at his chest. Li Zifeng tightened his grip on the machete in his hand and charged straight at it. Man and boar crossed paths in the moonlit forest clearing. There was a flash of blade light, and then everything returned to silence. The sow staggered forward another 2 steps, its hooves giving way beneath it, and then it crashed to the ground. It lay on its side in the snow, its 4 legs still twitching slightly, a final low and lingering sigh escaping from its throat. Then it went still. The mountains and forests fell silent again. Even the crows in the pine woods had quieted down at some point, and moonlight once more leaked through the gaps in the clouds, shining on the wild boar carcasses strewn all over the ground, on the blood and rotten mountain pears, and on Li Zifeng standing in the middle of the clearing, covered in blood. He wiped the blood from the cleaver onto the boar's bristles, and tucked it back into the scabbard at his waist. He put all 8 wild boars into his storage space. In a space of 1,000 cubic meters, 8 wild boars took up about as much room as a few clods of dirt. And once inside, time stood still. Even the blood stopped flowing out. The air still carried a strong smell of blood, mixed with the sweet, cloying scent of rotten mountain pears. That smell would soon draw other beasts, wolves, lynxes, maybe even a black bear. He had to leave at once. Staying here one more minute meant one more minute of danger. Li Zifeng bent down and picked up a mountain pear that hadn't been ruined, rubbed it on his sleeve, and took a bite. Sour, astringent, but with a slightly sweet aftertaste. As he chewed on the pear, he slung the cleaver over his shoulder and strode out of the clearing. Take what you can and stop. Tonight's haul was already big enough. Being greedy would only lead to trouble. He didn't go back the way he came. Instead, he detoured west for a stretch and found a mountain stream that hadn't frozen over yet. Water trickled out from between the rocks, shimmering silver-white in the moonlight, with a thin wisp of white mist rising from the surface. He crouched by the stream, dragged out a yellow-haired wild boar weighing about 100 jin from his space, then pulled out his knife and prepared to clean it on the spot, remove the innards, drain the blood, both to lighten the load and to avoid drawing attention. If he ran into anyone on the way back, carrying a small wild boar on his shoulder and carrying a whole nest of wild boars were 2 completely different levels of trouble. He drove the tip of the knife down the boar's belly, and the hot innards gushed out with a splash, sending up a cloud of white mist in the icy stream water. His technique was a bit rusty, but what he lacked in finesse he made up for with strength. When something needed cutting, 1 slash was enough, no second stroke needed. He kept the stomach. Clean this up and stir-fry it or stew it with pickled cabbage, and it'd be delicious. As for the rest, the heart, liver, lungs, intestines, and the like, he casually hung them from the branches of an old elm by the stream. It wasn't wasteful. It was an old hunter's rule. The original owner had heard as a child that when you go into the mountains and bring down a big animal, hanging the offal you can't finish eating on a tree is a return gift to the mountain god, and also a way to leave food for the other creatures in the mountains. Once the mountain god accepts the gift, the next trip into the mountains won't be empty-handed. After cleaning all 8 wild boars, big and small, he put the meat back into his space, then scooped up stream water and scrubbed the blood off his face and neck. The ice-cold water made his skin taut, but his mind grew clearer. Most of the blood smell on him was washed off, and he tore out a spare ragged shirt from his satchel to change into, then balled up the old shirt stained with pig blood and stuffed it into his space. Only after tidying up did he shoulder a cleaned wild boar and head out of the mountains. He had walked less than 2 li when, just after crossing a low rise, Li Zifeng suddenly stopped in his tracks. A strange sound drifted into his ears on the night wind. It wasn't loud, but in this silent mountain forest it was especially clear, like the murmuring snorts made by 2 wild beasts tangled together. and a bit like a woman's stifled sobs. The rhythm rose and fell, with heavy panting mixed in and, now and then, a few indistinct words from a person. Li Zifeng frowned. What kind of beast is this? In such cold weather, with late October almost turning into winter, it still has the urge to do this at a time like this? He first gently set down the little wild boar weighing dozens of jin on his shoulder. Carrying this thing made it inconvenient to sneak closer quietly. Then he took the homemade hunting gun out of his space, pulled back the bolt to check it, and chambered around. He had used one shot on the big boar's balls, and the remaining 9 rounds were still lying safely in the iron box. Once everything was ready, he lowered his body and stepped on pine needles and soft earth, silently feeling his way toward the source of the sound. After crossing a small dirt slope covered in dead grass, he parted a dense thicket of hazel bushes in front of him and poked his head out to look down, and froze on the spot. This was no wild beast at all. In the sheltered hollow below the dirt slope lay an old hide, and on it were 2 people. The one lying flat on his back on the hide was Ma Changwei, Captain Ma of the production team. The mouth that had been barking orders in the soybean field during the day was now hanging wide open, panting heavily. And the woman swaying alluringly on top of him, Li Zifeng recognized at a glance. Her floral short jacket hung open, and under the moonlight a dazzling expanse of pale flesh made people's eyes blur. This woman had a pretty oval face, was in her early 30s, with a naturally flirtatious look in her brows and eyes, and skin that ranked among the fairest and cleanest in the village. Her 2 hands were braced against Ma Changwei's chest as her slender waist moved up and down. The hem of her floral short jacket kept lifting with her movements, and soft moans came from her throat. Zhang Xiua, the pretty widow of Willow Tree Village. Squatting behind the hazel bushes, Li Zifeng's Adam's apple rolled involuntarily. He had gotten intimate with Lu Xiaoya under the old willow tree, and that lustful fire in him had not completely died down to begin with. Now, looking at this live erotic scene before him, it felt as if someone had set his blood on fire, burning all the way from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. He hurriedly recited in his heart, "Form is emptiness, emptiness is form. Form is emptiness, emptiness is form." After repeating it 4 or 5 times, that lustful fire was barely suppressed. He steadied himself, and his mind began to turn. Zhang Xiua was quite a notable figure in Willow Tree Village. Even the original owner, that taciturn blockhead, had heard plenty of gossip about her. This woman had a hard fate too. At 16, she was tricked into losing her virginity by her own uncle. After that, they kept fooling around together, and once people from the same village found out, her reputation was completely ruined. To cover up the shame, her family hurriedly married her off to Willow Tree Village, to a 40-year-old lame old bachelor named Old Man Lu. Fortunately, Old Man Lu did not despise her, and though the family was not well off, they never lacked food and drink, and he treated her fairly well. After a little over a year together, they even had a daughter. But fate toyed with them. While Old Man Lu was up in the mountains gathering mushrooms, he ran into a wild boar. With his leg already lame, how could he possibly outrun it? The boar gored him head on, and by the time the villagers found him, he had long since stopped breathing. Just like that, Zhang Xiua became a widow in her early 20s, raising her 2-year-old daughter alone. Though her reputation was bad, with that pretty face of hers, there had been quite a few marriage proposals over the years. Old bachelors from neighboring villages, widowers from Willow Tree Village whose wives had died, and even a peddler from the city who wanted to take her away. But strangely, she did not agree to a single one, and simply lived with her daughter like that for more than 10 years. Now it seemed that the production team captain had been supporting her from behind the scenes. Li Zifeng had dealt with Ma Changwei before, during the day in the soybean field. One had played the good cop, and the other the bad cop, and in the end it was also he who made the final call on the pork feast. This man wasn't exactly bad, but he was definitely a slick old hand. He'd been the team leader in Lushu village for 7 or 8 years, and he'd gotten everyone above and below him thoroughly figured out. He had a wife and children too. His eldest son was already 20 and worked as a communications clerk at the commune. By all rights, someone like him shouldn't make this kind of mistake, but when it comes to this sort of thing with men, who can say for sure? If the people in the village found out about what was happening here, Ma Changwei would lose his team leader's cap on the spot, and Zhang Xiua wouldn't be able to stay in Lushu village either. To put it bluntly, these were 2 ticking time bombs, but in Li Zifeng's hands, they were a key that could open quite a few doors. Li Zifeng silently took half a step back, his mind racing with calculations. He didn't rush to show himself, nor did he cough to interrupt them. He simply crouched quietly behind the hazel tree and waited. If he rushed out now and came face to face with the 2 illicit lovers, it would be awkward aside, And if they panicked, who knew what foolish move they might make? Better to wait until they were finished and appear at the most suitable moment. Before long, the movement on the hide gradually subsided. Zhang Xiao lay on Ma Changwei's chest, panting, while Ma Changwei wrapped one arm around her waist and used the other to pull out a hand-rolled tobacco cigarette and stick it in his mouth, struck a match to light it, and took a deep drag. The two of them murmured some intimate words, but they were too far away for Li Zifeng to hear clearly. After another moment, the two of them started rustling as they got dressed. Li Zifeng knew the time had come. He deliberately stepped back a few paces, then made his footsteps heavier as he walked down the slope, the machete at his lower back clanking loudly, while he muttered to himself in a raised voice as he walked. "Where'd that little sow run off to? I just heard it making noise a moment ago." The voice was loud enough for the two people below to hear, but it didn't sound like he was deliberately shouting at the top of his lungs, just like someone who had just come back from hunting in the mountains and was muttering to himself. The sheltered hollow fell silent in an instant. After a burst of flustered, hurried rustling, Zhang Xiao's shrill voice came in a lowered whisper. "Who? Who's up there?" Her voice was full of panic, with a trace of hoarseness that hadn't quite faded. A sound of footsteps came from the slope above. Ma Changwei froze with the tobacco cigarette in his mouth. The flush drained from Zhang Xiao's face in an instant. She didn't even bother fastening the buttons of her open short jacket, and shoved Ma Changwei in the chest, her voice low and urgent. "Go. Quick. If someone finds us, we're finished." Who the hell runs into the mountains in the middle of the night? Ma Changwei fumbled frantically with his pants, his fingers shaking so badly that it took him several tries to tie his waistband. "Never mind who it is. You go. Quick, I'll handle this." Zhang Xiao pushed him toward the bushes at the other end of the sheltered hollow, panic written all over her face. "Circle back from the side. Don't take the main path." Ma Changwei stumbled into the bushes, too flustered even to pick up the tobacco cigarette he'd dropped on the ground, his pant legs scraping loudly against the branches as he felt his way down the slope with stumbling steps. Zhang Xiao watched him get more than 10 meters away before biting her lip and crouching down, giving the dry grass and broken leaves on the hide a couple of hasty swats, then taking a deep breath and turning around. The person on the slope seemed to have timed it perfectly, just as Ma Changwei disappeared into the bushes. He parted the hazel bushes and strolled out leisurely. In the moonlight, he had a homemade hunting gun slung over his shoulder, a machete tucked behind his waist, and in his other hand, he carried a freshly cleaned little wild boar, wearing a lazy smile that made him look utterly harmless. "Huh, isn't this sister-in-law Xiao?" Li Zifeng tilted his head, his tone as innocent as could be, yet his steps carried him unhurriedly right up to Zhang Xiao. "In weather this damn cold, in the middle of the night, instead of staying home cuddled up on the heated Kong and sleeping, why are you out here enjoying the cool air?" Zhang Xiao forced a smile and reached up to pull together the open collar of her short padded jacket. Her fingers were still trembling a little, but her voice had steadied. "Brother Zifeng? I was wondering who it was. It's just that sister-in-law couldn't sleep at home alone." "Alone?" Li Zifeng glanced behind her, the smile on his face unchanged. "Then I must have taken the wrong path just now. From far away, I heard a bunch of moaning and grunting, and I thought a little sow I'd just shot had run off and burrowed into this sheltered hollow out of the wind. Only when I got closer did I realize it was you, sister-in-law." The smile on Zhang Xiao's face stiffened for a moment. She understood, by little sow, the brat definitely wasn't talking about a wild pig. If this went on, she wouldn't be able to keep up this one-woman act any longer. She simply dropped the smile, shoved both hands into the pockets of her short jacket, and lifted her chin slightly. "Brother Zifeng, what are you out doing so late? What else could I be doing?" Li Zifeng slung the homemade hunting rifle onto his shoulder and shrugged, his tone lazy as ever. "A guy like me doesn't have anyone to keep me, so I can only rely on myself. Came out to hunt some wild game and try my luck. Who would have thought my luck would be pretty good?" He paused on purpose, his gaze slowly drifting down from Zhang Xiao's face. The buttons on that floral short jacket of hers hadn't all been fastened yet, and in the moonlight a stretch of snowy white collarbone and half a full, rounded curve showed through. Seen up close, the view was far more stunning than when he'd been sneaking glances from afar just now. Her skin as white as a freshly peeled scallion stalk, taking on a hazy sheen under the moonlight. Li Zifeng stared unabashedly for a good 2 hard looks before lifting his head to meet her eyes, and leisurely finished the second half of his sentence. "I caught 2 lovebirds." The mountain wind poured in from the pine forest, lifting the hem of Zhang Xiao's floral short jacket again and again. She neither moved nor dodged, acting completely unconcerned about the spring scenery on display. Curling her lips into a smile, she instead stepped half a pace closer. How much did you see? Sister-in-law wants to know? Li Zifeng withdrew his gaze, his tone still as unhurried as ever. Then all I can say is, everything. Zhang Xiao fell silent. After a moment of silence, she pulled her jacket collar together again, then raised her head and looked him in the eyes. The panic from before had already been replaced by calm. Brother Zifeng, you didn't come out right away just now, so you probably don't want to tear things open either. Say it. What do you want? The only thing sister-in-law has that's worth anything is this body. If you want it, you can do as you please with me. As for any other demands, she paused, her tone neither servile nor overbearing. Don't go too far. I'll go speak to him for you. Sister-in-laws had a hard life too. Show a little mercy, and I'll remember your kindness for the rest of my life. As she spoke, she took a step forward, naturally wrapping both hands around Li Zifeng's arm and giving it a gentle shake. The movement was smooth and effortless, without seeming deliberate, but the effect was very real. Li Zifeng only felt two soft, tender, warm masses press against his arm, the sensation so clear that even his spine went numb. A surge of heat shot from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head, his blood and qi roiling upward and pressing at his nose. His throat gurgled, and he almost made a fool of himself on the spot. Sis-in-law. He quickly begged for mercy, his voice going off-key. Sis-in-law, button up your coat. It's freezing out here, don't catch a chill. Whatever it is, let's talk it over properly. Zhang Xiao was so amused by his flustered look that she covered her mouth and laughed. But she didn't keep making things hard for him. She let go and took half a step back, lowering her head to fasten the buttons on her short jacket one by one. After buttoning it up, she looked up at him again, her eyes carrying a trace of amusement and curiosity. Go on then, how do you want me to help you? Li Zifeng gave 2 dry coughs, forcing down the illicit fire in his heart, and composed himself. Then laid out in full detail the hunter's license plan he had long worked out. It's nothing major. Your place is close to Captain Ma's. Later, sis-in-law, help me ask him whether he can get me a hunter's license. I'm already at the age for matchmaking, and there's no one at home to help support me. Just relying on work points is barely enough to feed myself, and rebuilding the house will cost quite a bit too. If I had a hunter's license, I could properly take the wild game I catch out to sell for money, and I could save up a wife fund sooner too. That was only half true. He really did want to get a hunter's license, but it wasn't because he couldn't get by on work points alone. Tonight he had caught enough prey to fill his entire space. Without a legal pretext, it wouldn't be easy to turn this batch into cash, and in the original owner's memories, there wasn't any workable method either. The moment Zhang Xiao heard the words matchmaking, her eyes lit up at once, as if she had heard some tremendously amusing news. Matchmaking? How old are you that you're already thinking about getting a wife? She looked him up and down, and her gaze took on a layer of meaningful teasing. Don't tell me you already did something to some girl? Nothing like that. Li Zifeng guiltily rubbed his nose, and the image of Lu Xiaoya under the old willow tree when he had undone her third button involuntarily flashed through his mind. His voice unconsciously dropped by half. I just want to make preparations in advance. Fine, sis-in-law will help you sound him out about it. Zhang Xiao nodded, then moved a step closer again, her voice turning soft and warm, as if she were breathing right by his ear. But brother Zifeng, the wild beasts on the mountain are fierce. If you're feeling pent up, don't make yourself suffer. If you get the urge, come find sis-in-law Xiao, and I'll help you. Li Zifeng's eyes widened, and a numb chill ran down his spine as he stumbled back 2 steps. This woman spoke way too boldly. So boldly that even the strengthening pill inside him couldn't keep his mind steady. He wanted to say something polite to smooth things over, but his brain felt like mush, and after his lips trembled for a long while, he still couldn't squeeze out a single word. Sis-in-law will teach you a few good tricks, guaranteed you'll enjoy them. Zhang Xiao tilted her head and looked at him, the curve at the corner of her mouth growing wider and wider, until she finally burst out laughing. That laughter echoed through the mountain forest, clear and bright, carrying a bit of the delight of getting her way and a bit of genuine exhilaration. Li Zifeng hoisted the little wild boar onto his shoulder, turned, and ran. Behind him, Zhang Xiao's laughter drifted after him for a long way. After walking half a li, the night wind cooled the heat on his face quite a bit, and only then did he slow his pace and glance back in that direction. Moonlight lay quietly over the pine forest, and the sheltered hollow was already hidden beyond the other side of the slope. He touched his chest. His heart was still pounding like a drum. He really had underestimated Zhang Xiao before. There was a reason she had managed to hold up her household in the village for over 10 years without being bullied to death. As for the hunter's license, judging by Ma Changgui's current attitude toward him, plus this connection, it should not be much of a problem. He adjusted the little wild boar securely on his shoulder again. If he couldn't do anything about Zhang Xiua, he could at least go dote on his not-yet-married fiancée. At daybreak, a thin layer of mist still hung over Baoquan village. When the clang-clang-clang of the production team's work bell rang out, Li Zifeng rolled over and sat up on the Kong, moved his shoulders a bit, and his whole body crackled and popped, looking even more energetic than last night. The effects of the body-strengthening pill were still continuing. He could feel it. His muscles were firmer, his bones denser, and his whole spirit was better too. From the outer room came the crackling sounds of Zhang Zuohua lighting the fire and making breakfast, but today she didn't dare raise her voice to call him up for work, and even her footsteps were lighter than usual. Li Zifeng ignored her, splashed his face with a basin of cold water, fished 2 corn buns out of the pot, and tucked them into his clothes, then pushed the door open and headed out. He had barely stepped out of the courtyard gate when he ran into Zhao Laosan on his way to work. "Yo, Zifeng." Zhao Laosan grinned as soon as he saw him. "How'd it go in the mountains? Get any game?" "Not bad, just a few pheasants and a small wild boar." Li Zifeng replied lightly and walked side by side with him toward the team headquarters. "A few pheasants? A small wild boar?" Zhao Laosan faltered mid-step. "And that's just not bad? Did you fucking go into the mountains like you were strolling into a vegetable garden? Last time I went in, I squatted there for 2 days and 1 night and didn't even touch a single rabbit hair." Li Zifeng just smiled and said nothing. There was no way he could tell him there were still 7 wild boars lying in his space. Saying it out loud would make Zhao Laosan's eyeballs pop right onto the ground. The commune members had already gathered in 2s and 3s at the field edge, waiting to be assigned work. Ma Changwei stood on the stone mill, holding the workpoint ledger in his hand, shouting out today's work assignments. He was clearly in worse spirits than yesterday. His eyelids were puffy, and his complexion was ashen. One look, and it was obvious he definitely hadn't slept well last night. Li Zifeng stood in the back row of the crowd, and the instant his gaze met Ma Changwei's speech noticeably faltered. Then he quickly looked away and continued reading his list. Today they were continuing to harvest the soybeans in the southern hollow. Lu Xiaoya stood in the line of female educated youths, wearing a light gray cloth shirt today, with the sleeves rolled up to her elbows, and she looked much better than yesterday. When she saw Li Zifeng walking over, her eyes lit up. The corners of her mouth unconsciously curved up, and then she quickly withdrew her gaze, staring at the tips of her shoes, the tips of her ears quietly turning red. Li Zifeng felt a warmth in his heart, and the corners of his mouth also lifted, but he didn't hurry over to talk to her. Instead, he walked straight to Ma Changwei. "Uncle Ma." Lowering his voice, he got straight to the point. "I need to tell you something. I'm seeing Lu Xiaoya from the educated youth point. Here's what I'm thinking today. When you assign the work, could you assign the 2 of us together? Her hands are delicate, and she can't do heavy work. I'll help her with it, and neither thing will be delayed." Ma Changwei froze for a moment. Then a meaningful smile appeared on his face. He patted Li Zifeng on the shoulder and said in a low voice, "Well, look at you, kid. You only met her yesterday, and you're already seeing her? It's all fate." Li Zifeng's expression didn't change. "Fine, I'll arrange this little matter for you." Ma Changwei made 2 marks in the workpoint ledger, looked up toward Lu Xiaoya, then lowered his head and leaned closer to Li Zifeng's ear, lowering his voice even more. "About that, the hunter's license Xiua mentioned, I know people at the commune. All it takes is a word, and the certificate will come through in a few days." Li Zifeng nodded. "Thanks, Uncle Ma. Just this once. There won't be a next time." "About what happened in the mountains last night." Li Zifeng's tone was calm, not a ripple on his face. "I didn't see anything, and I won't see anything in the future either. You handled the permit for me because you were looking after me, because you saw I have the skills to hunt, and can bring in revenue for the team, nothing else." Ma Changwei stared at him for several seconds, then let out a long, heavy breath. There was relief in that breath, and gratitude, and also a sense that this kid really knew how to conduct himself. He slapped Li Zifeng hard on the shoulder, his voice noticeably brighter. "Good, Zifeng, you're righteous. Work hard, and when there's anything good for the team later, we definitely won't shortchange you." When assigning the work, Ma Changwei really did arrange Li Zifeng and Lu Xiaoya together. The 2 of them were responsible for harvesting and gathering the soybean seedlings in that small patch at the northwest corner. The 2 of them made a perfect pair. Lu Xiaoya stood at the edge of the field holding a sickle. When she saw Li Zifeng striding toward her, the smile on her face was impossible to hide. She tucked the sickle behind her back, tilted her head, and looked at him, her eyes bright. "What did you just tell the team leader? You talked for so long." "Nothing much." Li Zifeng took the sickle from her hand and weighed it. Picked up his own too, 1 sickle in each hand. I told him my wife's hands are too delicate for heavy work, so have him arrange for the two of us to be together. I'll help you. Lu Xiaoya's face flushed red at once, and she lightly punched his arm. Hey, you're awful, talking nonsense everywhere. I wasn't talking nonsense. Li Zifeng turned back and grinned at her. Last night under the old willow tree. Who was it that asked me whether you wanted me to be your wife or not? My memory's excellent. I don't forget a single word. Lu Xiaoya blushed even more deeply, lowering her head and following behind him into the field. She pressed her lips together several times, but couldn't hold back. Smile lines spread from the corners of her mouth all the way to her ears. The soybean field in the northwest corner was more than an acre. The stalks were waist-high, and the pods hung plump on the stems, wet with the morning dew. Li Zifeng swung the sickle, and the soybean plants fell row by row, faster than yesterday. Lu Xiaoya followed behind, gathering the cut stalks into piles and tying them up. The two of them were becoming more and more in sync. Xiaoya, stack those stalks to the left. Don't pile them on the ridge. The cart won't be easy to load later. Is this okay? Yes. Does your hand still hurt? Not much anymore. I put on medicine when I got back last night, and it's much better today. That's good. The two of them chatted while working, their voices neither too loud nor too soft, just enough for each other to hear. Every so often, Li Zifeng looked back at her. When he saw her bending over to stack the stalks and a stray lock of hair falling from behind her ear to cover her eyes, he reached out and tucked it back behind her ear. When his finger touched her earlobe, the tip of her ear immediately turned red, but the corners of her mouth lifted high. Your hair came loose. Li Zifeng withdrew his hand, without changing expression, and kept swinging the sickle. Oh, Lu Xiaoya touched her earlobe, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Thanks. A while later, when Li Zifeng bent down to pick up the sickle, he secretly reached out from below and gently took her hand. Lu Xiaoya pulled back as if burned, but soon extended her hand again, leaving it in his palm for several seconds before withdrawing it. What are you doing? Someone's watching. Li Zifeng felt as happy as if he'd eaten honey. But what they didn't know was that the old women next door, who were breaking open pods in the field, had already noticed them. Lu Zifeng was the first to spot it. She was crouching on the ground breaking open pods. When she looked up and saw Li Zifeng helping Lu Xiaoya smooth her hair, the pod in her hand fell to the ground with a thud. Her eyes were bulging like cow balls. She quickly nudged Auntie Zhao beside her with her elbow and whispered, Hey, 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 look over there, Li Zifeng and that city girl. Hey, 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 look over there, Li Zifeng and that city girl. Auntie Zhao looked up and happened to catch the moment Li Zifeng was secretly holding Lu Xiaoya's hand, her mouth dropping open into an egg shape. No way, right? Isn't that girl an educated youth from the city? How could she possibly take a liking to a rural boy like ours? Just look at how red her face is. And look at how attentive Zifeng is. Doesn't that make it obvious they're together? Though Lu Zifeng kept her voice low, the fire of gossip on her face was already crackling away. The other older women nearby also stopped what they were doing, each one craning her neck to look toward the northwest corner, like a row of old magpies squatting on utility poles. TSK, they only met yesterday, and today they're already like this? Isn't that way too fast? What do you know? Yesterday Zifeng stood in front of a wild boar for her and saved her life. The girl was grateful, and after spending time together back and forth, of course they got close. With Zifeng's build and strength, let alone a city girl, if I were 20 years younger, I'd also. Oh, give it a rest. The old women whispered and chattered among themselves, but not a single one of them dared go up and ask directly. After all, the scene from last night at the team headquarters courtyard, where Li Zifeng snapped off a wild boar's tusk with one hand, was still vivid in everyone's mind. One stab from that thing could pierce a person clean through, but he just grabbed it with his bare hand and broke it off. Fierce as hell. But who was Lu Zifeng? She was the top seat in Liushitan's Women's Intelligence Bureau. What others didn't dare do, she dared. What others were too embarrassed to do, she had no problem doing. She tossed the half-snapped bean pod in her hand into the basket, patted the dirt off her knees, straightened up, and strode over toward Li Zifeng. Zifeng. She hadn't even reached them before she raised her voice and shouted, louder than a rooster crowing in the morning. What's going on between you and this city girl? Annie thinks there's definitely something off with you too. Li Zifeng was helping Lu Xiaoya stack stalks when he heard the shout and turned around, not a trace of panic on his face. He straightened up and looked at Lu Zifeng openly, then glanced at the other older women nearby who were craning their necks to watch, and smiled. Auntie Lu, your eyes are really sharp. He stuck the sickle into the ground and casually put an arm around Lu Xiaoya's waist. Lu Xiaoya's whole body stiffened for a moment, her face going straight from pink to deep red, but she didn't dodge. Instead, she quietly edged half an inch closer to him. Since Annie asked, I won't keep it under wraps anymore. I'm dating Xiaoya. Once the busy farming season is over and the team has some free time, I'll treat everyone to wedding drinks and bring her home in grand style. The moment those words came out, not only was Lu Zifeng stunned, the other older women nearby were stunned too. The soybean field in the entire northeast corner fell silent in an instant, with only the rustling of the wind through the beanstalks to be heard. A female educated youth marrying a local rural young man. This was a first in Liushiden. What kind of people were educated youth? Students from the city, cultured young women. Even if they were now responding to policy and going to the countryside to receive re-education, everyone knew full well in their hearts they would return to the city sooner or later. But if she married into this poor mountain hollow, then she really would never be able to go back. So even if the young men in the village secretly stole a few extra glances at the female educated youths, no one actually went up to propose marriage, because everyone felt it was impossible. And yet, Li Zifeng, who had been regarded by the whole village as a weakling for years, had actually made it happen. After a moment, Lu Zifeng was the first to come to her senses, slapping her thigh and laughing out loud. Good boy, you've got promise. No wonder you charged in recklessly when that wild boar came barreling out yesterday. You were protecting your wife. All right, your Aunt Lu is waiting to drink at your wedding feast. The other older women joined in the teasing too, shouting over one another. The strong laborers in the field all straightened up and looked over this way. Zhao Laosan planted his hoe on the ground, gave Li Zifeng a thumbs up, and shouted at the top of his lungs, Zifeng, you're really something. Wang Taizhu was still sparing with words, just 4 of them. This man's impressive. Even Ma Changwei, who was squatting at the edge of the field smoking, blew 2 streams of smoke out through his nose from afar and shook his head with a smile. Lu Xiaoya stood beside Li Zifeng, her face so red it looked ready to drip blood. She kept her head lowered, not daring to look at the crowd making a commotion around her. One hand quietly clutched the corner of Li Zifeng's shirt, gripping it tightly, as she stood silently by his side, with a shy, sweet smile hanging at the corner of her mouth. Her eyes were fixed on the tips of her shoes, but her chin was slightly raised, as if announcing to everyone, I belong to him. At noon, during the break, the commune members sat in 2s and 3s at the edge of the field, gnawing on their dry rations. Lu Xiaoya also pulled out her corn bun from inside her clothes. It was hard and dry, the crust already cracked open, and just looking at it made your throat feel tight. Just as she was about to put it in her mouth, Li Zifeng stopped her with one hand. Don't eat that. Come with me. Where to? Lu Xiaoya blinked. Home. I'll make you some meat. Lu Xiaoya's eyes widened. Meat? Before I left this morning, I stewed the wild boar ribs ahead of time. Good ribs, stewed with pickled cabbage. If we go back now, we can just heat it up and eat. Li Zifeng pulled her up from the ground. Lu Xiaoya let him lead her back toward the village. The 2 of them walked side by side along the village road, their fingers tightly interlocked. Lu Xiaoya's eyes suddenly stung a little. Since coming to Willow Tree Village more than 2 months ago, this was the first time she felt that someone was treating her like a person who deserved to be cared for properly, rather than a delicate city girl who needed to be remolded. When they got home, the yard was empty. Her uncle, aunt, and Li Yaozu were nowhere to be seen, probably off harvesting vegetables in the private plot. Li Zifeng pushed the door open and had Lu Xiaoya sit on the edge of the kong, while he squatted by the stove and lit the fire again. The flames in the fire pit leapt up with a whoosh. He took out the bowl of wild boar ribs he had stewed that morning from the cupboard and set it in the big iron pot to reheat over water, then propped 2 corn buns over the fire to toast slowly. Before long, the meat in the pot began bubbling away. The aroma of pickled cabbage and pork ribs squeezed out through the gap in the lid and filled the whole earthen room. That rich, oily, tangy, salty, pure meat fragrance stabbing like a knife into their 2 empty stomachs. Li Zifeng carried the reheated ribs to the kong table, then tore the toasted corn buns, crisp outside and soft inside, into halves and handed them to her. Lu Xiaoya looked at the glossy, glistening ribs, swallowed, and picked up her chopsticks to take a trembling piece of rib to her mouth. After chewing twice, she froze. Is it good? Li Zifeng sat across from her, also holding a piece of rib in his hand. Lu Xiaoya nodded vigorously, her cheeks puffed out from being stuffed full. Her eyes narrowed into slits as she said indistinctly, It's so delicious. I haven't had meat this good in such a long time. Then eat more. There's more on the stove, plenty to go around. The 2 young people sat face to face, wolfing down their food. Every so often, Li Zifeng would look up at her, and seeing her gnawing on the bones with her mouth greasy all over, he used his sleeve to wipe the corner of her mouth for her. Lu Xiaoya stopped chewing, set her bowl and chopsticks aside, and looked at him seriously as she said, "Brother Zifeng." She stood up, walked over to him, and before he could react, lowered her head and kissed him on the lips. Then the basin of wild boar ribs was temporarily forgotten. As they kept kissing, the two of them unconsciously slid from beside the Kong table to the edge of the Kong, and from the edge onto the Kong itself. Lu Xiaoya's lips moved away from Li Zifeng's, and as she panted heavily, she gave his chin several light pecks, then kissed her way along his jawline to his jaw, then slowly upward, the tip of her nose brushing his earlobe, while she kept mumbling, "Brother Zifeng." He had no way to answer. His mouth was far too occupied for speaking. His right hand slid down from her shoulder, along her spine, then all the way up from her navel. The skin there was astonishingly hot, and astonishingly soft too. That C+ size made Li Zifeng's blood race, and he suddenly turned over and gently laid her down on the Kong. Lu Xiaoya's braid came loose and spread over the Kong mat. Her lips slightly parted, her chest heaving violently. At some point, the first button of that light gray shirt had come undone. Then the second. When the third button, too, finally gave way and came apart, a fine layer of goosebumps suddenly rose on her fair skin. Whether from the slightly cool air or the tingling at the tip of her heart, no one could tell. He lowered his head and gently kissed the hollow of her neck. Her breathing suddenly tightened. One hand clenched the edge of the Kong bedding, while the other gripped his shoulder, all 10 fingers sinking deep into his muscles. Her chin slightly raised, the curve of her neck long and pale. He hovered over her, breathing in great gulps, his arms braced against the Kong, blue veins throbbing beneath his skin. He lowered his eyes and looked at her flushed cheeks and hazy eyes, looked at the 3 buttons that had come undone and the full curves faintly visible inside her open collar. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down as he said hoarsely, "Xiaoya, if you keep this up, I really?" Lu Xiaoya lay there looking at him, her eyes shimmering with both moisture and fire, her chest still not yet calm. "I'm not afraid." She pulled open the front of her shirt, free of its buttons restraint, lifted her crimson face, and said, "If you want to eat, I'll let you have a taste for a while." Suddenly, the sound of footsteps came from outside the window. It was old son next door, driving his cart back from the fields. The old yellow ox's hooves and the cart wheels rumbled dully over the dirt road, accompanied by old son's long-drawn shouts of "Whoa, whoa." The two of them froze at the same time. Then they laughed at the same time. It was as if a basin of cold water had been poured over their reason, bringing it back into their respective minds. But the heat in their bodies was still thumping in their chests. He pulled her up from the Kong and helped her straighten her open collar, fastening her buttons one by one with great care. "Wait a little longer. Just a few more days. Once I've taken care of everything that needs to be done, then..." She leaned forward and lightly pressed a kiss to his lips, then obediently nodded. By the time the bell rang for the end of work, the sun had already tilted onto the ridge of Old Black Mountain, dyeing the entire soybean field in South Wagolden. The commune members packed up in 2s and 3s and headed back to the village, sickles and hoes clinking on their shoulders, mingling with the dull rumble of ox cart wheels crushing over the dirt road and the shouts of half-grown boys chasing and roughhousing. "Xiaoya." Li Zifeng walked over, took off the shoulder bag hanging at his waist, and pulled out those 8 pheasant eggs from inside. The pheasant eggs were not big, and their greenish-brown shells were still covered with fine speckles, with him having cushioned them layer by layer with dry grass at the bottom of the bag, so not a single one was cracked. He placed the eggs one by one into Lu Xiaoya's hands. "This many pheasant eggs? Where did you get them?" Lu Xiaoya widened her eyes as she cradled the 8 pheasant eggs, hurriedly gathering them into the fold of her clothes, afraid of dropping even one. "Picked them up while heading into the mountains last night. Take them back and boil a few each day." Li Zifeng hung the bag back around his waist and added in a lowered voice, "You're too thin. You need some nourishment." Lu Xiaoya lowered her head to look at the pheasant eggs in her clothes, then raised her head to look at him, pressing her lips together several times. "You too. Stop going into the mountains all the time. It's too dangerous." After saying that, she rose onto her tiptoes and quickly brushed his cheek with her handkerchief, wiping away a streak of mud he hadn't even noticed, then turned and ran back to the group of female educated youth, clutching the eggs. Li Zifeng touched the spot on his cheek she had wiped and let out a laugh before turning toward the village. He didn't go straight home, but instead made a turn and headed for Sun Laowai's house at the east end of the village. There was still the fattest pheasant he had shot yesterday tucked in the shoulder bag, its feathers bright and glossy, heavy in his hand. He had originally wanted to save this pheasant for Lu Xiaoya, but on second thought, it would be hard for her to deal with it over there, so it would be better to take it to Sun Laowai's house and stew it together and conveniently trade it for some useful information. Sun Laowai lived by the old elm tree at the east end of the village, in a 3-room adobe house. The yard wasn't big, but it was kept neat and tidy. The firewood was stacked in orderly piles, and a half-grown black pig in the sty grunted and nudged at the pen gate when it heard someone enter the yard. Sun Laowai was squatting by the door, sharpening a sickle. Water had been dripped onto the whetstone, and the rasping sound of sharpening rang especially crisp in the evening yard. Uncle Laowai. Li Zifeng pushed open the gate, lifting the pheasant into the yard. I shot a pheasant last night and wanted to borrow your pot to stew it. Let's you and me have a couple of drinks. Sun Laowai raised his head, looked at the big, fat pheasant, then looked at Li Zifeng and grinned, revealing a front tooth chipped on one side. Oh my, bringing such a fine pheasant just to trade for a drink with me? Then I guess I'm the one taking advantage of you today, boy. I'll dress the pheasant. Sun Laowai put down the sickle, picked up the pheasant, and in no time at all plucked it clean and gutted it. He took out the heart, liver, and gizzard, washed them clean, and tossed them into the pot. Then chopped the bird into pieces, added the pickled cabbage his wife had made, a few potatoes, and some mushrooms, and threw everything together into the big iron pot to stew. Before long, the broth in the pot was bubbling away, and the savory aroma of chicken and mushrooms mixed with the tang of pickled cabbage, squeezing out through the gap in the lid and drifting all over the yard. Sun Laowai's wife brought out 2 small plates of pickles and several coarse porcelain bowls and set them on the stone slab in the yard, then carried out a jar of sweet potato liquor and placed it in front of Li Zifeng. You two drink. I'll go bring some pickled cabbage to your aunt. After saying that, she slung the basket over her shoulder and left. As she was about to leave the courtyard gate, she even turned back and reminded him, "Old fool, don't drink too much. You've still got to drive tomorrow." Sun Laowai waved a hand and poured each of them a bowl. The liquor was sweet potato baijiu, murky and yellowish, not very strong but with a fierce after effect. One gulp felt like a bundle of dry firewood was burning in your throat. The two of them first downed a bowl with the pickles. Sun Laowai's face immediately turned red, and he opened up. "Go on then, what are you asking Uncle Laowai about?" Sun Laowai stuffed a piece of chicken thigh into his mouth and chewed until it was dripping with juices. Li Zifeng didn't beat around the bush either. He took a sip of the wine in his bowl and asked directly, "Uncle, you've driven carts in the village for more than 30 years. You've been to a lot of places and know a lot of people. I want to ask, when the village used to get wild game, how did they usually sell it?" Sun Laowai's chewing slowed. He put down his chopsticks, picked up his tobacco pipe, and knocked it against the sole of his shoe, stuffed it with dried tobacco, and lit it, then took a deep drag before speaking. "Zifeng, you asked the right person about this." He exhaled a plume of smoke and squinted at the slowly darkening sky. "In our village, it's not allowed to buy and sell openly, you know? The commune has rules. Hunting was considered capitalist tale, and any game caught was supposed to belong to the collective. If you want to take the game out and exchange it for money, then you can't do it in a big, open way. I know that. What I mean is there any other way to do it privately?" "Yes." Sun Laowai knocked his pipe against the stone slab. 10 li east there's a village called Nangu, and 8 li north there's Yushu village. Both of those villages have black markets. Black market? Li Zifeng felt a jolt, put down his wine bowl, and leaned forward. Right, a black market. In the fields outside the village or at the foot of the mountains, people set up stalls to buy wild game. And some also sell grain, cloth, and medicine there. Anything you can think of. You can set up a stall there, or sell directly to the black market organizers. It's just that the price will be 2 or 3 tenths lower than normal trade. People are taking the risk. If the commune catches you, it's speculation and profiteering, and you'll be made to wear a placard and be denounced in a struggle session. Sun Laowai took a sip of wine and lowered his voice, turning his pipe in his hand twice. The black markets in those 2 villages are a bit different. The one in Nangu village is small, with lots of people and lots of petty trouble, so it's easy for jealous people to report you. The black market in Yushu village is different. It's close to the mountains, there are many hunters, and someone is backing the market. The organizer's surname is Gua, nicknamed Gua de Peo. He used to be in the army and has real firepower. I heard they even sell rifles and military ammunition over there. Li Zifeng's chopsticks paused. Rifles? Military ammunition? Yeah, it was 7 or 8 years ago. Once I was going to Yushu village to haul timber, and before dawn I passed the riverbank outside their village, and saw it with my own eyes. 2 or 3 gun sellers were standing behind the stalls, with both hunting guns and proper rifles. Boxes of bullets were stacked one by one in wooden crates, 7.62s. The kind used in the Type 53 carbine. Brass cases, brand new. As Sun Laowai said this, he took another drag on his pipe. Seeing the expression on Li Zifeng's face, he lowered his voice even more. What? Are your homemade shotgun shells running low? Not many left, just 9 rounds. Li Zifeng told the truth. He was already quickly calculating in his mind. That homemade shotgun of his had been modified with a Mosin-Nagant barrel, and it fired 7.62mm rounds. You can't buy this standard military ammunition through regular channels at all. Only the army and the militia are issued it. Even the ammunition for the 2 old guns in the Lushu village militia platoon is locked up in a cabinet. If even 1 round goes missing, you have to write a report. With 9 rounds, every shot means 1 less round. Once they're gone, that gun becomes nothing but a fire poker. If you really can buy 7.62 military rounds in Yeshiden, then even if the price is a bit high, it'd still be worth making the trip. And from the way Sun Laowai talked, that place has more than just bullets, it has rifles too. What does that mean? It means that behind that Guadapeo, there may be an arms supply line leaking out from the military or other channels. In the northeastern countryside in this era, that was harder currency than grain. Zifeng. Sun Laowai suddenly set down his pipe, looked at him, and his tone turned serious. I wanted to talk you out of going into the mountains last night. You've got ability, kid, and guts too. And you're tough enough. You've got the makings of a good hunter. But you have to remember, hunting in the mountains is one thing, and selling goods down below is another. A place like the black market has all kinds of shady characters. Anyone who can make a living there is no pushover. If you want to try your luck, fine, but you must be careful. Things like guns and ammunition are no small matter once you get involved with them. And if you get caught, it's a serious crime. I know. Uncle Laowai, tell me how to get to the black market in Yeshiten. On the old riverbed north of Yeshiten, there's a stand of willow trees. And when you go into the grove, if you see someone squatting under a tree smoking, that's the lookout. Tell him you're looking for Guadapeo to buy mountain goods, and he'll let you in. If you go alone. Don't bring anyone else, and don't let too many people know. Got it. Li Zifeng raised his bowl of liquor and clinked it against Sun Laowai's, then drained it in one gulp. The liquor rolled down his throat, burning hot. Yeshitin, Guadapeo, 7.62 military rounds. The two of them drank 2 more bowls of liquor and polished off nearly the entire pot of chicken stewed with pickled cabbage. The moon climbed to the top of the old elm tree, spreading a layer of light across the yard like scattered silver. Sun Laowai was already a bit drunk, slumped against the doorstep and dozing off, his pipe slipping from his hand and falling to the ground. Li Zifeng set the remaining small half-jar of sweet potato liquor by his side, got up, and headed north. Beyond the village to the north was a winding dirt road, with harvested cornfields and sorghum fields on both sides, their stalks rustling in the night wind. After walking less than 2 li, he noticed he wasn't the only one on the road. There were 2 figures ahead, one carrying shoulder poles, and one with a burlap sack on his back. Both kept their heads down and hurried along without saying a word. Farther on, he saw an old man driving a donkey, with 2 bulging sacks loaded on its back. The old man gripping a willow switch in his hand, but not striking the donkey, just trudging forward in silence. These people were probably all heading to the black market in Yeshiden. Li Zifeng followed behind them at a moderate distance, keeping about 100 meters away. After walking for nearly half an hour, a large stretch of dark willow grove appeared ahead, and beside it was an old riverbed that had mostly dried up, with pebbles and sandy soil turned pale under the moonlight. 2 men stood at the entrance to the grove, one with a full beard and one bald, both wearing thick cotton-padded jackets, with bulging waists. No need to guess what they had tucked inside. Seeing someone approach, the bearded man knocked the half-smoked pipe in his hand against the tree beside him and stepped forward. What are you here for? To do business. The old man carrying the shoulder poles in front answered, setting down his load and wiping away sweat. First time here? The bearded man looked him up and down, then glanced at the people behind him. Know the rules? Once you're inside, don't make trouble and don't shout. It all breaks up before sunrise. Whatever you sold or bought, once you leave this grove, you're not to say a single word about it. If the commune finds out, no one here will get away with it. The old man carrying the shoulder pole nodded and went in with his load. The few people behind him also passed inspection one after another. When it was Li Zifeng's turn, the bearded man gave him a couple of extra looks, probably because he was too young and didn't look like a seasoned black market veteran. I'm here to buy mountain goods from Guadapeo. Li Zifeng calmly repeated the passphrase Sun Laowai had taught him. The bearded man exchanged a look with the bald one and stepped aside. Go on in. Find an empty spot inside and set up wherever you like. Just don't take someone else's place. Carrying the oilcloth bundle on his shoulder, Li Zifeng walked into the willow grove, and the sight before him made him narrow his eyes slightly. This stretch of riverbank was much larger than he had imagined. In the middle of the willow grove was a large, open area trampled flat, with oilcloths and pieces of burlap spread here and there on the ground, displaying all kinds of goods: grain, poultry, medicinal herbs, animal pelts, coarse salt, kerosene, needles and thread, cloth. Some of the stall holders squatted on the ground smoking. Some sat on burlap sacks dozing, and some chatted quietly in twos and threes. Everyone in the entire black market kept their voices down. Even haggling was done by leaning in close and muttering by each other's ears. He found an empty spot near the edge, opened the oilcloth bundle and spread it on the ground, then arranged the chopped wild boar meat piece by piece on top. The meat was marbled with fat and lean, bright red in color, giving off a faint white mist in the chill of the early morning. After a moment's thought, he took that enormous male wild boar head out of the space as well and set it in front of the stall. The jagged bone at the severed neck still bore dried bloodstains, and the two tusks jutted upward. That display alone worked better than any signboard. No sooner had the stall been set up than a middle-aged man in a gray cotton-padded jacket squatted down in front of it. He picked up a piece of wild boar meat and turned it over, then leaned in to sniff it before looking up to ask, "How much?" On the black market, wild boar meat went for 80 to 90 cents a jean. He didn't want to waste much time in a place like this, so he quoted a low price straight away, 70 cents a jean. The middle-aged man's brows rose, probably not expecting such a fair price. He picked up another piece of meat and examined it carefully, confirming the quality of the wild boar, then slapped his thigh decisively. "Give me 10 jean." Once there was a first customer, there was a second. Wild boar meat was more popular than domestic pork on the black market, not just because it was cheaper, but also because it wasn't a common kind of game, and stewed with pickled cabbage in winter, it was absolutely superb. In less than an hour, more than 100 jean of wild boar meat had sold out completely, and even that wild boar head was carried off by an old man who ran a small eatery for 5 yuan. Squatting behind the stall, Li Zifeng gathered the scattered bills together and counted them. He had made more than 80 yuan in total. What did 80 yuan mean in the countryside in those days? A strong laborer in the production team, working a full year, would only take home a few dozen yuan plus a few hundred jean of grain rations. What he earned in this single morning was more than a strong laborer's entire annual cash income. He put the money into the space, then folded up the oilcloth and stuffed it into the saddlebag. There were still several wild boars in the space, but he had no intention of taking any more out. Sun Laowai was right last night. On the black market there were all sorts of people, and selling too much made it easy to attract unwanted attention. More than 80 yuan was enough. Too much was as bad as too little. After packing up his stall, Li Zifeng wasn't in a hurry to leave. Slinging the saddlebag over his shoulder, he began to stroll around the black market. The grain-selling section was the liveliest. Grain dealers from several villages had little mountains of corn kernels and sorghum rice piled in front of them, all in open burlap sacks, while people buying grain stood in line to have it weighed. Next to them was a poultry seller. Several barred Plymouth Rock chickens and gray geese were confined in bamboo cages, and an old man squatted nearby, with 2 hares tied by the feet laid out in front of him, kicking their legs and bouncing about. Farther ahead was a row of stalls selling medicinal herbs. In those days, digging herbs in the mountains was one of the few permitted side jobs, so selling medicinal herbs on the black market didn't need to be done too furtively. On one stall were several wild mountain ginseng plants tied with red string, with slender rhizomes and intact rootlets, spread out in a tangle on a piece of blue cloth. Beside them were a few dried gastrodia roots and several large bundles of wild astragalus, all wrapped in straw paper and pressed into neat square packages. Li Zifeng crouched down and picked up a wild mountain ginseng to examine it for a moment. He hadn't been an expert in his previous life, but he had seen plenty in pharmacies. The shape of this ginseng's rhizome, main root, and rootlets wasn't much different from the 50-year grade ginseng he had seen in pharmacies in his previous life. Keeping his expression neutral, he asked the stall owner, "How much is this ginseng?" The stall owner was an old man of about 60, wearing a dogskin hat, with wrinkles so deep they could pinch a grain of rice. He lifted his eyelids to glance at Li Zifeng and held up one finger. "This one, 15 yuan. 15 yuan. Li Zifeng was stunned. In his previous life, the 50-year wild mountain ginseng he had seen in pharmacies had price tags followed by at least 4 zeros. This stall owner was asking 15 yuan. So was it that the age was off, or was wild mountain ginseng simply worth this price in this era? He calmly set the ginseng down, picked up another one to look at, and asked casually, How many years old is your ginseng? These three are all over 30 years old, and the oldest one is at least 50. The stall owner gestured with 3 fingers. I dug them all up on the north slope of Laohe Mountain. Guaranteed genuine. I'll take all 3. Li Zifeng reached his hand into the sack, but in fact pulled out the half carcass of the yellow-furred young wild boar he had left in his space. I'll trade you this half carcass of yellow-furred young wild boar meat, and add another 5 yuan. Deal or not? The stall owner took the half carcass of wild boar meat, weighed it in his hand, then carefully checked the color of the meat. He grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth with half of one side missing. Sure, deal. With the 3 wild mountain ginsengs in hand, Li Zifeng tucked them into his clothes and stored them in his space, feeling a little more reassured. This stuff was cheap on the black market. A few decades later, it could casually be traded for an apartment. He was just about to keep browsing when he suddenly heard a sharp cry from up ahead. The sound wasn't loud, but it was extremely piercing, stabbing into his ears like a short knife in the noisy black market. That was the cry of a bird of prey, short, harsh, and carrying an innate ferocity. Li Zifeng looked in the direction of the sound. Not far ahead, under the roots of a willow tree, squatted a lean man in his 40s, wearing a shabby sheepskin coat, his face chapped and reddened by the wind, fiddling with a sack beside him with his head lowered. The sack was tied shut, but whatever was inside kept thrashing, making one part bulge and another cave in. That cry just now had come from this sack. 2 or 3 people had already gathered nearby. A well-dressed middle-aged man crouched beside the sack and asked something. The lean man shook his head, and the middle-aged man showed a disappointed expression before turning and leaving. Li Zifeng stepped forward, crouched down to look at the sack, then looked up and asked, "What V you got in this sack?" The lean man glanced up at him, said nothing more, and untied the mouth of the sack halfway. As soon as the sack opened, a furry grayish-brown head suddenly thrust out, its beak still showing a bright yellow soft sear, and the feathers on the top of its head had not yet fully grown in, matted and bristling. But its eyes, those round, black, bright eyes, with pupils like 2 drops of lacquer, already carried some of the majesty of the ruler of the skies as they darted around. A young golden eagle. Li Zifeng's heart skipped a beat. In his previous life, he had seen golden eagles countless times in documentaries, but those were all aerial shots on a screen from far away. The little thing in front of him was less than a foot away. White down that hadn't shed completely still hung from its feathers, and it was about half the size of an adult domestic chicken. Though it looked utterly miserable, its gaze and the sharp hooks of its beak and talons already showed it was no ordinary creature. A golden eagle chick. The skinny man retied the mouth of the burlap sack, leaving only a small gap for air. I got it out from a cliff face. There were 2 in that nest. I left one for the mother eagle and brought one back. This chick hasn't been weaned yet, so it needs to be fed chopped meat for 2 or 3 months. Take it home and raise it properly. Once it's used to you, it'll be better than a dog for hunting rabbits and roe deer in the mountains. Our golden eagles can spread their wings more than a zhang across when they grow up, and even catching a wild mountain goat is no problem. How much? 20. Li Zifeng's little abacus rattled in his head. 20 yuan wasn't cheap, but this was a golden eagle. In all the dozens of years he'd lived in his previous life, he had only ever seen such an animal on TV, and now it was sitting in a shabby burlap sack right in front of him. If he could raise this golden eagle and take it into the mountains, with eyes in the sky plus his enhanced senses, wouldn't the whole mountain range be his to roam as he pleased? He didn't say much more and counted out 20 yuan from his pocket to hand over. The skinny man took the money, counted it, retied the sack tightly, then made a loose knot at the mouth so it could breathe, and handed it to him. You're a straightforward man. Remember, for the first 2 months after you get back, don't let it catch cold. Feed it chopped meat every day until it refuses to eat. Once it's a bit bigger, then start training it. Eagle training has its tricks. Ask around for someone to teach you later. Li Zifeng took the sack and held it gently in his arms. Through the burlap, he could feel the little eagle's heartbeat, fast and urgent, like a small drum beating in his palm. He extended a finger through the gap at the mouth of the sack and gently touched the top of its head. The little eagle turned and pecked him, and though it didn't have much strength, there was already a hint of ferocity at the tip of its beak. He'd carried several wild boars without batting an eye, but holding this little eagle made his heartbeat suddenly quicken. Just thinking that he now held a life in his arms that would one day spread its wings across the heavens. Life was getting more and more enjoyable. The arms dealer wasn't in the main black market area. Li Zifeng walked around the willow grove twice and finally found them in an inconspicuous corner. 2 men in old army coats squatting under a crooked-necked tree. There was no stall in front of them, only two shabby burlap sacks, looking as if they were there to sell potatoes. But Li Zifeng noticed that everyone who approached them was swept from head to toe by one of the men with his eyes, as if weighing the person's worth. Li Zifeng walked over, squatted down, and got straight to the point. In a low voice, he asked, "Got any 7.62s?" One of the men glanced up at him and said nothing, reaching under the burlap sack to pull out an iron box, and opened it a crack. Inside were rows of copper case cartridges arranged neatly, with brand new primers and gleaming bullet tips, a completely different quality from the 9 old rounds in his own iron box that had darkened with oxidation. Cartridges for the Type 53 rifle carbine, full power rounds, not those later reduced charge intermediate power rounds. "How much per round?" Li Zifeng asked. "1 yuan. The man closed the lid of the iron box. His tone was flat, as if he were talking about today's price of cabbage. Li Zifeng sucked in a cold breath. 1 yuan per round. He had just sold an entire wild boar weighing over 100 jin for a little more than 80 yuan, which would only buy a little over 80 rounds. This price was even higher than pork at the supply and marketing cooperative. But the problem was, this stuff simply couldn't be bought through regular channels. The militia platoon's ammunition was all logged. If even one round went missing, a report had to be written. Being able to buy it on the black market was already incredibly lucky. "Give me 20 rounds. Li Zifeng counted out 20 yuan from his pocket and handed it over. His heart ached so much it cramped, but nothing showed on his face. The man took the money and counted it, then counted out 20 rounds from the iron box, wrapped them in an old newspaper, and handed them over. Li Zifeng took the paper package and weighed it in his hand. It felt satisfyingly heavy, and the copper casings clinked softly against each other, sounding better than any music. He tucked the bullets into an inner pocket and turned to leave. Including the 9 rounds at home, he now had a total of 29 7.62 rounds. Used sparingly, they would last him for a while. After leaving the black market, the people who had come there began to disperse one after another, each with their head down, going their separate ways. Once out of the willow grove, it was as if none of them knew each other. Li Zifeng cradled the sack with the little eagle in his arms and followed the dirt road back toward Liushitan village. After walking about a li and just crossing a low slope, a faint cry for help drifted into his ears on the morning breeze. "Help! Let go of me." It was a woman, sounding very young, her voice trembling with sobs, coming from the elm thicket by the fork in the road ahead. Li Zifeng halted, his ears pricking up. After the enhancement of his 5 senses, his hearing was several times sharper than that of an ordinary person. In the wind, besides the young woman's cries, he could also hear 2 men's suppressed laughter and the ripping sound of fabric being torn. He set the sack down in the grass by the roadside and quickly made his way toward the fork. East of the fork was a narrow footpath seldom traveled, with dense elm thickets and dead grass growing thick on both sides. A young woman had been cornered by 2 men in a depression by the roadside. Her back was pressed against an old elm tree, and she was clutching a piece of pork wrapped in oil paper to her chest, trembling all over like a leaf. The young woman was wearing a dingy old padded gray jacket and a blue scarf wrapped tightly around her head, leaving only her eyes exposed. But those eyes alone, big and round, with the outer corners slightly upturned and thick, long lashes, looked like 2 obsidian stones just fished up from the bottom of the water after being soaked with tears. Those eyes alone were enough to tell anyone that the face beneath the scarf couldn't be bad. Of the 2 men blocking her, one wore a black padded jacket and the other a yellow overcoat. The one in the black padded jacket was holding a dagger, patting it against his palm over and over, with a lecherous grin on his face. The one in the yellow overcoat stood off to the side, keeping watch with his arms folded, but his eyes kept darting toward the young woman too. "Big brothers, I really don't have any money left on me, just this piece of pork, and it's for making food for my grandma. Please, please let me go." The young woman's voice was shaking badly, but she still spoke quite clearly, hugging the pork to her chest like a shield. The man in the black padded jacket stepped forward and giggled. "Don't worry, little sister, we don't want your pork." The young woman froze for a moment, blinking those big watery eyes, and there was actually a trace of confusion in her tone. "Hitch, then what do you want?" "Haha." Black cotton jacket shoved the dagger into his waistband, rubbed his hands together, and ran his tongue around his lips. "What else could we want? Of course we want to sleep with you." The girl understood. She shook her head hard, making her scarf slip halfway down and exposing a small section of pale chin and half of her pink lips. "No, no. My grandma said that before turning 18, I can't sleep with a man." Black cotton jacket and yellow coat exchanged a glance, and both their eyes lit up at the same time. That was the gleam of hunters who had found interesting prey. Black Cotton Jacket stepped closer, tilted his head, and looked her up and down, even more intrigued. "Oh? Then how old are you this year?" The girl answered honestly, 17. Black Cotton Jacket stroked the sparse stubble on his chin, pulled a crumpled 10 yuan bill from his pocket, and waved it in front of the girl. "How about this, miss? I'll give you 10 yuan to make up that 1 year. You sleep with me, and this 10 yuan is yours. What do you say?" The girl lowered her head to look at the bill and actually thought it over seriously for quite a while. Her brows were slightly furrowed, her lips pressed together again, and tears still swirled in her eyes. But her mind was calculating how much grain this 10 yuan could buy, how many jin of fine grain it could buy for grandma, and whether it would be enough for a couple of good prescriptions. After thinking for a long time, she raised her head, wiped away her tears with her sleeve, and actually nodded. "Okay, then do it. But you have to give me the money first." Black Cotton Jacket was overjoyed and quickly stuffed the money into her hand, as if afraid she would change her mind. The girl carefully folded the bill and tucked it into the pocket close to her body. Then set the pork down by the tree roots, straightened up with her back against the elm tree, closed her eyes, and pressed her lips tightly together, as if waiting for a punishment she had no choice but to endure. Black Cotton Jacket impatiently reached out to pull open her padded jacket. One button after another came undone, revealing a faded floral cloth shirt underneath. Then he undid the shirt's buttons, revealing a rose-red doo-doo. What was wrapped beneath the doo-doo instantly changed Black Cotton Jacket's breathing. The size, the shape, the curves outlined by the thin cotton cloth made even his fingers start trembling. He reached out to untie the straps behind the doo-doo, but after several tries, he couldn't get it undone, whether because the straps were tied too tight or because his hands were shaking too badly. Who knew? Growing impatient, he grabbed the doo-doo strings and gave them a fierce yank. The doo-doo was made of old cotton cloth, and the strings couldn't withstand that much force. With a rip, they were torn right off. The girl winced in pain, tears streaming down instantly. Both hands instinctively flew to cover her chest, and her whole body shrank back a little. At last, her voice took on a sobbing tone. "Bastard. If we're sleeping together, then just sleep together. Why'd you tear my doo-doo? It's the last thing my mother made for me. Cut the damn crap." At this moment, Black Cotton Jacket had no room in his head for anything else. He grabbed both her hands away from her chest and pinned them down, then lowered his head, about to bury his face in those two snowy white, soft mounds. Just then, an elmwood club as thick as an arm swung in from the side, carrying a whooshing wind as it landed solidly on the back of Black Cotton Jacket's head. With a dull thud, Black Cotton Jacket didn't even let out a grunt. His eyes rolled back, and his whole body collapsed limply to the ground. Yellowcoat had been keeping watch. Hearing the commotion, he turned around, and his face changed color instantly. But he was, after all, an old hand, and he reacted extremely fast. He reached into his waistband, and in the blink of an eye pulled out a pistol, its body jet black, the muzzle aimed straight at Li Zifeng's chest. "Kid, what gang are you with?" The man in the yellow coat narrowed his eyes, the gun barrel steadily trained on Li Zifeng, his tone cold and sinister. "We make our living under Boss Guadapeo. If you know what's good for you, get the hell out of here and pretend you didn't see anything. If you don't know what's good for you, I'll blow you away with one shot and drag you into the mountains to feed the wolves. No one will ever know." Li Zifeng stood 3 steps away from him, still gripping that elmwood stick in his hand. He looked at the gun in the yellow coat's hand, and something flickered in his eyes. That was a good gun. He pretended to give in, slowly lowering the stick toward the ground, his voice taking on a cowardly tone. Don't. Big brother, I was just passing by. I didn't mean to meddle. Put the gun down first. We can talk this out." Seeing him cower, the man in the yellow coat curled his lips into a contemptuous sneer, the muzzle dipping slightly. In that instant, Li Zifeng moved. His body lunged forward in a flash, pouncing low to the ground like a cheetah, crossing the 3-step distance in a single stride. Before the man in the yellow coat could react, the wrist holding the gun was seized in a death grip by one hand. The strength in that hand was terrifying, and the moment the 5 fingers tightened, the man in the yellow coat clearly heard the cracking of his own wrist bones. The pain made him scream, and his fingers involuntarily let go of the grip. Li Zifeng's other hand smoothly caught the falling pistol. Then he slammed an elbow backward into the yellow coat's temple. The man's body swayed twice before collapsing limply to the ground, landing in a heap on top of his companion. The whole process took no more than a few seconds. He collected both men's weapons, a pistol tucked into his own waistband, and 2 spare magazines frisked off the man in the yellow coat. Then a dagger frisked off the man in the black cotton coat, along with the stack of loose bills in his pocket, about 30-some yuan, which he took as well. After finishing all this, he turned around. The girl was still leaning against the elm tree, both hands shielding her chest. One of the ties of her pink doo-doo had snapped and hung around her neck, exposing most of one dazzlingly white shoulder and collarbone. Her scarf had completely slipped off, revealing a face that made Li Zifeng pause for a moment. Peach Blossom Village was famous within dozens of miles for producing beauties. But even among Peach Blossom Village's women, this girl's looks were absolutely exceptional. An oval face, skin as white as a freshly peeled scallion stalk, and a straight, delicate nose. Rosy lips, a pointed chin, and most captivating of all, those eyes, big, round, and bright, with the outer corners naturally tilting upward as if lined with eyeliner. After crying, the whites of her eyes were faintly red, which only made her pupils look even darker and brighter. If those two bastards had ruined her, even heaven would have struck them with lightning. Why you beat them to death? The girl asked, trembling, her voice still thick with tears. They're not dead, just unconscious. Hurry and go. Li Zifeng bent down and pulled her up from the ground. In truth, with his strength, it would have been hard for those two to survive. He picked up her fallen cotton coat from the ground and draped it over her, then grabbed her hand and ran. The girl stumbled along as he dragged her for several steps, then suddenly wrenched her hand free and turned to run back under the elm tree. Bent down to pick up the piece of pork wrapped in oiled paper and clutched it tightly to her chest, then picked up the 10 yuan bill that had been stepped on and tucked it away before running back again. As she ran, she kept looking back at the two unconscious men on the ground and said through sobs, "Are they okay? You still have the mind to worry about them?" Li Zifeng grabbed her hand and started running again, saying irritably as they ran, "If I hadn't happened to pass by just now, there wouldn't have been anything left of you but bones today. Thank you, what's your name?" The girl was panting hard from being pulled along, but her eyes kept darting to his face. "Li Zifeng, from Lushu Village. My name's Jiang Area, from Taohua Village." The girl's voice gradually steadied. Though she was still sniffling, she could already speak in complete sentences. "Why, you're a good person. My grandma always said that anyone who saves people is a good person." Jiang Area suddenly turned around, holding the piece of pork wrapped in oil paper with both hands, lowering her head and tracing circles on the ground with the tip of her shoe. Her voice even softer than before. Brother Zifeng, could you give me that 10 yuan? She raised her head. In those big round eyes of hers was a trace of embarrassment, but even more genuine hope. "My grandma is sick, and I want to buy her some fine grain and eggs to help her recover. That 10 yuan was what you got back from that bad man. But I already promised him." Li Zifeng froze for a moment, then smiled. This girl, she had almost been violated just now, and at a time like this she was still thinking about that 10 yuan. "Keep it." Jiang Area took the money, carefully folded it, and tucked it into her pocket. And a huge smile bloomed on her face, her two little canine teeth gleaming. "Thank you, Brother Zifeng. You're such a good person. You'll definitely be rewarded for it. All right, let's go. I'll take you home." Li Zifeng waved his hand and headed toward Taohua Village. He had barely gone a few steps when a sudden cry of pain came from behind him. "Ow." Li Zifeng turned around and saw Jiang Area crouching on the ground, one hand covering her ankle, the other still clutching the pork tightly. Her face was all scrunched up, and she kept sucking in cold breaths from the pain. "What's wrong?" He quickly walked back. My foot seems to be sprained." Jiang Area pointed at her left ankle, tears welling in her eyes again. "I stepped on a rock while running just now. I didn't feel any pain then, but now it really hurts whenever I walk." Li Zifeng crouched down to look at her ankle. Through her padded pants, he couldn't tell whether it was swollen or not. But judging by how she was grimacing in pain, she didn't look like she was faking it. He sighed, shifted his shoulder bag to the front of his chest, and crouched down with his back to her. Get on, I'll carry you. Your Taohua village is 5 li away. You will make it back like this." Jiang Area hesitated for a moment, hugged the pork to her chest, and slowly climbed onto his back. Her body was very light, and Li Zifeng hardly needed any effort to lift her onto his back. But the full curves on her chest pressed firmly against his back, and even through both of their padded jackets, he could still feel that soft, springy touch. This girl was only 17 years old, yet her figure was already exceptionally well developed. The scene under the elm tree from earlier surfaced uncontrollably in his mind again. The size hidden beneath that pink-red doo-doo. Bluntly speaking, it was enough to rival even sister-in-law Wang's. Li Zifeng's Adam's apple bobbed as he forced himself to focus on the dirt road ahead. Jiang Area gently rested her chin on his shoulder, her warm breath falling on the hollow of his neck. "Brother Zifeng." She suddenly spoke, her voice light and soft, like she had a piece of candy in her mouth. I've heard the aunties in the village say that if someone saves your life, you should devote yourself to them in return. You saved me today, so when we get home, I'll sleep with you. Li Zifeng stumbled, nearly pitching headfirst into the roadside drainage ditch. What did you say? He turned his head to glare at her, his expression a mix of shock, anger, and amusement. Zhang Area shrank her neck a little under his glare, but her mouth didn't back down at all. I said I'll sleep with you. You saved me, and I don't have anything else to repay you with. So this is the only thing I can offer. Stop. Li Zifeng quickly cut her off, taking a deep breath to steady his steps, his voice taking on a few shades of severity. Zhang Area, do you know how dangerous this way of thinking is? A young unmarried girl can't just casually sleep with a man. This isn't something to joke about. It could make you suffer a lot. Do you understand? Zhang Area blinked, and the expression on her face was one of genuine confusion. It would make me suffer a lot. No, it wouldn't. A while ago I saw sister-in-law Jinlian sleeping with a man, and she looked really comfortable, not uncomfortable at all. She sounded really nice too, like a cat meowing. Li Zifeng nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Sister-in-law Jinlian? Sounded like a cat meowing? What kind of environment had this girl grown up in? That sister-in-law Jinlian of yours, was the man she was with her husband or not? He asked patiently. No, it was Carpenter Wong next door. Zhang Area answered as if it were the most natural thing in the world, in the same tone as if she were saying the weather was nice today. My sister-in-law Jillian's husband went to the commune to repair irrigation canals and hasn't come back for months. Sister-in-law Jillian said she was idle at home anyway, so she asked Carpenter Wong to come help her fix the bedboards. Li Zifeng opened his mouth, at a loss for words for a moment. What kind of place was Peach Blossom Village exactly? This atmosphere was way too open, wasn't it? He suddenly remembered something. Back in Lushu Tun, he'd once heard Sun Laowai and the others mention Peach Blossom Village while shooting the breeze. Area, let me ask you something. He turned his head slightly, a bit of curiosity in his tone. I heard your Peach Blossom Village has a peach blossom well, and that the reason your village produces beauties is because you drink water from that well? Is that true or not? Zhang Area tilted her head, thought for a moment, then shook her head and said, I don't know whether it's because of that well or not. But the water from Peach Blossom well really does taste better than water anywhere else. It's sweet, and when you draw it in winter, it even gives off steam. Everyone in our village loves drinking water from that well. She paused, then suddenly brought her face close to his ear, her voice carrying a bit of eager excitement. Brother Zifeng, when we get into the village, I'll take you to see that well. If you drink water from Peach Blossom well, maybe you'll become even better looking too. Sure. Li Zifeng laughed softly, genuinely feeling a bit curious about this Peach Blossom well. When we get to your village, I definitely have to try it. Okay, it's a deal. Zhang Area nodded vigorously, her chin bumping against his shoulder again and again, while she kept chattering. I can also take you to see the peach groves in our village. They're really beautiful when they bloom in spring. And my grandma will definitely like you too. So I think sleeping with a man isn't really such a big deal. Zhang Area took his silence as tacit consent, and the more she talked, the more enthusiastic she became. My grandma did say that before 18 I can't sleep with a man, but I think my grandma is just afraid I'll be taken advantage of. Brother Zifeng, you're a good person. You wouldn't let me be taken advantage of, right? That's not a matter of whether someone's a good person or not. Li Zifeng felt a pain in his brain, but he still tried to straighten this girl's worldview. His tone shifted from stern to earnest and persuasive. Area, listen. For a girl, something like this can't be done casually in this lifetime. If you get around with too many men, people will gossip behind your back and look down on you. It'll be hard to find a good family to marry into in the future. Your grandma is doing this for your own good. She's afraid you won't have a good life later. Do you understand? Zhang Area lay on his back and stayed quiet for a long while, as if seriously digesting what he had said. She tilted her head, frowned, and pressed her lips together several times. At last, she nodded thoughtfully and said, Zifeng ji, you're right. My grandma says the same thing. She says a girl should respect herself and can't let people look down on her. That's right. Li Zifeng let out a sigh of relief, thinking this kid still had a chance. Then, Zifeng ji. Zhang Area wrapped her arms around his neck even tighter, resting her cheek on his shoulder. Her voice was soft and sweet. I'll only sleep with you, okay? Just with you. I won't sleep with anyone else. Then people won't be able to gossip about me, right? Li Zifeng nearly stumbled into the ditch again. Why are you always thinking about sleeping? He almost shouted. Didn't your grandma tell you that you can't sleep with a man before you're 18? You're 17 this year, not yet 18. There's no room for discussion. Jiang Area retorted righteously. No, Zifeng Ji. Didn't you just agree to give me 10 yuan? Then I'm no longer 17 now. Li Zifeng stopped in his tracks. What do you mean? 10 yuan has already made up for that 1 year. Jiang Area counted it out on her fingers for him. Her tone couldn't have been more serious. Then I'm 18 now, so I can sleep with a man. Li Zifeng stared with his mouth open, unable to say a word for a long time. What kind of weird logic was that? The key was, her logic was actually self-consistent. For a moment, he couldn't even find a loophole. But there was one thing he had to admit. This girl's figure really didn't look 17. After that pale red binder was pulled off, there was that blindingly fair skin and those astonishing curves. If they kept talking about this, he was afraid he'd lose control too. He quickly changed the subject. Area, I want to ask you something. Do you know Wang Naixiang from our village? I think you look a bit like her. Wang Naixiang. Jiang Area's attention was successfully diverted. She lifted her head from his shoulder, delight in her voice. I know her. She's my cousin, my aunt's daughter. I heard she's been married for several years. I haven't seen her in a long time. How is she now? She's doing all right, Li Zifeng said. She's well liked in the village and works neatly and efficiently. Next time you come to Lushu village, I'll take you to find her. Really? That's great. Jiang Area happily swung her legs on his back, forgetting even the pain in her ankle. My cousin was so kind to me when I was little. We'll sneak over next time and surprise her. After saying that, she pressed her face against his shoulder again, her voice turning soft and a little coquettish. Zifeng Ji, you're so good to me. You saved me, gave me money, carried me home, and you're even going to take me to find my cousin. You're the best person to me in this world, aside from my grandma. Cut it out. Li Zifeng said dismissively, though his steps became steadier. Sit properly. Don't keep swaying around. Jiang Area's chin bumped against his shoulder again and again. Zifeng Ji, you really don't want me to keep you company when you sleep? Li Zifeng took a deep breath and steadied his pounding nerves. Li Zifeng carried Jiang Area for 5 li before finally seeing the outline of Peach Blossom Village. Li Zifeng took a deep breath and steadied his pounding heart. Carrying Jiang Area on his back, Li Zifeng walked 5 li and finally caught sight of the outline of Peach Blossom Village. This village truly lives up to the name Peach Blossom. On both sides of a creek by the village entrance, frozen solid, stood peach trees. Their bare branches were dusted with a thin layer of frost, and one could easily imagine what a sight this place would be when the peach blossoms were in full bloom in spring. Jiang Area lay on his back, and the moment they entered the village, she perked up. Pointing with one hand at a particularly thick old peach tree not far away, she excitedly swung her legs on his back. Brother Zifeng, look, that's the peach blossom well in our village. Li Zifeng followed the direction she was pointing. Sure enough, beneath the old peach tree was a well, its rim built from bluestone slabs, worn smooth and slick by the years. A wooden well winch was set above the opening, wrapped with a thick hemp rope, and at the end of the rope hung a tin bucket. Go on and have a taste. I'm telling you, the water from our village well is really delicious, sweeter than the water anywhere else. Jiang Area's tone was full of pride, like a child eager to show off her family's treasure. Li Zifeng had only asked casually at first, but now that he was really standing by the well, that bit of curiosity in him had been stirred up. He scooped up a handful of water from the tin bucket with both hands. The well water was crisp and clear. When he brought it close to smell, there was no off odor at all, only the faintest trace of a fresh sweetness. The moment the water touched his throat, Li Zifeng's expression changed. Sweet. Just as Jiang Area had said, the water was soft and delicately sweet in the mouth, without the slightest earthy taste. It was better than any mountain spring water he had ever drunk in this life or his last. But what truly made his heart jolt was not the taste, but the subtle yet unmistakable sensation after the water entered his stomach. His mind felt as if a breeze had swept through it, and his whole spirit was suddenly invigorated. Even the medicinal power of the strengthening pill inside him began circulating faster. What had originally been a slow, gentle trickle seemed to be stirred by something, turning into a more active whirlpool. He set down the bowl and stared at the well water in silence for several seconds. This water was no ordinary thing. Its refreshing, mind-clearing effect was immediate, and it could even speed up the absorption of the pill inside him. Those 2 points alone made the value of this peach blossom well incalculable. If this were in the commercial society of his previous life, the gimmick of natural refreshing mineral water alone could sell for an astronomical price. What concerned him even more was what Jiang Area had said earlier, that Peach Blossom Village produced beauties, possibly because of this well water. Now it seemed that this legend might not be baseless after all. An ancient well that could refresh the mind, and perhaps even contain some kind of special trace elements. Local water nourishes local people. And if people drank this water year-round, it made perfect sense for them to have fair, delicate skin and striking looks. Brother Zifeng? What's wrong? Doesn't the water taste good? Jiang Area tilted her head at him, looking a little nervous. It's good. Even better than you said. Li Zifeng put down the bowl and walked back to the edge of the well. Let me take another look at this well. He reached his hand into the water, pretending he was about to scoop up another handful to drink. But in fact, his consciousness had already sunk into the storage space in his palm. The power of the space spread soundlessly, and the well water began to pour continuously into the interior of the space along the edge of his palm. His space had a capacity of 1,000 cubic meters, and he stopped only after filling a tenth of it. The water level in the well dropped by about half a meter, leaving a ring of damp marks on the well wall, but in the dim bottom of the well, it was hard to tell. It wouldn't attract the villagers' attention. He straightened up and flicked the droplets from his hand, his face returning to that casual expression. All right, this water really is excellent. When spring comes, I'll visit your village to see the peach blossoms, and then I'll come drink it again. Jiang Area nodded happily, completely unaware that the man in front of her had, in less than half the time it took to drink a cup of tea, taken away 100 cubic meters of water from their village well. Aria's home was a rammed earth house at the eastern end of the village near the foot of the mountain. The courtyard wall was built from rubble and yellow earth, and a crooked jujube tree grew by the gate. Before they even pushed open the courtyard gate, a strong herbal smell drifted out from the house. Suddenly, a burst of heavy breathing and the sound of claws scraping the ground came from the yard, followed immediately by a deep, powerful bark. Ah, Da Huang is awake. Jiang Area slapped her forehead. Brother Zifeng, don't be scared. Da Huang is our guard dog, and he's very well behaved. Limping, she pushed open the courtyard gate and called into the yard. Da Huang, come here. A big yellow dog half the height of a person shot over like an arrow. The dog had a coat of dark golden short fur, a sturdy frame, long and powerful limbs, a tail held high, and alert upright ears. At a glance, it was clearly no ordinary village mutt. It skidded to a stop in front of Jiang Area, circled around her twice, snuffling noisily over her body, with soft whimpers of affection rumbling in its throat, its tail wagging like a windmill. When it noticed that the way its owner was walking seemed wrong, it lowered its head and gently nudged Jiang Area's sprained ankle with its nose, letting out a low whine from its throat. It's okay, I just twisted it a little. It'll be fine in a couple of days. Jiang Area crouched down and rubbed Da Huang's head. Da Huang licked her hand, then turned to face Li Zifeng, its dark brown eyes fixed tightly on this unfamiliar man, and the tail that had been wagging wildly suddenly stopped. Its ears flattened by half an inch, and a muffled growl came from deep in its throat. A low-frequency vibration squeezed out from its chest. It took a step forward, placing its body between Jiang Area and Li Zifeng. Da Huang, no being fierce. Jiang Area quickly grabbed Da Huang's collar and pointed at Li Zifeng with her other hand. This is Brother Zifeng. He's my lifesaver, one of us. Do you hear me? Da Huang tilted its head and looked at Jiang Area's serious expression, then turned back to size up Li Zifeng again. Its ears slowly stood back up, and its flattened tail gave a tentative half-wag. Li Zifeng was secretly amazed by how smart the dog was. He happened to still have quite a few meaty bones left over from butchering the wild boar in his space. He reached a hand into his saddlebag as if feeling around, but in fact took out a meaty bone from his space and held it out in front of Da Huang. Da Huang lowered its head and sniffed the bone, then looked up at Jiang Area. Jiang Area smiled and nodded, and only then did Da Huang stick out its tongue and take the bone away. It raised its head and looked at Li Zifeng again, and more than half the wariness in its eyes had already faded. It even took the initiative to stretch its head toward Li Zifeng's hand, its wet nose brushing against his fingers. Li Zifeng reached out and gently patted Da Huang's head. The short fur felt coarse, stiff, and warm, and beneath it the muscles were solid and strong. This really was a fine dog. He pushed open the door and went inside. The room was very simple, but it had been kept spotless. On the Kong lay an elderly woman with a full head of white hair under a patched quilt. She was sleeping deeply, breathing heavily. Her complexion waxy yellow at a glance, clearly someone who had been bedridden for a long time. Jiang Area quietly set the pork on the stove, walked to the side of the Kong, and tucked the quilt around her grandmother. Then turned back and said in a low voice, "My grandma isn't in good health. She's been like this for a while now, sleeping very deeply, and her hearing isn't very good either. Sometimes I call her several times, and she still doesn't wake up." Li Zifeng nodded and lowered his voice. Then don't wake her. Let her rest well. Does your foot still hurt? Not much anymore. I rested on your back for so long just now, and it's much better. As Jiang Arias spoke, she walked a couple of steps around the room to show him. She was still limping a little, but she was indeed much better than before. Then she tugged on his sleeve, her eyes sparkling, and said in a hushed voice, "Brother Zifeng, come to my room with me. I have something to give you." Before Li Zifeng could react, she had already pulled him into the small room on the west side. This was obviously her own room. The Kong was covered with a floral mattress. Several small clay animals and dried wildflowers were set on the Kong cabinet, and there was even a yellowed New Year print pasted on the wall, depicting a pair of chubby babies holding carp. The whole room was neat and spotless, and the air carried a faint scent of soapberry and the sweet, fresh fragrance unique to a young girl's bedroom. Jiang Aria pressed him down onto the edge of the Kong to sit, then turned and crouched in front of the Kong cabinet. She pulled open the deepest bottom drawer and, with great effort, hauled out a jar from inside. The jar was not big, and its mouth was tightly sealed with red cloth and wax. Holding the jar, she stood up and set it on the table. The moment she pulled off the red cloth covering the seal, a clear, mellow aroma of liquor immediately spread through the room. The aroma was very distinctive, carrying a sweet fruity fragrance and the mellow richness of lightly fermented grain. "I brewed this liquor myself," Jiang Arias said, holding the jar, with a look on her face that was part pride and part nervousness. "When my dad was still alive, he said my winemaking was even better than his. I've kept this jar for a long time. Brother Zifeng, have a taste." As she spoke, without waiting for Li Zifeng to refuse, she picked up the enamel mug she usually used for drinking water from the table and poured almost half a mug from the jar with a glug-glug sound. As the liquor poured out, it splashed up fine bubbles, and that sweet fragrance grew even stronger. Li Zifeng had wanted to decline, but the liquor smelled just too good. He hesitated for a moment, then took the enamel mug and sipped it. The liquor was soft and smooth on the tongue, not strong at all. Instead, it carried a faint peach blossom scent and the sweetness of honey. Only after it went down his throat did a slight warmth begin to spread, warming him from his throat all the way to his stomach, and from his stomach to every limb and bone. He couldn't help taking another big gulp, and when he set the mug down, he was actually a little reluctant to part with it. Well. Jiang Aria braced both hands on the edge of the Kong and leaned forward, her sparkling eyes fixed unblinking on his face, as if waiting for some tremendously important verdict. "Good liquor." Li Zifeng sincerely gave her a thumbs up. "Really good liquor. It's much better than the beidawing I've had outside. Your skill is incredible." The corners of Jiang Aria's mouth slowly curled up. Halfway up, she tried hard to press them down. After holding them down for a while, they curled up again. In the end, she simply stopped trying, revealing 2 little tiger teeth. In that smile there was pride, shyness, anticipation, and a tiny bit of slyness that was hard to describe. "Brother Zifeng," her voice suddenly turned light and soft. "Do you know what kind of liquor this is?" Li Zifeng was holding the enamel mug, about to take another sip, when her tone made him pause. "What kind of liquor? When my mother was alive, she told me about it." Jiang Aria lowered her head, twisting the corner of her clothes with her fingers, her voice so soft it seemed ready to melt into the morning light. "She said our family has a winemaking recipe passed down from our ancestors called Peach Blossom Brew. This liquor isn't something you casually take out for just anyone to drink. She'd hide the wine she made under the cupboard, and when the day came that she met the man she liked, she'd take out this jar and let him drink it. If he drank this jar of wine, then for the rest of your life, you'd have to be with him." She looked up at Li Zifeng, her cheeks flushed red, but the light in her eyes was bright. "Brother Zifeng, you drank my peach blossom wine. From now on, I'm yours." She paused, then leaned in just a little closer, close enough for Li Zifeng to feel her warm breath. Then she said softly, her voice carrying shyness, but even more that stubborn, single-minded seriousness, "Do you want to sleep with me?" Li Zifeng held the enamel cup, glanced at the half cup of amber liquid left inside, then looked at the girl whose face was so red it seemed ready to drip blood, and had only one thought in his mind. How could this girl keep pulling one trick after another? Impossible to guard against. Chapter 19. The pill is fully absorbed. Li Zifeng had barely managed to recover from the shock of Jiang Arias. "Do you want to sleep with me?" when the liquor inside him suddenly exploded without warning. It was the earlier body-strengthening pill. More than half of the pill's power had remained in his body, lying dormant and slowly being released, now stirred by the peach blossom wine. It was like tossing a ladle of cold water into a pot of hot oil. Boom! It exploded. A scorching surge of heat burst from deep within his dantian, shot up along his spine, and rushed straight to his head. His limbs and every bone in his body felt as if molten lava had been poured into them in an instant. Every muscle fiber was violently trembling, and every inch of skin was visibly steaming with heat. Another force was even more domineering, surging straight toward the space between his two kidneys. Li Zifeng could clearly feel his kidneys as if they were being gripped by two invisible hands. And then began, burning hot, swelling, contracting, swelling again. Adrenaline was being secreted frantically, surging to more than 10 times the normal level in an instant. His heart pounded in his chest like a war drum. Blood roared through his veins, and his brain felt searing hot. Damn it, this peach blossom wine had triggered the pill. He hunching over with both hands braced on the edge of the table. His knuckles clenched white, breathing as heavy as if he had just fought a wild boar. Darkness kept washing over his eyes, and his consciousness sizzled under the roasting flames of that primal desire. The last line of defense of his reason crumbling inch by inch. Just then, Zhang Arya hugged him. She had no idea what was happening inside him. She only saw his face suddenly flush red and his whole body start trembling. Thinking he was feeling unwell, she immediately reached out and wrapped her arms around his waist, pressed her face against his chest, and anxiously asked, "Brother Zifeng, what's wrong? Don't scare me." She rose on tiptoe and pressed her lips to his. That trace of coolness was like a ladle of ice water thrown into a boiling pot of oil. The last string in Li Zifeng's mind snapped with a boom. He reached out, clamped a hand on the back of her head, and forcefully explored the sweetness of her tongue. Zhang Arya was startled by his sudden fierceness, but soon closed her eyes, both hands sliding from his waist to his neck, clumsily responding. What happened after that was a blur in Li Zifeng's memory. He only remembered that the faint soapwort scent on Zhang Arya's body was dispersed by his own breathing. He only remembered that at some point her old dingy gray padded jacket had been tugged off onto the edge of the Kong, and that the pink doo with its broken ties had finally completely left her body. The floral quilt spread on the Kong had been wrinkled by the heat of their bodies, and the air was filled with the lingering sweet fragrance of peach blossom brew and the fresh, sweet scent unique to a young girl. Her body was young, full, and vibrant, like the first tender shoots sprouting in spring, every inch of her skin burning hot in his palms. In a broken voice by his ear, she called his name, her fingernails digging deeply into the muscles of his back, then loosening, then clenching again. That medicinal energy surged back and forth between their bodies, flowing from his acupoints into her meridians, then returning from her breath to his dantian, like some ancient dual cultivation method, weaving the two people's breaths and flesh together. An hour later, Li Zifeng lay on the Kong, his breathing gradually steadying. The medicinal energy in his body had already been completely absorbed. The previous mild, trickling sensation had disappeared, replaced by a sense of fullness and perfect integration. He could feel that his body had already undergone a fundamental change. Strength, speed, reaction, endurance. Every metric had leapt to a level he could not measure by the experience of his previous life. But what shocked him most was not the increase in strength. He turned his head and swept everything within a 10-meter radius with his mind. The amount of broth left in the medicine pot on the neighboring stove, Da Huang lying under the jujube tree in the yard gnawing on that wild boar bone, a sparrow on the jujube tree preening the feathers on its wings, even the few grass seeds stuck to Da Huang's tail. He could sense it all with perfect clarity. Externalized spiritual power. This was an ability only extraordinary humans possessed. But now was not the time to study it. He rolled over and sat up to look at Zhang Arya beside him. This girl had just experienced sex for the first time, and after a full hour of all that just now, he had been so overwhelmed by the medicinal effect and lust that he hadn't paid any attention to restraint at all. Could this girl endure it? Zhang Arya lay on her side on the floral quilt. Her eyes closed, her breathing even and long, with still drying tear marks on her cheeks and a faint flush. He carefully checked her over, and his heart skipped a beat, followed by even greater shock. There were no tears, no bruises, not even the slightest swelling. Her physical condition was so good that it was as if nothing had happened just now. She was simply asleep, sleeping deeply and peacefully. He closed his eyes and used his spiritual power to probe inside her body, discovering that a faint trace of medicinal energy still remained within her, slowly seeping into her meridians and flesh. It seemed that during the process of their union just now, part of the medicinal energy had flowed back to nourish her, giving her body a recovery ability far beyond that of ordinary people. On the floral quilt on the Kong lay a touch of crimson. Li Zifeng stared at that touch of red for a long time, both delighted and annoyed. He hadn't even touched Lu Xiaoya. the girl in the village who wasn't yet his wife, yet he had already slept with Jiang Area, whom he had only met today. Although the girl herself had kept throwing herself at him, in the end it was still he who had failed to restrain himself. He closed his eyes, his spiritual power sweeping through his own body. Both kidneys were giving off a faint golden glow, like two lamps that had been lit. Although he hadn't cultivated in his previous life, he had read it in all kinds of novels. The kidneys govern essence. Essence produces marrow, and marrow transforms into qi. Between the two kidneys lies the gate of life, where the body's vital essence gathers. Most of the pill's energy had surged into his kidneys, but what had it strengthened his two kidneys into? Extraordinary kidneys? Perpetual motion kidneys? No wonder that primitive urge just now was impossible to suppress. Damn, they had been enhanced into a walking hormone reactor. If this kind of situation happened again, would he still be able to control himself? From now on, wherever he went, he'd be attracting romantic entanglements, with no way to avoid them. While he was lost in wild thoughts, Jiang Area beside him let out a soft moan and turned over, one hand naturally resting on his leg as she mumbled a line of sleep talk. Brother Zifeng, I'm yours now. Li Zifeng lowered his head and looked at her peaceful sleeping face, then reached out to tuck the damp strands of hair on her forehead behind her ear. In the latter half of the night, Peach Blossom Village was as still as stagnant water. Li Zifeng was jolted awake by an extremely low howl. The sound came from the darkness around the outskirts of the village. It was several wolves growling at once, their voices kept very low and mixed into the north wind, impossible for ordinary people to make out. But after the pill had comprehensively enhanced his five senses, this little disturbance was like someone beating a muffled drum right beside his ear. He snapped his eyes open, his nose twitching, distinguishing the scent of wild beasts in the air. He quickly determined that in the darkness around the village, the scents of at least dozens of wolves were densely scattered, closing in on Peach Blossom Village in an encircling formation. A wolf pack, at least 40 or 50 of them. In his arms, Jiang Area was still fast asleep, breathing evenly, her full, soft body wrapped in the flowered quilt, with a trace of a smile still hanging at the corner of her mouth. Li Zifeng gently shook her awake and said in a low voice by her ear, Area, wake up. There are wolves outside. Jiang Area groggily opened her eyes, but just as she was about to speak, he covered her mouth. Don't make a sound. Don't light the lamp. Your grandma is fine in the inner room. The wolves haven't entered the village yet. Get up now, check the doors and windows, and brace them with wood. I'll go outside and take a look. Jiang Area gave a start and was fully awake, but there was no panic on her face. She just bit her lip and nodded hard, then climbed off the Kong and briskly put on her cotton-padded jacket. Li Zifeng pressed the dagger into her hand, then bent down and rubbed Big Yellow's head as it lay on the floor, pointing outside. Big Yellow immediately pricked up its ears and stood guard by Jiang Area's leg, a very low growl rumbling in its throat, but it didn't bark once. Li Zifeng pushed open the door and slipped outside. The moonlight in the yard was dim, and the north wind came in gusts carrying the rank smell of the mountains and forests. He climbed onto the courtyard wall, and the sight that met his eyes sent chills down his spine. 40 or 50 wolves were spread in a fan shape across the wasteland around the outskirts of the village. They were all large, each one sleek and well-fed. At the very rear of the pack stood an especially huge male wolf, half a shoulder taller than the wolves around it, its gray-white back fur giving off a cold, eerie sheen under the moonlight, the Wolf King. This pack was clearly starving. In winter, prey was scarce, and they had taken the entire Peach Blossom Village as tonight's hunting ground. Suddenly, a shrill dog's bark came from the north side of the village. It was the watchdog of some household on the village edge. The bark had only just sounded when it was cut off by a short wolf howl, followed immediately by the dog's agonized, miserable yelps, and then silence. That dog had been bitten to death. He couldn't wait any longer. He pulled the wood-chopping machete from behind his waist and dashed toward the north of the village. On this pitch-black night with strong winds, his figure moved soundlessly between the earthen walls and wood piles, faster than a wolf. His spiritual power spread out into a perception field with a radius of 10 meters. Everything behind every wall and in every alley formed a clear image in his mind, even more precise than seeing with his eyes. The first wolf climbed into the courtyard through a gap in a mud wall that had collapsed by half, lowering its head to sniff a dead chicken on the ground. Li Zifeng flipped down from the top of the wall, and the instant he landed, the machete had already slashed out. The blade cut into the gap between the wolf's cervical vertebrae and sliced diagonally upward, cleanly severing its spinal cord. The wolf collapsed to the ground without even a whimper, and he casually stored it in his space. The second and third were a pair of male wolves, circling the courtyard wall of a household, their front paws already braced on the top of the wall. Li Zifeng stepped out of the shadows and met them head-on. The two wolves turned back at the same time and lunged at him from left and right in a pincer attack. His right hand drove the machete straight into the throat of the male wolf on the left, while the 5 fingers of his left hand clenched into a fist. Twisting his waist and rotating his hips, he smashed a punch into the temple of the male wolf on the right. The dull crack of bones shattering erupted almost at the same time, and both wolves toppled over together, also taken into his space. He swept all the way through the village alleys, and the machete made no unnecessary sound in the darkness. His spiritual power was the best radar. He could predict every move the wolf pack made in the village in advance. Sometimes he didn't even look at the blade. The moment a wolf's head poked around a corner, the edge was already waiting where it would land. More and more dogs in the village began barking frantically, and the chorus of barking finally tore apart the stillness of the latter half of the night. Someone was startled awake and peeked outside through a crack in the door. In the shifting darkness, countless green eyes swayed in the alleys, scaring them into slamming the door shut and bracing the latch with wood. Someone shouted at the top of their lungs inside the house, "Wolves are in the village! Wolves are in the village!" The cries spread from one courtyard to another, waking every man, woman, and child in Peach Blossom Village. More households began noisily reinforcing their doors and windows, shoving tables, chairs, and wooden boxes behind them. Bang! 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 Scattered gunshots started ringing out. It was the hunters in the village with old hunting guns firing outside through the window openings. The wolves' formation was somewhat broken up by the sudden gunfire, and they scattered in 2s and 3s in all directions. In the darkness came the thudding sounds of bullets striking earthen walls and the wolves' anguished howls after being hit. A few wolves were so frightened by the concentrated gunfire that they turned tail and ran, vaulting over the dirt slope outside the village and racing back to the edge of the woods at the foot of the mountain. Just then, a burst of dense footsteps and shouting rose from the eastern end of the village, and 7 or 8 militiamen carrying rifles came charging over, clustered around a sturdily built middle-aged man. The man had broad shoulders and a thick back, a full beard, and a pair of wide, fierce eyes. Holding a Type 56 semi-automatic rifle in his hands, firing 2 shots at the wolves inside and outside the village as he ran. Jiang Jiangguo, the brigade leader of Peach Blossom Village. The remaining militiamen all had guns too, but their marksmanship was far inferior to Jiang Jiangguo's. They had to aim for a long while before daring to fire a shot. One young militiaman's hands shook so badly. His bullet went into the sky, and Jiang Jiangguo turned back and cursed. "What the hell are you firing into the sky for like it's a firecracker?" But the firepower of 7 or 8 rifles was not to be underestimated after all, and after a burst of bang 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 in volley fire, a storm of gunfire erupted in the village alleys, bringing down 3 or 4 wolves that were still darting about. The wolf pack's formation was completely thrown into chaos. They no longer besieged the courtyard, but scattered in all directions, trying to find cover from the bullets. A deep, long wolf howl sounded outside the village. It was the Wolf King. The howl dragged on in the night wind for a long time, like some ancient military command. The wolves left in the village heard that long cry, and immediately gave up the attack, retreating out of the village in 2s and 3s. Some even lowered their heads, grabbed the bodies of their shot-down companions, and dragged them away as they ran. The collapse of the encirclement happened even faster than when it had formed. In the blink of an eye, all the live wolves in the village were gone, leaving only bloodstains all over the alleys and a few wolf corpses that hadn't been carried off in time. At daybreak, Jiang Jiangguo led the militia around the village tallying the losses. Li Zifeng also mingled with the villagers watching the commotion and took a look for a while. He had put 6 into his space, and the villagers and militia had killed 7 or 8 more. Quite a few chickens and ducks in the village were bitten to death. Fortunately, no villagers were seriously injured. Only one old man twisted his ankle while climbing over a wall to escape the wolves. He quietly slipped out of the crowd and returned to Jiang Aria's house. When he pushed open the courtyard gate, De Huang was the first to rush over and circle him twice, scenting the strong smell of wolf blood on him. It sneezed, then wagged its tail hard. Jiang Aria ran out from the house and stood at the doorway, still clutching the dagger he had given her. Only after seeing that he was all right did she let out a long sigh of relief. Li Zifeng gently pushed open Jiang Aria's courtyard gate and slipped into the house. De Huang was lying beside the stove, looked up at him, wagged its tail, then lay back down and kept dozing. This dog had completely taken him as one of the family. Zhang Area was sitting on the edge of the Kong, clutching the hem of her clothes with both hands, her eyes red as she looked toward the door. As soon as she saw him come in, she sprang up and threw herself into his arms. Burying her face against his chest, she said in a muffled voice, "I thought you'd left." The wolf pack retreated. Jiang Jiangguo led the militia and killed more than 10 of them, and the rest all ran off. Li Zifeng reached out and rubbed her hair, his voice gentle. "It's almost dawn. I have to leave now while I can. Once it's broad daylight, and everyone in the village is up cleaning up the mess. If someone sees me coming out of your house, it won't be good for your reputation." Zhang Area looked up at him, bright tears welling in her eyes. It took her several tries to force out a sentence. "Then when will you come see me again? Once I've sorted out things in the village, I'll come." Li Zifeng wiped the tears from the corner of her eye with his thumb. "And remember, between us, let's not tell anyone for now. Don't tell your grandma either. When the time is right, I'll come formally to take you away. I'll listen to you." Zhang Area nodded hard, but her hands still clutched his collar and wouldn't let go. After biting her lip in silence for a few seconds, she suddenly tiptoed and buried her face in the crook of his neck, her voice so soft it seemed to melt away. "Then before you go, can you hold me a little longer?" Li Zifeng sighed inwardly and reached out to pull her into his arms. But the "hold me a little longer" Zhang Area meant was clearly not the same as what he understood. Her hands had already started getting restless, sliding down from his waist, her lips lightly pecking at his Adam's apple, then slowly moving upward to kiss his chin, kiss the corner of his mouth, and finally hang herself all over his neck. Breathing warm air into his ear, "Zifeng, I miss you." "Area, your grandma is still asleep in the inner room." Li Zifeng kept his voice very low, reaching out to try to lift her off him. But the moment his hand touched her waist, Zhang Area went soft all over and pressed even closer into his arms. Gritting his teeth, he gently laid her down on the edge of the Kong. The whole process was so quiet that the only sound left was the two of them breathing, suppressed to the extreme. Li Zifeng stayed taut the entire time, constantly paying attention to the old lady in the inner room. His senses focused on his ears. He could clearly tell that she was still fast asleep on the Kong, her breathing heavy but even, with no sign of turning over. He didn't dare be reckless. Every movement was restrained and controlled, like walking a tightrope while carrying a bowl full to the brim with water. Zhang Area bit her lip and buried her face in the hollow of his shoulder, trembling all over in tiny shivers, her nails digging deep into the muscles of his back. By the time she finally calmed down, Li Zifeng's back was already marked with a row of crescent nail prints. Zhang Area lay on the edge of the Kong, gasping for breath, the flush on her face burning all the way from her cheeks to the tips of her ears. Her eyes watery as she looked at him, her lips moving several times before she finally said only, "Zifeng, be careful on the road." Li Zifeng helped her put her close-fitting clothes back on, wrapped her in the quilt, kissed her hard once, then turned and pushed open the door, stepping into that darkest moment before dawn. Da Huang lifted its head from beside the stove and gave 2 low whines, as if saying goodbye to him. He strode quickly along the village lane toward the village entrance, focusing his senses on hearing and smell to pick up the movements and scents around him. As he passed a household at the east end of the village, he suddenly slowed his steps. It was a squat adobe house, with half the courtyard wall collapsed and several holes torn in the window paper. From inside came the hushed voices of a man and a woman talking. The woman's voice carried a sob, frightened and alarmed. "Lizzie, I'm begging you, throw that thing away. You saw it too last night. So many wolves, and bullets even hit our courtyard wall. The wolves came for revenge." "Bullshit." The man's voice was hoarse and overbearing, tinged with the impatience of someone just woken up. "What do you know? This is a white wolf cub. I've lived half my life in the mountains and never seen a white one. Last time at the Yushitan black market, someone was offering a high price for this kind of thing. Do you know how much? Even if you sold yourself, you couldn't get that much." Li Zifeng paused, then silently moved over to that broken window. His senses extended inward, and he clearly saw a middle-aged man with a mangy scalp crouching in the corner of the Kong, stuffing a sack under the Kong cabinet. The sack wasn't big, and inside was a living creature struggling faintly, its mouth wound round and round with cloth strips so it couldn't make a sound. But there were so many wolves last night, the woman was still pleading. "Scared of shit." Zhang Lizzie spat. "If the wolves come, the militia will stop them, and the militia have guns. This cub is a treasure. In a few days, once things quiet down, I'll take it to the black market. After I trade it for money, I'll get you some new clothes. Shut your mouth, and don't let the neighbors hear." This cub's cry is shrill as hell, so I tied its mouth shut with cloth strips. That way nobody will know. After listening outside the window, Li Zifeng's face darkened. So last night's wolf pack surrounding the village wasn't a natural disaster. It was this bastard stealing a wolf cub that brought them there first. Dozens of wolves had circled the village for most of the night. The people of the entire Peach Blossom village had nearly suffered because of this, and the cause turned out to be Jiang Lizi wanting to make a windfall. He stood quietly outside the window and waited. The room gradually fell silent. Jiang Lizi yawned, flopped down onto the Kong, and before long his snores started up. His wife also turned over a few times and slowly fell fast asleep. Li Zifeng silently vaulted over the courtyard wall and landed in the yard. He walked to the door and gently pushed the door panel with his hand. It wasn't latched. The room was filled with a foul mix of dry tobacco smoke and foot odor. On the Kong, Jiang Lizi was sleeping shirtless like a dead pig, while his wife was curled up in the corner of the Kong, with tear tracks still wet on her face. Li Zifeng walked to the Kong cabinet and crouched down, gently dragging the burlap sack out from under it. Curled up inside the sack was a little wolf cub, white from head to toe. It was a pure white, almost carrying a faint silvery sheen, like frost under the moonlight. Huddled in the corner of the sack, it had several cloth strips tightly bound around its body, and its mouth was tied shut, with only a pair of eyes exposed. Those eyes were a rare, icy blue, with a faint ring of golden light deep in the pupils, like two lamp wicks hidden in the depths of a cold pool, not yet lit, but already filled with flame. Li Zifeng had lived 2 lifetimes, and had never seen wolf eyes like these. He had once heard old hunters mention in drunken small talk, out of 100 wolves comes 1 king, and a wolf king's eyes gleam gold on the night of the full moon. Although the cub before him was still young, that ring of golden glow was already beginning to show. The white-furred wolf cub had a sturdy frame, with pronounced joints bulging at its limbs, broad paw pads, and even between its toes one could already see the grooves where huge claws would grow in the future. The cartilage inside its ears was thicker and stiffer than that of ordinary wolf cubs, though they had not fully stood up yet. One could already tell the imposing presence those ears would have one day, standing high as they looked down over the pack. Its brow bone was nearly 2 fingers wider than that of an ordinary cub of the same size, and its muzzle was shorter and broader, not the long, narrow, pointed snout of an ordinary wild wolf, but with a bit of the powerful bearing of a mastiff. This was clearly a fine specimen born to become a wolf king. There was an old saying among the hunters in the mountains, broad brow and broad muzzle, the face of tiger and wolf, golden pupils and silver fur, the makings of a king. The cub before him was the very proof of those words. Seeing him stare without moving, the white-furred wolf cub let out a very low, muffled growl from its throat, stretching the cloth gag in its mouth until it squeaked, while its 4 little snow-white paws desperately kicked at the sack wall. Those icy blue eyes ringed with gold fixed on him, carrying an inborn defiance and stubbornness. Even bound up in such a miserable state, it showed not the slightest intention of begging for mercy. Not bothering to argue with it, he gathered the mouth of the sack shut again and tucked it into his clothes. Leaving Lizi's house, he quickened his pace toward the edge of the village. When he passed the old peach tree at the village entrance, he paused and turned back to glance at Peach Blossom Village. The moonlight dyeing the branches of the peach trees throughout the village silver gray. No cooking smoke was rising yet from Jiang Area's chimney. That silly girl's foolishness and sincerity were still quietly asleep on the warm calm. He had 2 fluffy little things tucked in his arms, the little golden eagle on the right and the white wolf cub on the left. He had 2 fluffy little things tucked in his arms, the little golden eagle and the white-furred wolf cub. The 2 little ones sniffed at each other through his clothes, both letting out wary low growls and whimpers from their throats at the same time. As Li Zifeng walked, he tried probing his consciousness into his arms. By now he had gradually figured out some tricks of using his spiritual power. Not only could he gather it in his ears and nose to sense the surrounding environment, but he could also condense his thoughts into a focused stream and send it directly into the target's consciousness. He first tried communicating with the little golden eagle. His spiritual power condensed into an extremely fine thread and gently probed into the little golden eagle's still bewildered little head. It felt like a finger lightly dipping into a shallow, clear stream. The surface trembled slightly and then accepted him. The golden eagle might be fierce, but after all it was still in its fledgling stage, and had an instinctive closeness toward the first person to touch it with gentle intent. His spiritual power lightly circled within the golden eagle's consciousness, sending a soothing signal. Don't make trouble. That white one isn't your prey. In the future, you 2 will become partners fighting side by side, eating under the same roof every day, so get used to each other's scent first. The little golden eagle tilted its head, let out an extremely soft coo from its throat, then lowered its head and gently pecked his finger with its beak. It was the light peck unique to a chick begging food from its parent bird. Zifeng then sent a more complex command, raise your wing. The little golden eagle froze for half a second, then flapped and lifted one wing that had not yet fully grown its flight feathers, tilted its head and chirped at him twice, as if asking, like this? He took out 2 thin strips of wild boar meat and handed them to the little golden eagle as a reward. He withdrew his spiritual power. Yet a trace of an extremely fine imprint was passively left deep within the little golden eagle's consciousness. This imprint was like an invisible thread. In the future, as long as he followed this thread, he would be able to sense the little golden eagle's location and condition at any time. The feeling was very strange, as if part of his senses had been extended onto this little golden eagle, but at the same time, it also brought a hint of discomfort, as if something deep in his brain had been tugged, and his temples began to throb faintly. He did not pay it much mind and turned to the white-furred wolf cub instead. Wolves were different from eagles. Taming hawks and falcons relied on food and patience, but wolves were pack animals and by nature only obeyed the alpha wolf. If he wanted this wolf cub to acknowledge him as its master, feeding it meat alone would not be enough. He had to make this cub believe from the depths of its soul that he, Zifeng, was its alpha wolf. He gathered his spiritual power again and slowly reached toward the white-furred wolf cub's brow. The moment he touched the wolf cub's consciousness, he felt an invisible wall. Rough, hard, and full of primitive, wild defenses. Completely different from the golden eagle's shallow stream. This wolf cub's consciousness was like a piece of steel that had not yet been sharpened but had already been tempered. Cold and wary, Zifeng did not force his way through. He slowly formed an image of himself with his mind and transmitted scene after scene of last night, when he stood alone in the dark with a blade against the pack of wolves, sending along as well the aura and pressure he had when killing those wild wolves. He wanted this white-furred wolf cub to know, your former pack was defeated by me, and you, from now on, will follow me and become something stronger than those of your own kind. The white-furred wolf cub's defensive barrier trembled when it received these images. Those ice-blue wolf eyes widened, and the ring of golden light deep within its pupils suddenly brightened by several degrees. It recognized that the lingering scent of wolf blood on this man belonged to the same kind that had invaded the village last night, and it also understood what that scent meant. This person before it had killed its entire pack. The young wolf had not witnessed much killing within the pack, but deep in its genes, it understood that only a higher-order predator could hunt down a whole pack of wolves alone. Seizing the moment while its mind was shaken, Zifeng pushed his thoughts forward another half-inch, injecting into it one by one images of himself feeding it meat, leading it into the mountains later on, and hunting side by side with an eagle and a wolf. There were only images and emotions, an authoritative yet gentle sense of control, the unquestionable protectiveness a lead wolf showed toward the pack's young. The white-furred wolf cub's gaze finally changed. That cold stubbornness gradually softened, replaced by something more complex, fear, curiosity, and a faint budding dependence. It stuck out its pink tongue and tentatively licked Zifeng's finger, still stained with shreds of meat. This action was as different as 2 entirely different wolves from how it had initially wanted to bite his finger hard. Zifeng finally relaxed inwardly and took the opportunity to wander through the depths of the white wolf cub's consciousness, passively leaving behind a layer of spiritual imprint there, thicker and more solid than the one on the little golden eagle. The moment this imprint settled, he immediately felt a wave of dizziness far stronger than before explode from the back of his head. His temples throbbed violently, his vision repeatedly blackened, and even the dirt road beneath his feet seemed to sway. The combined drain from the 2 spiritual imprints far exceeded his expectations. It was likely because, in order to tame the white wolf cub just now, he had transmitted a large number of complex images and emotions, and every single image consumed his mental strength. With multiple layers of depletion piling together, he was completely spent. Gritting his teeth, he took a water flask from his space and gulped down 2 mouthfuls, then splashed some peach blossom well water onto his face. Only under the stimulation of the icy well water did the pain barely recede from unbearable to a level he could force himself to endure. He leaned against an old elm by the roadside for quite a while, and only after the black haze before his eyes slowly cleared did he start walking again. Along the way he stopped and started, and whenever the pain grew too intense, he would lean against a tree trunk and close his eyes to recover for a while. He drank nearly half a flask of the peach blossom well water, and the pain gradually shifted from its initial tearing sensation to a persistent but tolerable dull ache. He silently etched the lesson into his mind. Never again should he casually leave a spiritual imprint on an animal, and until he had fully recovered, he absolutely must not risk trying again. This was damn worse than getting hacked twice. If he didn't recover properly, the loss would be enormous. This time, his greed had nearly done him in on the back path home. On the eastern ridge, the morning glow flared across the sky, dyeing the entire forest gold and crimson. Li Zifeng walked slowly along the dirt road back to Lushu Tun, carrying in his space 6 wolf carcasses and a pile of prey that no one else could see. With a golden eagle chick, a white-furred wolf cub with the potential to become a wolf king, and 3 wild mountain ginsengs tucked in his arms, while the scent of soapberry still lingered on him from Jiang area's hair. Only his head was still throbbing in waves, and he was even staggering a little as he walked. In the distance, the outline of Lushu Tun was already visible. The top branches of the old willow swayed gently in the morning breeze, as if beckoning him home. He wanted to quicken his pace, but nearly pitched headfirst to the ground. Darkness surged before his eyes, and amid the spinning world, Lu Xiaoya's serene smile appeared, guiding him toward home in Lushu Tun. When Li Zifeng dragged his leaden head into Lushu Tun, the sun was already high in the sky. The roosters in the village had crowed 3 times, and a few of the early rising old women were squatting by the well washing clothes. When they saw him coming in from the village entrance, each of them craned their necks to look. Lu Zifeng was the first to open her mouth to greet him, but when she saw the expression on his face, his brows knit into a knot. His lips pale, his steps unsteady, she swallowed the words at the tip of her tongue and only nudged Aunt Zhao beside her with her elbow, lowering her voice to mutter, "Look at Zifeng's face. It looks like he just crawled out of a grave." Li Zifeng had no mind to pay attention to anyone's gaze. The after effects of his mental exhaustion were far more violent than he'd expected. The backlash from the 2 overlapping marks made his temples feel as if someone were sawing back and forth at them with a dull knife. With every step, he could hear the echo of his own brain sloshing around inside his skull. Right now, all he wanted was to collapse onto the calm. When he reached the big old elm tree in the middle of the village, he ran into Zhao Laosan, who was heading to work with a hoe on his shoulder. The moment Zhao Laosan saw him, he grinned and was just about to tease him a couple of words. "Where'd you go wandering off to last night again?" But before he could finish, Li Zifeng's expression scared him into swallowing the rest. "Damn, little brother Zifeng, what's wrong with you? You're as pale as window paper." Zhao Laosan planted the hoe in the ground and reached out to steady his arm. "It's nothing. I stayed up all night, just got a bit of a headache." Li Zifeng's voice was hoarse as if sandpaper were rubbing against iron sheet. "Third brother, help me ask Captain Ma for leave. I can't go to work today. I'll explain it to you in detail later." After saying that, he didn't wait for Zhao Laosan's reply, patted his shoulder, and staggered toward his own courtyard. When he pushed open the gate, the yard was quiet. He went straight into the inner room and gently placed the 2 little cubs in the dry grass nest at the head of the calm. The little golden eagle tucked its neck in, buried its head under its wing, and kept dozing, while the white wolf cub opened those ice-blue eyes and looked at him for a while, gave a very faint whimper in its throat, then curled into a fluffy white ball and closed its eyes too. He didn't even take off his padded jacket before collapsing onto the calm. The instant his head touched the pillow, his consciousness felt as if something had pressed it down into deep water, and darkness surged up from all directions, swallowing him whole. It was only at noon, when work was paused, that Lu Xiaoya heard the news from Zhao Laosan. The sickle in her hand nearly fell to the ground, and she didn't even have time to finish her steamed bun before she ran all the way to Li Zifeng's house. When she pushed the door open and went in, she saw Li Zifeng curled up on the calm, still wearing his padded jacket, with no blanket over him. His face did look bad, but his breathing was fairly even, not like he had a serious illness. Standing by the calm, she reached out to feel his forehead. No fever. If anything, it was a little cool, with a thin layer of cold sweat beading on it. She turned to the stove to boil a pot of hot water, then carried the enamel cup back to the Kong and softly called his name. In his dazed state, Li Zifeng caught a familiar scent of soapberry. And then he heard someone gently calling Brother Zifeng by his ear. When he opened his eyes, he saw Lu Xiaoya sitting on the edge of the calm, brows furrowed, tears already welling in her eyes. "Why are you here?" "I'm fine." He braced himself on the calm and tried to sit up, but Lu Xiaoya pressed him back down at once. "Fine? Third brother Zhao said you were so pale you looked like paper, and you were staggering when you walked. What happened to you?" As she spoke, her voice changed pitch, and tears pattered onto the edge of the Kong. Li Zifeng felt a pang of heartache seeing it, and reached out to wipe the tears from her face with his thumb, bearing a clumsy, gentle smile that held little strength. "I'm really fine. I just stayed up all night, and I'm tired. I'll be better after resting for a couple of days. You still have to go to work this afternoon. Don't let this delay you." Lu Xiaoya sniffed and didn't respond to what he said. She just took off the cotton jacket he was wearing, then shook out the quilt and covered him with it. Then she took a corn bun out of her pocket and set it on the Kong table. But after thinking about it, she put the corn bun away again, feeling that it was too coarse and hard to digest. She'd have to cook some porridge for him later. "I'm not going this afternoon. I'll ask Captain Ma for half a day off. You're lying here all by yourself. I'll stay here with you." "No need. I make the call." Lu Xiaoya shot him a rare, forceful glare. There was nothing fierce about that look at all. Her eyes were red-rimmed, and there were still undried tears clinging to her eyelashes. Looking into those eyes, Li Zifeng couldn't bring himself to say a single word of protest, so he obediently lay back down and watched her get up and busy herself by the stove. He remembered there were still some things he'd bought at the black market in his space. That bag of candy had been bought especially for her. City girls liked sweets, and after staying in the village for so long, not to mention candy, she couldn't even bear to buy a pinch of saccharin. He reached into his clothes as if feeling around for something, took out the bag of candy from his space, and held it out to her. "What's this?" "Open it and see." Lu Xiaoya took the paper packet and opened it. Inside lay dozens of brightly colored fruit candies, their wrappers gleaming in the dim room. She froze, staring at the candy in her hand for a long while, then looked up at him. Her lips trembled, and tears welled up again. "Why, you went to the black market, didn't you? You didn't go into the mountains last night. You ran more than 10 miles to the black market, just to buy this for me?" Her voice shook badly. "On the way. I mainly went hunting, and just happened to buy it while I was there." Li Zifeng lied without changing expression. "I happened to see it while browsing the stalls last night. 3 for 1 mao. Not expensive, so I bought them all." Lu Xiaoya tore off one candy, unwrapped it, and held it to his lips. Li Zifeng shook his head. "You eat it. I bought it for you." Wrinkling her pert little nose, she put the candy into her own mouth. She bent down, one hand braced by his pillow, the other gently caressing his face, and pressed her lips to his. The sweetness of the candy melted on her tongue and was passed into his mouth through the kiss. That sweetness slid all the way down his throat, as if lighting a warm lamp inside his chest. Even the lingering dull pain from his drained mental energy was eased a little. Li Zifeng reached out and clasped the back of her head, deepening the kiss a little more. The candy rolled back and forth between their tongues, its sweetness turning from one portion into two, spreading from their mouths to their hearts, and from their hearts rising to their eyes. Lu Xiaoya's lips were softer than he remembered, carrying the faint saltiness of tears and the cloying sweetness of candy, while her warm breath brushed against his face. The two of them went from sitting to lying on their sides, and then from lying on their sides to her being pulled into the quilt and held tightly in his arms. As their lips and tongues tangled, neither wanted to let go first. The candy had long since melted away, but the kiss only grew deeper. After a very, very long time, Lu Xiaoya lay sprawled on his chest, gasping for breath, her face so red it looked like she'd just come out of the bathhouse, her lips slightly swollen from the kissing. At some point, several buttons on her collar had come undone from the rubbing, revealing her fair collarbones. She lifted her head to look at him, her eyes glistening with tears and embarrassment, and lightly punched his chest. "Weren't you having a headache? If your head hurts, how can you still use so much force? It stops hurting when I see you." Li Zifeng grinned shamelessly. Lu Xiaoya carefully tucked the remaining candy into her inner pocket, looking as though she were storing away some priceless treasure. She went to the stove to set water to boil, and scooped out half a bowl of millet from the grain jar beside it. The jar was one Li Zifeng had just bought on the black market last night and taken out as soon as he got home. While waiting for the water to boil and the porridge to cook, she noticed the two furry little creatures in the straw nest by the Kong were poking their heads out and looking around. The little golden eagle kicked its legs and spread its wings, flapping them twice, while the white wolf cub sat by the edge of the nest, sizing her up warily with its icy blue eyes. "These two little ones are pretty fun. Have you fed them yet?" she asked, turning back. "Not yet. Just help me take a little of the chopped meat cushioned with dry grass under that oilcloth in the corner and feed it to them." Following his instructions, Lu Xiaoya found the chopped meat and then found a broken bowl to fill with clean water. Feeding the little golden eagle first, the little eagle refused to eat the meat from her hand at first, tilting its head and staring at her suspiciously for quite a while. Only after Li Zifeng gave a signal that she was one of their own, Did it tentatively peck at a bite? After eating, it even flapped its wings and chirped at her twice. Feeding the white wolf cub went much more smoothly. The snow-white little wolf lowered its head to sniff the scent on her fingers, then turned to look back at Li Zifeng lying on the Kong. From a distance, Li Zifeng gave it a slight nod, and only then did the white wolf cub lower its head in relief and start gobbling up the food. Lu Xiaoya stared in amazement from the side. It listens to you? It understands people. It has recognized its master. Leaning against the Kong headboard, Li Zifeng watched the interaction between the woman, the wolf, and the eagle, the corners of his mouth slightly lifted. After feeding the two little ones, Lu Xiaoya noticed that the pile of supplies he had taken out of his space in advance was still heaped messily in the corner of the room. 2 bags of cornmeal, half a sack of sorghum rice, several pieces of wild boar meat wrapped in oilcloth, 2 bundles of pickled cabbage, and a bag of dried mushrooms. She rolled up her sleeves and first sorted them into the various jars and crocks by the stove, sealing them tightly with wooden lids. She rubbed salt onto the wild boar meat and hung it from the beam to air dry. She took a broom and swept the inside and outside of the house, res-tacked the scattered firewood in the yard, washed all the bowls and chopsticks on the stove, and even patched the few holes in the window paper with paste and fresh paper. In less than 2 hours, the whole little courtyard seemed to have been worked over by magic, turning from a shack barely fit to get by and into a proper home. Li Zifeng leaned against the Kong headboard, watching her bustle around, and a wave of warmth welled up in his heart. Xiaoya. She turned around. A wife ought to be someone like you. Her face instantly flushed red, and she tossed the rag into the basin, then turned back to glare at him, though the smile at the corners of her mouth refused to stay down. Smooth talker. Sweet moments always pass quickly. 3 days slipped by in the blink of an eye. During those 3 days, aside from going back to the educated youth dorm each night to sleep in order to avoid suspicion, Lu Xiaoya spent nearly all her remaining time in Li Zifeng's little courtyard. When he was asleep, she would sit by the Kong, mending the tear under his cotton jacket's arm, feeding the little golden eagle and the white wolf cub until their bellies were round, and stirring the porridge simmering on the stove again and again to make sure it wouldn't stick to the bottom. When he was awake, she would bring him tea and water, chat with him to keep him company, talking about everything under the sun. Li Zifeng listened and responded with the occasional "Hom," sometimes throwing in a few jabs at the village cadres and the women in the village, making her laugh so hard she doubled over. Of course, there were also times when things almost got out of hand. Most of the after effects of the mental power had faded by the 2nd day, and when he woke up on the 3rd day, he felt refreshed and recovered at least 70 to 80% of his strength. While Lu Xiaoya was wiping his face, he suddenly pulled her into the quilt, slid his hand under her blouse, and kissed her until her lips were swollen and every button on her top had come undone. Lu Xiaoya went limp in his arms, her face so red it looked like it was about to smoke, breathing too hard to say a full sentence. He teased and tormented her for a long while, and had nearly pulled off her pants. In the end, he forced himself to stop. Lu Xiaoya bit down on his shoulder, keeping her voice trapped in her throat, not daring to make a sound. This sneaky, intimate closeness instead made both of them a little addicted to it. The 4th day, Li Zifeng opened his eyes on the Kong, took a deep breath, and felt everything from his dantian to every limb and bone flowing smoothly. His temples no longer throbbing. His mental power had fully recovered to its peak state, and his outward perception was no longer affected. Fully restored, Lu Xiaoya was squatting by the stove making flatbreads for him, and when she saw him sit up, she quickly wiped her hands on her apron and came over to feel his forehead. Does it still hurt today? Are you still dizzy? No pain, no dizziness. I'm completely fine. Li Zifeng rolled his shoulders, and his joints crackled in a string of pops. He glanced out the window. The chickens were crowing. The white wolf cub and the golden eagle were sunning themselves in the yard. Lu Xiaoya had a floral apron tied around her waist and wore 2 braids, and the aroma of oily smoke from the flatbreads on the stove mingled with the morning sunlight, filling the whole room. This home. He needed to save up more family assets, so Lu Xiaoya could stay home full-time and never again have to go work for the production team just to earn those few work points. Never have to watch anyone's expression, never have to be verbally pushed around by some cadre. It was time to set out again. Fully recovered, Li Zifeng pulled Lu Xiaoya to sit on the edge of the Kong and told her in all seriousness about his plan to head into the mountains early the next morning. This time I may stay in the mountains for several days, whether 2 or 3, 3 or 4, it's hard to say. Things in the mountains are complicated, and now that I've recovered, I want to visit a few more hunting spots and bring back more game. As he spoke, he carried a wild boar hind leg that he had taken out of the space beforehand onto the stove and wrapped it up tightly again in oilcloth. Leave this wild boar leg for yourself. While I'm gone these next few days, help me look after those 2 little cubs. The meat has already been chopped and put in the clay basin under the stove. Feed them twice a day, and don't forget to change the water. Don't worry about anything else. Just take good care of yourself. Lu Xiaoya looked at the wild boar leg, which weighed nearly 20 jin, then looked at him. Her lips moved as if she wanted to say something. But in the end, she only nodded and softly said, "Be careful, don't push yourself. If you run into a large animal, avoid it if you can. Don't risk your life fighting it. Remember, I'll be waiting for you at home." Li Zifeng grinned. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." The 2 of them were cuddling and lingering in the room, and Li Zifeng's hands had not been idle. Lu Zuifen, Lieshitan's loudspeaker, hadn't kept her mouth idle either. While washing clothes by the well, she scrubbed her man's stinky socks and chatted away with several women beside her, her voice so loud it could be heard from half a street away. You didn't see it. These past few days, that young educated youth Lu Xiaoya has been running to Zifeng's yard before dawn and only heading back to the educated youth point at dusk, staying there the whole day. Yesterday, when I passed by his courtyard gate, that smell of meat just came billowing out. Meat at every meal. Pickled cabbage stewed with pork ribs, braised wild boar, pheasant stewed with mushrooms. The smell was so strong it had me swallowing hard, even through the courtyard wall. Aunt Zhao's eyes practically bulged from listening. Really? Is Zifeng's family that well off? We can't even eat meat more than a few times a year, and his family eats it every day? Zifeng's really capable now. He knows how to hunt, and he's good to that young educated youth too. Just look at educated youth Lu these past few days. Her complexion's rosy, and there's color in her lips again. Isn't that from eating meat? Zifeng's really been feeding her well. Lu Zuifen talked so much that white foam was forming at the corners of her mouth. TSK, if I'd known earlier, it would have been great to match my daughter with him. Oh, give it a rest. With your daughter's big round face and hairy legs, you think Zifeng would fancy her? One of the women beside her laughed. The women by the well immediately burst into laughter and playful shoving, their voices drifting far down the village road. News spread fast. By quitting time that evening, everyone in the village with ears had learned 2 things. Educated youth Lu Xiaoya stayed at Li Zifeng's house every day, and there was meat at every meal. Some were envious. Zifeng really is capable. Whoever ends up with him will live well. Look at the man in my family. He can't even catch a chicken. Comparing people really is enough to drive you mad. Some were jealous. So what if he knows how to hunt? What's so great about that? Eating too much meat. Aren't they afraid of getting overheated? In my opinion, these 2 are already sticking together every day before they've even held a wedding banquet. And they're not afraid of being laughed at. Some also sighed. We just don't have that kind of luck. I married a useless man. Forget wild boar meat. Even getting a bit of meat at New Year depends on his parents' mood. In my next life, I'd better choose carefully before marrying. But not everyone was just talking. There was one person who not only heard it, but also saw it with her own eyes, and her heart churned more fiercely than anyone else's. At dusk, Lu Xiaoya came out of Li Zifeng's house and walked back toward the educated youth point, carrying that wild boar leg wrapped tightly in oilcloth. Before leaving, Li Zifeng had told her to take the meat back and cure it, so it wouldn't go bad from being left too long. Halfway there, she happened to run into Zhang Xiaoa. Zhang Xiaoa was carrying a wicker basket with a few radishes in it that she'd just pulled from her private plot. At a glance, she spotted the oilcloth bundle in Lu Xiaoya's hand, and from the exposed corner, she could tell it was a whole wild boar hind leg. Her gaze lingered on the oilcloth bundle for a moment. Then she quietly looked away, smiled at Lu Xiaoya, and greeted her before moving on. After walking a few steps, the smile disappeared from her face. Back in her own yard, she tossed the radishes onto the ground, but that sour feeling was still lodged in her chest and wouldn't dissipate. As for looks, how was she, Zhang Xiaoa, any worse than Lu Xiaoya? Lu Xiaoya was delicate and fair, sure, but as for her own pair of peach blossom eyes, what man in the village didn't praise them? As for figure, Lu Xiaoya was as skinny as a willow branch, liable to topple in a gust of wind. While she herself had curves in all the right places, the flesh on her chest alone was at least a whole order of magnitude more than Lu Xiaoya's. And when it came to serving a man, what wouldn't a woman who'd been a widow for years know? That little city girl Lu Xiaoya probably couldn't even make the Kong bed properly. Why does she get to eat meat every day while I can't even get a sip of meat soup? Why is it that she gets to be cherished like a treasure in a man's hands, while I can only sneak around in the dead of night with Ma Changwei in the wild woods up in the mountains, not even daring to let anyone see a single new piece of clothing on me? Zhang Xiaoa bit her lip, a ruthless thought rising in her heart. No. Tonight she was going to let Li Zifeng see what a real woman was. That young man who could split a wild boar by himself and hold up a household on his own. Had enough fire, enough ferocity. How would she know she couldn't have him if she didn't try? After it was completely dark, Zhang Xiao coaxed her daughter to sleep. Changed into that silk peach-pink dudu she'd kept at the bottom of her trunk, then pulled on a short floral jacket over it, and looked at herself in the water jar. The reflection in the jar was blurry under the moonlight, but that mature charm radiating from her very bones could not be hidden. Taking a deep breath, she pushed open the courtyard gate and headed for Li Zifeng's house. Li Zifeng was inside checking the gear he would need to take into the mountains tomorrow. He wiped down the old hunting rifle once, then rubbed the machete back and forth on the whetstone a few times. Just as he was stuffing dry rations into the saddlebag, someone knocked on the courtyard gate. He opened it and saw Zhang Xiao standing in the moonlight, wearing a half-smile, her eyes gleaming with a sly light. "Sister-in-law Xiao, it's so late. I've got serious business with you. About your hunting license. Captain Ma asked me to say a few more words to you." Without waiting for him to invite her, Zhang Xiao turned sideways and slipped into the courtyard, her steps light, her waist swaying naturally and beautifully, and casually pulled the courtyard gate mostly shut behind her. After entering the room, she wasn't in any hurry to talk business, but first took a turn around the room, picked up a bowl from the stove to look at it, put it down, then walked to the Kong and felt the mat. Turning back, she smiled at him. "You've kept this place pretty neat. Did that city girl help you tidy it up?" Li Zifeng didn't pick up that thread. "Sister-in-law, what's the problem with the hunting license? What's the rush?" Zhang Xiao turned around, and the half-smiling light in her eyes deepened. "I'm in a good mood today, so I'll tell you slowly. Sit down. Why are you so far away? Afraid your sister-in-law will eat you up?" As she spoke, she plopped down on the edge of the Kong, leaning back slightly, and the front of that short floral jacket naturally stretched a little tighter. Whether she had forgotten to fasten them or had deliberately left them undone, the two buttons at the collar revealed a small edge of the peach-pink silk doo-doo underneath, rising and falling slightly with her breathing. Li Zifeng's Adam's apple bobbed, and he took half a step back, his back coming to rest against the doorframe. "Sister-in-law, it's late. If you have something to say it quickly." "Fine, then I'll speak plainly." Zhang Xiao stood up and walked toward him, her steps slow and light. "Zifeng, let me tell you something from the bottom of my heart. Your city girl is nice enough, but in the end she's inexperienced and doesn't understand anything. Serving a man in that way isn't like reading and writing. It's not something you can learn in a classroom." She stopped in front of him and tilted her face up slightly. Moonlight filtered through the window paper and fell on her face, making those peach blossom eyes of hers glisten with moisture. "I've been a widow for years. I don't have any other skills, but I do have this one. Sister-in-law, I already have someone." Li Zifeng cut her off, his voice steady, though his back was already pressed tightly against the doorframe, with nowhere left to retreat. "A sweetheart isn't a wife." Zhang Xiao advanced instead of retreating, gently placing a hand on his chest, her fingertip tracing a circle on the cloth over his chest, her voice soft as cotton soaked in warm water. "I don't need you to take responsibility, and I'm not asking you for anything. I just know." Li Zifeng took her hand off his chest. The smile on Zhang Xiao's face finally could no longer be held. She bit her lip and was silent for a few seconds, a thin sheen of tears rising in her eyes. She really had been hurt in her pride. She had already gone this far on her own initiative, and he was actually still pushing her away? Did he really think he was no match for that little yellow-haired girl? A sense of unwillingness, like a bucket of fire oil, was splashed over her heart, burning until the last string in her mind snapped. She went all out, and at the moment Li Zifeng turned his head away, she grabbed the lapels of her clothes with both hands and gave them a hard tear to either side. The short floral jacket and the peach-colored silk bellyband underneath fell to the ground together, revealing a large expanse of dazzlingly white skin. Moonlight filtered through the window paper, coating her whole body in a hazy silver glow. Her mature, full curves were laid bare in the dim room. At that moment, even the white wolf cub dozing by the stove lifted its head, blinked its ice-blue eyes in confusion, then buried its head back under its paws. Li Zifeng's breathing went chaotic on the spot. His reason was frantically sounding the alarm in his head, but his two kidneys, strengthened to the point of perversion by the pills, simply would not listen to his brain. His adrenaline surged wildly, and the blood in his whole body seemed set on fire. A wave of heat shot from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head, then was pressed back down from there to the space between his legs. He gritted his teeth, stepped forward, wrapped one arm around her waist, and hooked the other under her knees, and lifted her straight up in a bridal carry to toss her onto the Kong. The Kong mat gave a dull thud as it was struck. Zhang Xiaoyi let out a hum, then wrapped both arms around his neck and pulled him down. Her lips pressed against his, hot and urgent, carrying a faint smell of dry tobacco and the fragrance of osmanthus hair oil. She let out a long, completely unrestrained cry in his ear, her voice soft and seductive, as if it had been suppressed for many years and had finally found an outlet. Just as he was about to break through the last line of defense, a burst of violent coughing suddenly came from outside the courtyard. The coughing was rough and urgent, obviously intentional, and the sound was not coming from far away but right at the courtyard gate. Zhao Laosan. Li Zifeng felt as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over his head, and all the heat in his body vanished in an instant. Zhao Laosan wasn't the sort of person who liked to meddle in other people's business. Since he had come to the courtyard gate coughing, it meant someone with ill intent had already noticed Zhang Xiaoyi entering this yard. Zhao Laosan was here to remind him, don't do anything stupid, and don't let people catch hold of a handle. He lowered his head and glanced at Zhang Xiaoyi. Her bare body sprawled on the Kong, and his mind cleared. Tonight, Zhang Xiaoyi had walked into this yard openly and aboveboard, with the neighbors watching. She was a widow, entering the yard of a single man in the middle of the night. And if there really were any sounds from inside the room, tomorrow Lu Zuifen's mouth would be able to spin the two of them into the biggest scandal in the history of Lu Shutan. This woman really doesn't know how to avoid people at all. He reached out and pulled Zhang Xiaoyi up from the Kong, then said in a low voice, "Hurry up and put your clothes on." Zhang Xiaoyi had also heard the coughing. The flush on her face had not yet faded completely, but her gaze had already changed from intoxicated to clear, with a bit of unwillingness and irritation mixed in. She bit her lip and picked up her clothes one by one to put them on, moving very slowly, as if using this to express the last bit of stubbornness. Seeing how dawdling she was, Li Zifeng didn't know whether to be angry or amused. Once she had finished dressing and turned back around, he raised his hand and gave her 2 hard smacks on her bare, smooth butt. The 2 sharp slaps echoed especially clearly through the quiet room, and Zhang Xiaoyi was struck so hard that her whole body trembled. She turned back to glare at him, her face full of shame and irritation. He pinned her against the doorframe and said in a low voice by her ear, "If you do this again next time, don't blame me for being ruthless." Zhang Xiaoyi tilted her face up to look at him. In those peach blossom eyes, there was not the slightest grievance. Instead, a hint of triumphant amusement flashed through them. What he had said just now was next time, not never again. She reached up to tidy her hair, took a deep breath to steady the expression on her face, then pushed open the courtyard gate and walked out openly and confidently. As she passed the gate, she saw Zhao Laosan squatting under the wall opposite, smoking a pipe of home-cured tobacco, the bowl glowing on and off in the darkness. Once the footsteps outside the courtyard had completely faded, Li Zifeng leaned against the doorframe and let out a long breath, lowering his head to look at his still slightly trembling hands, not from fear, but because that wicked heat from earlier was still rampaging through his body with nowhere to go. The golden light between his kidneys shone in his spiritual perception like 2 searchlights. Everything about this pill was good, except that it had over-enhanced his kidney function. From now on, this peach blossom calamity would probably only get harder and harder to endure. He picked up the enamel mug and downed a full mug of peach blossom well water, and only then was the restless fire in his heart barely suppressed. He needed to get into the mountains quickly, so he could bring back more game and marry Lu Xiaoya sooner. Before dawn had fully broken, Li Zifeng got up from the Kong. By the dim bluish light filtering through the window paper, he laid out the things he needed to take on the Kong one by one for a final check. This trip into the mountains was different from before. Before, he had been gambling with his life, scrambling frantically to beat the wild beasts to the punch, terrified of coming down the mountain empty-handed and still having to go to work. This time, he was going to thoroughly explore Old Black Mountain, stay a few more days, visit several more hunting spots, and figure out the distribution of wild beasts within dozens of li around. So he prepared more thoroughly than on any previous trip. On the Kong lay a short knife, its blade less than a handspan long, with a thick spine and a freshly sharpened edge, small enough to tuck inside his clothes and keep hidden close to his body. A bundle of hemp rope, as thick as a thumb and 3 zhang long, could be used both to set trip snares in the woods and to help him climb steep slopes. There was also a hand axe for chopping wood, its edge honed bright and gleaming. There was also a bag of multigrain flatbreads and several stalks of scallions. The flatbreads had been made for him by Lu Xiaoya last night, using cornmeal mixed with sorghum flour, And when she kneaded the dough, she had even deliberately added an extra pinch of salt. Since going into the mountains meant sweating a lot, and he'd need to replenish salt, the scallions were from their private plot, thick and spicy, fragrant and refreshing when eaten with the bread. He didn't bring the machete. That machete had been with him for several months, had split wild boars and chopped wolves, and its edge was already chipped in several places. It was also too light, making it feel flimsy when swung. His strength had increased so much now that an ordinary machete felt like a toy in his hand, and he couldn't put any force into it. He remembered there was still a discarded fodder-cutting blade lying in the corner of the courtyard. Back in autumn, when they had been chopping corn stalks, the blade had gotten a chip 2 fingers wide. So they replaced it with a new one, and the old one had been tossed into the corner, exposed to the wind and rain for nearly half a year. He dragged the blade out, first rubbing off the rust with a whetstone, then finding a piece of sandstone to smooth out the edges of the chipped section. The fodder cutter's original wooden handle had long since rotted beyond use, so he removed it and threw it away, then found an elm stick about as thick as an egg, shaved it into a shape that fit his hand, and jammed it into the socket of the blade handle. Then wrapped it tightly round and round with hemp rope soaked in water. Once the hemp rope dried, it shrank and cinched tight, making it both slip-resistant and absorbent in his hand. He stood up and hefted the handle with one hand to gauge the weight. The chaff cutter had originally been a heavy two-handed tool, with a blade nearly twice as long as a hatchet, a spine a full finger thick, and it weighed at least 30 G. A few months ago, even swinging it with both hands would have been a struggle, but now holding it in one hand was manageable, and it felt handier than a hatchet. The balance point sat about 3 inches in front of the web between thumb and forefinger, and when he chopped, the blade's momentum carried his arm forward, making it efficient yet overpowering. With a flick of his wrist, he flourished it twice. The blade split the air with a low, mournful hum, completely on a different level from the light whooshing sound a hatchet made. He nodded in satisfaction, found a piece of old burlap to wrap the blade, and put it into his space. When the first wisp of pale golden morning light appeared on the horizon, Zifeng slung the homemade shotgun over his back, hung the flask half filled with peach blossom well water at his waist, and strode out of the yard. Once he stepped into the territory of Old Black Mountain, Zifeng planned to stay for several days, and with plenty of time to spare. There was no need to hurry, and his state of mind was calm. He slowed his pace, as if he were leisurely patrolling his own territory. He walked and stopped, pausing to study anything interesting he came across. In less than half an hour, several branches bearing dark red berries poked out from a patch of withered roadside shrubs. He crouched down, picked one, and chewed it. It was sweet and sour with a hint of astringency, wild hawthorn. At this time of year, the hawthorns had already been touched by frost, and most of the astringency had faded. The flesh was mealy, tart with a touch of sweetness. He simply picked all the hawthorn berries from the whole patch of shrubs and stored them in his space, saving them to make a drink for Lu Xiaoya or to cook into hawthorn jam when he got back. After walking a while longer, he came across an old mountain elm by the roadside that had been blown down by the wind. The trunk was as thick as a waist, already completely dry, with cracks split through the bark. He looked around, and after confirming no one was nearby, he took out the chaff cutter from his space and chopped the trunk into several sections in just 3 blows, then stored them all away. For heating the Kong in winter, hardwood burned much longer than pine. And if this old mountain elm were split into firewood, it would be enough for his family to burn through the entire 12th lunar month. After crossing a low slope, he saw ahead a gentle hillside covered with hazel bushes. He slowed his steps and spread out his mental power, sweeping the deeper part of the hazel thicket and detecting a nest of heat sources, very small, packed together, and quite numerous. He pushed aside the bushes and went over to look, and found several burrows dug by wild rabbits, with fresh claw marks at the entrance and a few blackish-brown rabbit droppings. His mental power probed in through the opening. The burrow wasn't very deep, and inside were 4 palm-sized wild rabbit kits curled up together. Their grayish-brown baby fur was short and velvety, their bodies squeezed close together. It looked like the mother rabbit had only recently gone out to forage. 4 baby rabbits. Killing them outright would be such a waste, and they had no meat on them, while their fur was too tender to use. But if he brought them back and raised them, they'd be lively little companions. When Lu Xiaoya was alone in the house, having a few fluffy little creatures around would at least make things feel livelier. He left the nest untouched, took an axe out of his space, carved a conspicuous cross into the tree trunk beside the burrow entrance, and piled a few stones nearby as markers. He would come back for them on the way out of the mountain, so he wouldn't have to worry about carrying them around now. When he stopped to rest at noon, He found a flat rock by a mountain stream that had not yet frozen over and sat down. He took out the braised meat multigrain flatbread and a large scallion that he had brought with him that morning from his space. The braised meat had been prepared the night before, with fatty and lean wild boar meat chopped into small cubes, mixed with cornmeal and sorghum flour and baked into palm-sized cakes. After sitting overnight, the fat seeped into the cakes, making them fragrant and filling with every bite. Paired with green onions, the pungent onion flavor brought out the meat aroma even more. When he got thirsty, he took a couple of gulps of peach blossom well water. The water was clear and sweet, and as soon as it went down his throat, his spirits shot up, better than any strong tea. After eating 4 cakes in one go and drinking more than half a flask of water, he wrapped the rest of the cakes in oilcloth and put them into the space, then squatted by the stream to wash his face and continued on his way. Around 2 or 3 in the afternoon, the sun had already moved behind the mountains to the west, and the light in the woods was starting to dim. Zifeng suddenly stopped on a gentle slope mixed with pine and linden trees. There was a trail of hoofprints on the ground, very fresh. The mud at the edges of the prints had not yet dried, and the broken grass stems were still slowly seeping sap. He crouched down to inspect them carefully for a moment. The hoofprints were not large, with distinct splits, roe deer, and more than one. He focused his mental power on his nose and ears. During this time, he had been deliberately training himself to use single-sense perception. When focused on his eyes, he could make out the feather patterns on bird wings on branches 100 paces away in nearly complete darkness. When focused on his nose, he could distinguish the freshness of a certain wild animal's droppings from dozens of mixed odors. This time, however, he focused his mental power on smell and hearing at the same time, and the world was instantly magnified several times over. Within a radius of 500 meters, every trace of scent seemed labeled. The fresh pine resin, the cold, earthy scent of frozen soil, the slightly sour smell of decaying leaf litter, the oily fragrance of nuts stored by squirrels in tree hollows. Once these background odors were filtered out one by one, what remained was the scent trail left on the roe deer hoofprints, faint but distinct, extending down the slope on his left. At the same time, his ears picked up faint sounds in that direction, not the rustling of wind through leaves, but the muffled thuds of hooves on fallen leaves and the crisp crunching sound unique to chewing. Hazelnuts. They were chewing hazelnuts. He gripped the homemade hunting rifle tightly with both hands, lowered his body, and moved silently toward the direction of the scent and sound. After less than 200 meters, the woods suddenly grew sparse, and ahead appeared a small ditch that had mostly dried up, with dense hazel bushes growing all along its edges. The hazel leaves had already turned yellow and curled, but quite a few hazelnuts still hung on the branches. The ditch was littered with broken nutshells gnawed to pieces. 5 roe deer were standing on the gentle slope at the bottom of the ditch, lowering their heads to nudge the hazelnuts on the ground, crunching away happily. The leader was a buck with 2 antlers, each split into 3 tines. Its back fur had already changed to the winter gray-brown color, and it was stout and strong, weighing at least 100 gene. Beside it were 3 does and a half-grown fawn. The does quietly lowered their heads to eat the nuts, while the fawn was restless, from time to time nudging its head at the does' bellies, only to be gently kicked aside by a doe with its hind legs, then trotting back over again. No one noticed that behind the hazel bushes on the ditch rim, a pair of eyes was calmly studying them. Zifeng crouched behind the hazel bushes, staring through the gaps in the yellowed leaves at the 5 roe deer at the bottom of the ditch, already calculating in his mind how to allocate the bullets. The homemade hunting rifle was single-shot. After firing, he had to work the bolt to eject the casing and reload. There was no way 5 roe deer would stand there in line waiting for him to pick them off one by one. The first shot was the surest. The buck had its head down, nosing at the hazelnuts on the ground, its left foreleg stretched half a step forward, exposing its whole chest less than 40 meters directly in front of him, the angle almost perfect. He raised the homemade hunting rifle, pulled back the bolt, pushed a 7.62mm brass-cased round into the chamber, pressed the stock tight into his shoulder, and lined the front sight up with the buck's heart. He pulled the trigger, bang. The shot exploded through the woods, startling up a whole flock of crows and several unidentified mountain birds. The buck's whole body jerked violently, its forelegs stiffening for an instant, then it crashed onto its side, sending up a spray of dead leaves and loose dirt. The remaining 3 does and the half-grown fawn sprang up all at once, as if struck by a whip, kicking out their 4 slender legs and bolting toward the slope on the far side of the gully. They ran unbelievably fast, the fur on their white rumps fluffed up, bobbing through the yellowed brush, and in the blink of an eye, they had covered more than 100 meters. Then Li Zifeng saw something that almost made him laugh out loud. After running more than 100 meters, the 4-row deer actually stopped in perfect unison and looked back first, checking behind them for danger. Then one of the does lowered its head and took a bite of the dead grass on the ground, chewing as if nothing had happened. Another doe followed suit and lowered its head to graze, while the young roe deer happily butted its head against the bushes nearby. They thought that once they had run out of sight, they were safe. And since they were safe, they might as well recover a bit of strength first, completely ignoring the human who had fired the shot and was still standing 100 meters away. No wonder the old hunters in the village always called them silly roe deer. Their curiosity and forgetfulness together practically made them born comedians. When startled, they could run incredibly fast. But after running a while, they couldn't resist stopping to look back and see what had happened. If no one was chasing them, they'd go right back to wandering around, with worse memories than free-range chickens. Li Zifeng wasn't in a hurry to chase them. First, he ejected the spent casing from the homemade hunting rifle and put it away, then walked down to the bottom of the gully to check the buck. The bullet had gone straight through its chest, piercing the heart with a single shot. A clean kill. He stowed the whole buck into his space, then stood up and began focusing his mental power on his nose. Within a range of several hundred meters, the smells were reclassified and filtered in his mind. Pine resin, the rot of dead leaves, the sweet fragrance of hazelnuts, the fresh body scent lingering on the roe deer's hoof prints. He locked onto the roe deer's scent, then diverted part of his mental power to his ears, and the sounds rushing in from all directions were instantly magnified, the crisp crack of dead grass being chewed, the dull thuds of hooves on frozen ground, and the extremely low HM sounds coming from the does' throats. With all three layers of perception cross-locating, the positions of those silly roe deer were precisely fixed in his mind. He didn't run. He simply followed the direction of the scent and sounds at an unhurried pace. He crossed a low rise and passed through a sparse larch forest, and sure enough, he saw them again. The 3 does and the half-grown roe deer were standing on a sunny, gentle slope. One doe stood watch, curiously looking back the way they had come, while the other 3 had their heads down nibbling at the dead grass not covered by snow. Leaning behind a tree trunk, Li Zifeng reloaded the homemade hunting rifle. This time his target was the doe closest to him. Bang! Down went another one. The remaining 3 scattered in panic again. He took off running. After running more than 100 meters, Li Zifeng didn't even need to guess what they would do. When he climbed the ridge and looked down, sure enough, the 3 of them had stopped again to graze. He kept shooting and chasing like that all the way, calmly bagging 5 roe deer. By the time the last half-grown roe deer was also taken into the space, the sun had already moved down below the western ridgeline, and the light in the woods was starting to dim. The roe deer were finished, but the work wasn't. He found a mountain stream with flowing water and took the 5 roe deer out of the space, lining them up on the pebble bank beside the stream. Bleeding, skinning, gutting, the blade followed the seams of the joints, and bones snapped cleanly at the touch. This kind of delicate work used to be time-consuming and laborious for him. But now he could control his strength with ease, and with each precise flick and carve of the knife tip, sinew and hide separated cleanly. In less than half an hour, the 5 roe deer were processed spotless. He stacked the hides, put the meat into the space, and hung the offal on an old elm by the stream as an offering for the mountain god. When that was done, he didn't hurry off. Instead, he took out the 6 wild wolves he'd hunted last time one by one, and began working on the wolf pelts. Wolf hide was different from roe deer hide. It couldn't be cut open along the belly. That would ruin a good pelt. Finding a sturdy mountain elm, he tied the wolves up with hemp rope and hung them from the tree branches. He started the short knife at the wolf's lips and the roots of its ears, then worked downward along the skull, inch by inch, keeping the blade edge right along the gap between fascia and bone and flesh, until the entire wolf pelt slowly separated from the body, like taking off a tight sweater. When he got to the 4 paws, he made a circular cut around each hoof opening, leaving the fur paws intact, then continued downward, until the whole hide, together with the base of the tail, was removed intact. He flipped it inside out, then started from the head and turned it back down, forming a complete tube. That was the real wolf pelt tube, with no extra knife marks once spread out, and after tanning it could fetch a high price. 6 complete wolf pelt tubes took a long time to finish, and he processed them all, along with the 5 roe deer hides, stacked them up, and put them into the space. Once everything was tidied up, he washed his hands and face by the stream and wiped the grease off the blade. The sky was darkening fast. He needed a place to spend the night. He walked downstream along the mountain stream for a while and found a cave below a cliff. The entrance was mostly blocked by withered vines and shrubs. After pushing them aside, he saw that inside was a natural rock cave about 2 zhang deep, with a dry floor, covered with a layer of dry grass and pine needles accumulated over many years, and in one corner there was a pile of bones left by some wild beast, already weathered beyond recognition. Using his spiritual power to enhance his senses, he carefully swept the cave to make sure there weren't any unwelcome guests hiding inside. After entering the cave, he took out dry grass and bedding from the space and spread them out in the innermost area. The cave fell quiet. Outside, the wind passed through the pine forest with a wooing sound, and from time to time a long howl drifted in from somewhere far away. He couldn't tell whether it was a fox or a wolf. Zifeng sat on the grass bedding, leaning against the cave wall, took out his water canteen and drank a couple of sips, then broke off a piece of coarse grain cake and stuffed it into his mouth to chew slowly, tallying up today's haul: 5 roe deer. Just the meat alone was quite a lot, and the 5 hides were all in pretty good condition, so they could fetch a decent amount of money too. He then thought that spending the night in a cave might invite a sneak attack from a bear. From the space, he took out the big rocks he'd casually collected along the way, one by one. The smallest of these rocks was as big as a basketball, and the largest weighed at least 100 jin. For an ordinary person, it would take 2 people to carry them, but he could lift them with one hand. He stacked a stone wall more than half a person high at the cave entrance, blocking the cave entrance tightly, leaving only a palm-width gap at the top for ventilation. He then took a few wooden wedges from his space and hammered them tightly into the gaps between the stones, making sure they wouldn't come loose. If any beast came to shove the rocks at night, he'd be sure to hear it. Only then did he lean back in the nook of the stone wall, covered with thick pine branches, and fall into a deep sleep. The next morning, Zifeng was woken by the dawn light seeping through the cracks in the stone. He put the rocks at the cave entrance back into his space, and the morning light was already spreading over from the eastern mountain ridge. The whole mountain forest was coated in a pale golden glow. The air was so cold it stung his lungs. Every breath from nose to throat felt icy, but after the cold came an indescribable crisp freshness. After washing his face by the stream and eating 2 coarse grain cakes for breakfast, he packed up and continued deeper into the mountains. Today's luck was nowhere near as good as yesterday's. He walked for a full morning, and not to mention roe deer and wild boars. He didn't even see a few pheasants. He strengthened his spiritual power to sharpen his senses and spread it out in a carpet-like sweep, but only startled 2 pheasants in a patch of dry grass by a pine forest. One stone knocked one down, and another pheasant perched on a tree branch was finished off with another stone. After another 2 miles, his ears picked up faint chewing sounds beneath a low shrub. Following it with all his senses, he found a wild rabbit gnawing on grass roots. He bent down to pick up a stone, weighed it in his hand, and flicked it out. Accurate again. The 3 little critters were taken into his space, better than nothing. He didn't mind. Hunting was like this. There were good years and bad years. Yesterday he took down a whole nest of roe deer. Today he only picked up a few wild pheasants and rabbits. That was perfectly normal. Old hunters often said, if the mountain god doesn't give it to you, you can't snatch it. If the mountain god gives it to you, you can't be greedy. Keeping his mind calm, he moved forward into the depths of Old Black Mountain at an unhurried pace. After walking for a little over half a day, the forest gradually grew sparse, and the terrain ahead suddenly opened up. A gently sloping sunlit barren hillside spread out before him, covered with half-person-high patches of dry grass and scattered shrubs. At the foot of the slope ran a dry gravel ravine, with stones of all sizes strewn about inside. A faint bleating drifted over from the other side of the hill, mixed with the clatter of hooves on gravel. He concentrated his spiritual power on his ears and nose, probing toward the other side of the slope with the wind. Sheep smell, strong, and quite a lot of them. Then came the dull thud of hooves scraping the ground, the tender bleating of lambs, and the crack-crack of rams' horns colliding. Lowering his body and using the dry grass for cover, he crept to the top of the slope and lay behind a large rock to look down. The backside of the hillside was a broad, gently sloping stretch of wild grass. More than a dozen wild mountain goats were scattered across the slope, heads down, grazing on grass roots. Leading them was an old ram, standing on a protruding rock at the top of the slope keeping watch. Its 2 horns thick and curved, gleaming amber in the sunlight. More than 10 ewes were foraging with their lambs on the middle of the slope, while the lambs bounced around chasing one another, occasionally kneeling down to butt their mothers' bellies with their heads for milk. There were also a few half-grown rams at the bottom of the slope fighting over a patch of saline alkali ground, their horns smashing together with loud thuds. Zifeng silently counted in his head. Altogether, big and small, there were at least 20 or 30. He touched the single-shot hunting rifle slung over his shoulder. One shot. Then he'd have to work the bolt and reload. By the time it loaded the second round, the flock would already be gone. If only he had a Type 56 semi-automatic rifle, 10-round magazine, semi-automatic loading. It would be perfect for taking down a herd like this. But that thought only flashed through his mind before he suppressed it. Use whatever he had in hand. There was no point thinking about the impossible. He found a spot with a wide field of view and lay in ambush, waiting patiently for the flock to move a little closer. But as he waited, something suddenly fell off. The flock slowly began to stir. The old ram standing guard on the high ground suddenly lifted its head, its ears twitching rapidly, its front hooves nervously scraping at the rock beneath it, letting out a short, sharp warning bleat. The ewes on the slope immediately stopped grazing and gathered the lambs behind them. Zifeng frowned and shifted his mental force away from the flock, extending it farther downwind. A rank, bloody smell drifted into his nose. Not sheep, but wolves. The scent was even somewhat familiar. It was the same pack of wild wolves that had attacked Taohua village a few days ago. He had dealt with these beasts before, and there were still 6 wolf-hide cylinders in his space. He took a few steps back and completely concealed himself in the shadow of a boulder, then looked west across the mountain slope through the gaps in the dry grass. Sure enough, more than a dozen grayish-brown figures were silently fanning out from the pine forest to the west, moving in a pincer formation to encircle the flock. Leading them was an unusually large male wolf, its gray-white back fur standing out starkly among the dry grass. He hadn't expected to run into them again so soon. The pack did not attack immediately. Under the Wolf King's few low, clipped commands, they began to adjust formation. Several young male wolves circled around from both sides to the rear of the flock, cutting off its escape route toward the pine forest. The Wolf King himself led a few of the strongest males in a frontal advance, moving very slowly, as if deliberately putting pressure on the flock. With every step forward, the flock took a step back. The old ram stood on the rock stamping its hooves non-stop, emitting urgent warning cries from its throat, but its warnings could change nothing. The wolf pack's encirclement was tightening bit by bit, like an invisible net. Suddenly, the Wolf King let out a short, drawn-out howl. 3 strong adult male wolves charged from the flank at the same time, like 3 gray-brown arrows driving straight into the heart of the flock. The flock exploded into chaos at once. The ewes protected the lambs and fled uphill desperately, their hooves slipping on the loose stones, sending pebbles rattling down the slope. The rams lowered their heads and counterattacked with their horns. But the wolves coordinated far more smoothly than the flock's resistance. One wolf drew the ram's attention, another seized its hind leg from the side, and a third lunged in for the throat. In just a moment, 3 or 4 half-grown wild goats had been dragged down, and blood stained a large patch of dry grass red. But the wild goats were not completely defenseless either. Their hooves were more nimble than wolf claws on steep slopes and rocky ground. Several experienced old ewes led the lambs darting and leaping among the rocks, springing up the nearly vertical cliff face, while the wolves below could only stare helplessly. A few rams covering the rear also used their horns to fight and retreat, gradually drawing the battle line higher up the slope. The Wolf King stood on a large rock at the foot of the slope, watching coldly as the flock fled to higher ground, and did not order a pursuit. It seemed to be waiting for something, waiting until the flock retreated to the top of the slope. When there was nowhere left to retreat, the Wolf King suddenly raised its neck and let out a piercing, drawn-out howl. The wolves in pursuit heard the command and stopped in their tracks at the same time, no longer chasing, but instead beginning to drive the flock purposefully toward the other side of the slope. A few wolves that had gone around to flank them also changed direction, coordinating with the frontal force to press the flock toward a fixed direction. Zifeng looked in that direction and his heart sank. There was a cliff there. This pack of wolves was not hunting, it was herding sheep. They were driving the flock down the slope and toward the cliff edge, forcing the sheep to jump off by themselves. The flock was driven step by step back toward the edge of the cliff. The few ewes running in front reached the cliff edge and suddenly dug in their hooves. The rubble rattled down from under their feet, and it was a long while before a muffled echo came up from the bottom of the cliff. They turned in terror and tried to run back, but the wolves behind had already sealed off their retreat. More than a dozen wild wolves spread out in a line, advancing step by step, a low whimper rumbling in their throats, as if delivering the flock its final warning. The old ram stood at the very front of the flock, head lowered and horns aimed at the wolves, hooves scraping the ground, a tragic roar rising from its throat. A young male wolf couldn't resist and lunged at it, only to be tossed into the air by the old ram's horns, somersaulting before crashing to the ground with a miserable howl. The wolves stirred briefly, but the Wolf King did not move. It simply stood outside the encirclement, watching coldly, a low whimper coming from its throat. More wolves closed in. Outnumbered, the old ram had both hind legs clamped by two wolves at once. It struggled to strike back with its horns, but a third wolf had already lunged in and bitten its throat. The old ram collapsed with a crash, its horns striking the rubble and sending a spray of sparks. With the leader gone, the flock completely collapsed. The ewes at the back huddled together with their lambs at the cliff edge, hooves slipping on the rim as rubble trickled down. One lamb was jostled so badly it lost its footing, screamed, and slid off the edge, its forelegs kicking desperately in the air for a few seconds. And then it fell silent. The wolves pressed forward another step. The ewes looked back in despair. There were at least 20 meters to the bottom, a barren gravel slope, with no cushion and no way back. Under the wolves' pressure, they jumped one after another. Some spun several times in midair and smashed into the rocks below, dying instantly. Others broke their limbs and convulsed and wailed in agony at the bottom of the cliff. And only a very few were lucky enough to land on the companions who had fallen first, and though they were dazed and battered, at least they survived. In less than a cup of tea's time, the entire flock had vanished from the cliff top. The wolves stood on the rim of the cliff, looking down at their kill below, and let out one long, excited howl after another. The chance had come. Zifeng crouched behind the boulder, took the hunting rifle off his shoulder, worked the bolt, and fished out a 7.62 mm brass-cased round and pushed it into the chamber. He lay behind the boulder and aimed through a gap in the dry grass at the Wolf King with the gray-white back fur. The Wolf King was standing on the cliff edge, howling to the sky, its neck stretched straight and long, the gray-white fur on its throat fluttering in the evening breeze. It had just completed a textbook hunt, still immersed in the exhilaration of victory, completely unaware that a man was hiding on the slope behind it. 100 meters. Little wind drift, with a slight upward angle. He adjusted the front sights slightly, moving the point of impact down half an inch from the Wolf King's head, aiming for the neck. That throat stretched straight and long as it howled at the sky. Even if one shot didn't kill it, it would still leave the pack leaderless. His fingers slowly tightened and pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunshot exploded through the valley. The gray-white Wolf King's body suddenly stiffened. A bloom of blood burst from the left side of its neck. The bullet entered through the left side of the throat and exited through the right, carrying out a small piece of shattered bone and a spray of blood mist. The Wolf King's long howl stopped abruptly, its body going rigid for an instant. Then its forelegs gave way and it rolled off the cliff edge. The gray-white body bounced once off the cliff face, struck a protruding rock and bounced again, before finally crashing heavily onto the scree at the bottom of the cliff, kicking up a small cloud of dust. It lay there, its forelegs twitching a few times, its tail giving one last flick, and then it was still. The wolf pack fell silent for a moment. More than a dozen wild wolves stood at the cliff edge, looking down at the gray-white corpse below, their ears all flattened back and their tails hanging low. Then, in perfect unison, they turned to look at the boulder where Zifeng was hiding. More than a dozen pairs of ghostly green eyes lit up at once in the backlight of the setting sun, as if a row of sinister lanterns had suddenly been lit on the slope. Zifeng did not hesitate. He worked the bolt, and the scorching brass casing popped out of the chamber and fell at his feet. The second round was already pushed in. He aimed at the male wolf closest to him, and fired. The wolf flipped through the air and crashed into the grass. A third round chambered, and another wolf went down. 3 shots in rapid succession, 3 wolves, and the pack finally snapped out of its initial shock. They did not scatter because of the Wolf King's death. Zifeng's heart sank a little. A normal wolf pack should have broken apart the moment the Wolf King died, but this pack did not. This meant the pack ranked higher than ordinary wolf packs. Either a deputy alpha had long since been established, or the pack's long-honed combat toughness far exceeded the norm. Not only did they not retreat, they began spreading out and encircling him. Several of the strongest male wolves were already circling in from both sides, trying to cut off his retreat. They crouched low, their tails dragging so close to the ground they almost touched it, rough whines rumbling in their throats. That was the signal that the pack was about to launch an all-out attack. These beasts were going to avenge the Wolf King. 3 wolves lay in pools of blood, yet the remaining dozen or so not only failed to scatter, but spread out in a fan shape and closed in on the boulder where Zifeng was hiding. Zifeng worked the bolt, and the scorching shell casing popped out and landed in the dry grass by his feet, hissing up a tiny wisp of blue smoke. He did not fire a fourth shot. The crude hunting gun had to be worked after every shot. And with more than a dozen wolves pressing in from different directions at once, by the time he loaded the next round, the wolves on the flanks would already be on him. He stowed the crude hunting gun into his space, then backhanded out the mountain-chopping blade modified from a guillotine knife. The blade was nearly twice as long as a woodcutting machete, the spine an inch thick. It sat heavy in his hand, its center of balance resting steadily 3 inches in front of the web of his thumb. The wolf pack did not pounce immediately. They were clearly wary of the cold, glinting piece of iron in the two-legged creature's hand. The 3 male wolves that had rushed up first stopped about a dozen paces away, forelegs slightly bent, backs arched, low growls rumbling in their throats. One of them, a bold one, tentatively stepped forward. Zifeng flipped his wrist, and the blade reflected a piercing flash of cold light in the sunset as it swept across its eyes. The wolf immediately pulled back. They were waiting for him to show a flaw from some direction, waiting for his attention to be drawn to the feint in front, waiting for their companions on the flank or behind him to circle into his blind spot. And he was waiting too, waiting for them to think they had found an opening. At last, a wolf in front suddenly darted forward, feigning a pounce, only to stop dead halfway through. Almost at the same moment, the hair on the back of Zifeng's head stood on end, behind him. Without turning, he swung the mountain-cutting blade back over his right shoulder, the blade tracing an arc through the air, precisely cleaving into the neck of a male wolf that had silently lunged from behind. The wolf didn't even whimper before collapsing to the ground, hot blood splashing across the back of his neck. Seeing this, the male wolf in the feint immediately seized the opening after his swing and pounced, but it had underestimated Zifeng's speed in changing moves. The heavy blade couldn't be pulled back in time. So Zifeng simply used the momentum of the upward slash, ducked sharply to the left, the hilt sweeping a half circle along the back of his neck. The moment his right hand let go of the hilt, his left had already drawn the short blade from his waist and drove it brutally into the belly of the wolf charging from the front. The wolf let out a miserable howl and crashed to the ground, its abdomen split open by a gash a foot long. His 5 senses were fully opened. His spiritual power spread across a radius of 10 meters around him. The direction of the wind, the positions of the loose stones, the sound of each wolf's paws crunching on the dead grass, the uneasy growls rolling in their throats, all of it converged in his mind into a battlefield map that updated in real time. 2 wolves were circling to his left, trying to flank him, while the one on the right, missing half an ear, was backing away to make room for another, younger male wolf to take the charge. The wolf directly ahead, second only to the wolf king in size, did not take part in the encirclement. Instead, it stood on a raised rock, ears constantly swiveling, issuing short bursts of commands from its throat. So that was it. The pack hadn't broken because it still had this one. By now, Zifeng had become completely calm, not the kind of calm that suppresses fear, but the kind where his mind moved even faster than his heartbeat. He couldn't stay in the open. Dragging the blade, he retreated in long strides, pressing his back against a rock wall more than 2 meters high. 2 directions were sealed off, leaving only the front and left to defend. 6 wolves formed a semicircle in front of him and closed in step by step. He gripped the mountain-cutting blade with both hands. His spiritual power locked onto every wolf's muscle movements. The instant they launched their charge together, the blade flashed from left to right in an arc. The noses of 3 wolves were sliced off. They yelped and retreated, while the other 3 were forced to roll and dodge on the ground, crashing into a heap. Before they could regroup, he surged forward and brought a slash down on the back of the nearest wolf's neck, then turned and struck another wolf that hadn't had time to get back up across the spine. The battle went on for quite a while. The wolf's toughness far exceeded his expectations. He had hacked down more than a dozen wolves in total. A normal pack of wolves would have already broken, but this pack simply fought to the death and never retreated. Even after the deputy alpha had died beneath his blade, the remaining wolves lost their command. Not a single one backed away. They would rather have their legs chopped off than stop lunging in to bite his ankles. One she-wolf had both hind legs severed and still dragged half her body across the ground, trying to reach his boots with her teeth, until he finally ended her suffering with a single strike. Only when the last wolf, still able to stand, an old wolf with half an ear torn and lame, stood amid the corpses of its companions and glanced back once in the direction of the Wolf King's body at the bottom of the cliff. Did it finally turn and run into the pine forest? It ran slowly, limping all the way, but never looked back. Zifeng did not pursue it. Leaning on the hilt of his blade, He gulped down great breaths. His whole body soaked in wolf blood, his padded cotton jacket ripped open in several places by wolf claws, exposing the white cotton stuffing inside. He rested against the rock wall for quite a while before straightening up to survey the battlefield. More than a dozen wolf corpses lay scattered across the mountainside. The stench of blood was overwhelming, making his eyes sting. He took out his water flask from his space and gulped down 2 mouthfuls of peach blossom well water, then bent down and stored the wolf corpses into his space one by one. He gave another strike to those still twitching and slit the throats of those with a last breath left. His movements were clean and efficient, causing no unnecessary pain. After collecting the wolf corpses on the mountainside, he circled beneath the cliff and gathered up the wolf corpses and wild goats at the bottom as well. The wolf king's gray-white body had been smashed so badly that its bones were broken and sinews torn. But the pelt was still fairly intact. If this wolf king hide were properly tanned, it could fetch several times the price of an ordinary wolf pelt on the black market. He stored the wolf king's body separately. 10 wild goats were scattered across the scree. Most had died on the spot from the fall, but 2 ewes still had a breath left and were twitching in agony, so he stepped forward and dealt with them one by one. From the pile of rocks at the edge of the scree came faint bleating. 2 baby goats were huddled beneath a protruding rock, trembling all over. They were probably only 2 or 3 months old, their fleece still a light brown, soft and curly, their 4 thin little legs tucked beneath their bellies, and their dark, moist eyes stared at him in terror. One kid had injured a foreleg when it jumped off the cliff, so it limped a little when it walked. The other was unharmed, but badly frightened, shrinking beside its companion and trembling non-stop. Zifeng crouched down and gently stroked the lame kid's head. The little goat shuddered, but did not dodge. Perhaps it was scared senseless, or perhaps it had never seen a human before and did not know to be afraid. He gathered his mental power into a gentle warmth and slowly wrapped it around the kid's consciousness, soothing it for a moment just as he had soothed that frightened golden eagle chick. The kid gradually stopped trembling so much, and the other one also worked up the courage to come over and sniff his fingers. He picked up the kid with the injured foreleg and examined it. Fortunately, the bone wasn't broken. It was only a scrape, and it would heal after a few days of rest. He took a strip of cloth from his space, wrapped it around the leg twice, and tied a knot, leaving the 2 baby goats where they were. He turned and found an iron birch in the woods. In the old forests of the Northeast, this kind of tree is also called ironwood. Its wood is so hard it can snap an ordinary saw blade, but that very hardness makes it an excellent material for carrying poles. He drew his machete and cut off a branch about 2 meters long and as thick as a wrist, trimmed away the smaller twigs, carved a groove around each end for hanging ropes, and hefted it in his hand. The weight felt just right. He also snapped off several bundles of flexible willow branches he found near the dry riverbed below the slope. Though they had withered in winter, the branches were still supple, so he wove them into 2 simple basket panniers and tied them securely to both ends of the carrying pole with hemp rope. He gently placed the 2 little goats into the baskets. The one with the lame leg lifted its head and bleated, while the other shrank into the corner and buried its head between its forelegs. He bent down and hoisted the carrying pole to test the balance. The 2 lambs and the basket frames weighed only a few dozen jin in total. For him now, it was about the same as carrying 2 clumps of cotton. The smell of blood below the cliff was too strong. Wolf blood and goat blood had mixed together, staining the entire gravel bank in mottled patches. When the wind blew, that fishy stench could drift for several miles. He had to leave quickly. By dusk, he found the mountain stream he had passed on the way in. The setting sun was slowly sinking beyond the end of the valley, dyeing the stream a flowing golden red. He set down the carrying pole and took the 2 little goats out of the baskets, placing them by the stream to drink, then began processing the game in his space. More than a dozen wolves and 10 wild goats. Together with the roe deer he had hunted yesterday and the wild boars he had saved up earlier, the space looked like a small slaughterhouse. He took off his cotton jacket, bared his upper body, and squatted by the stream, dragging out the wild goats one by one to bleed them, skin them, and remove the entrails. Goat hide was finer than roe deer hide, with long, dense fur. Once processed, it could be made into fur coats or bedding. When skinning the goats, he was especially careful, pushing the blade slowly along the membrane between skin and flesh to keep the hide as intact as possible. He had already dealt with most of the wild wolves yesterday, leaving only the last few, and he hung them up one by one and skinned them into tube hides. The most time-consuming was the wolf king's hide. This gray-white male wolf was the biggest wolf he had seen so far, with a body length close to 2 meters. Stretched straight from the tip of its nose to the tip of its tail, It was even longer than his height by a fair bit. Its shoulder blades rose high, and even dead and sprawled on the ground, it still showed the powerful bearing it had in life. Its fur was nearly twice as thick as that of an ordinary wolf. The guard hairs were coarse and stiff, while the underfur was fine and dense. After being skinned, it gave off a faint silver-gray sheen in the firelight. He skinned it with exceptional care, paying meticulous attention to every part. The corners of the mouth, the eyelids, the base of the ears, the gaps between the claws. He did not plan to sell this wolf king hide. He was keeping it to make himself a wolfskin cloak, something warm and imposing to wear on his shoulders when going into the mountains in winter. And there were also that old ram's horns. The pair of curved horns were thick and sturdy like blades, measuring a full 2 spans from base to tip. Their surfaces covered in ringed ridges left by the years, their texture hard as stone. He hesitated for a moment, but in the end could not bear to throw them away. So he carefully removed them from the sheep's head at the root with his short knife and stored them in his space. They would make a fine decoration hanging on the wall when he got back. By the time he finished processing all the game, the moon had already risen halfway into the sky. The stream water was icy cold to the bone, but he should wash the blood and grime off himself first. He put the 2 little goats back into the basket frames, picked up the carrying pole, and continued toward the outside of the mountains. Then he suddenly remembered the rabbit burrow in the bushes that he had marked yesterday. He made a detour to check it, and found that the mark was still there, and the burrow had not been dug out by any other wild animal. He set the basket frames down beside the entrance and used his short knife to loosen the soil around it, then took out 2 flexible vines from his space and slipped them into the burrow. Following the guidance of his mental power, with a light flick and hook, he looped one around a little rabbit's belly and slowly pulled it out. At the bottom of the burrow, 4 palm-sized wild rabbit kits were huddled together in an intact grass nest. Their fur had changed from grayish-brown to light gray, and they were another size bigger than when he had seen them yesterday. He lifted out the grass nest along with them and placed it in the basket, keeping the little goats company. In the distance, Lushu Tun was still shrouded in a bluish-gray morning mist, with a few wisps of cooking smoke faintly rising from the center of the village. At the first dim light of dawn, Zifeng carried his shoulder pole out past the last ridge of Old Black Mountain. The 2 little goats were sleeping soundly in the baskets, and the 4 baby wild rabbits were huddled together in their grass nest like a fluffy ball. The space was packed full, more than a dozen wolf pelts, 10 goat skins, whole flanks of wolf meat and goat meat, a large pile of wild fruit and dried fruit, and several big bundles of firewood, as well as the separately stored wolf king pelt and the old ram's horns. The haul from this trip was greater than all his previous hunts combined. In an oak grove still 2 li away from Lushu Tan, he stopped walking. Carrying 2 little goats into the village like this was no big deal, but those wolf pelts and goat skins in the space couldn't just appear out of nowhere. After thinking it over, he decided to reveal part of the game while it was still not fully light and no one was on the road. This way he could openly bring it into the village for the people who should see it, without exposing the secret of the space. He set the shoulder pole and baskets aside, took an axe out of the space, and cut several wrist-thick oak branches in the woods to make a frame. Then cut a bundle of flexible vines and quickly wove together a crude sled. The sled wasn't big, but it was enough to haul several hundred gene. For the runners underneath, he shaved flat the bottoms of 2 thick, curved oak branches so it could slide smoothly along the road. He neatly stacked 6 already skinned wolves and 5 skinned goats on the sled, tied them down tightly with hemp rope, then rolled up the matching wolf pelts and goat skins and piled them on top, placing the hides separately from the corresponding carcasses, which made it easier for the villagers to inspect and also made the load on the sled look fuller and more substantial. He slung the hemp rope over his shoulder and tested the weight. A 5 to 600 gene sled was not hard for him to pull. He pushed off with his feet, and the sled started gliding forward steadily. Morning in Lushu Tun was as usual. A few early rising wives were squatting by the well washing clothes. Sun Laowai was driving his ox cart to the fields to haul the last load of cornstalks, and Lu Tsuefan was carrying out a basin of slop to feed the chickens. Then they saw Li Zifeng walking over from the direction of the mountain foot. The basin in Lu Tsuefan's hands nearly fell to the ground. Good heavens! Quick, look, that's what! The wives washing clothes all raised their heads at once and looked in the direction Lu Tsuefan was pointing, and every one of them froze. Out of the morning mist came a man with a shoulder pole across his shoulders, 2 lively little goats hanging from the baskets at either end, dragging a sled behind him piled high like a small mountain with hides and meat, gleaming red and white in the morning light. The cotton padded jacket he wore was torn in several places with the stuffing showing. and there was still a streak of blood on his face that hadn't been wiped clean. But his steps were steady and fast, and the several hundred gene sled slid lightly behind him, as if he were pulling a cart full of cotton. It's Zifeng. Auntie Zhao was the first to cry out. Good Lord, how much did he kill? Wolf pelts. Those are wolf pelts. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 wolf pelts. And those are goat skins too? Dear heavens. Did he ransack Old Black Mountain? Another wife was so startled that the laundry bat in her hand dropped to the ground. The sled dragged 2 deep ruts in the dirt road. Li Zifeng walked past the well platform at an unhurried pace, nodding to the women, the corners of his mouth carrying his trademark insolent lazy grin. The rank, gamey smell of wolf blood and sheep blood mixed together on him, and when the morning breeze blew, it drifted far away, making the women both cover their noses and crane their necks to look. The news spread from the well platform as if it had grown wings. In less than the time it takes to smoke a pipe, half the village knew Li Zifeng had been in the mountains for several days and had dragged back a whole sled full of wild game, including 6 wolves alone. By the time Li Zifeng reached his own gate, a crowd of half-grown boys was already trailing behind him, peering curiously at the sled. He couldn't be bothered to chase them off. He stopped the sled at the gate, first lifted the 2 baby goats out of the basket pen and put them into the temporary little enclosure fenced with wicker in the yard, then settled the 4 baby wild rabbits into a hay nest by the stove. He had just gotten everything settled when someone shoved the yard gate open. Ma Changwei strode in with great urgency, moving like the wind. He had obviously just rushed over from the team office, and even his dogskin hat was crooked. The moment he entered the yard, he stared blankly at the sled by the gate, his mouth hanging open for quite a while before he finally forced out a sentence. Good Lord, Zifeng. Did you turn Old Black Mountain upside down? Li Zifeng was squatting by the well platform washing his face. Only after scrubbing the bloodstain off his face clean did he stand up and flick the water droplets from his hands. Grinning at Ma Changwei, I got lucky. Ran into a flock of sheep and a wolf den, so I took care of them both along the way. Along the way, Ma Changwei circled the sled once, then crouched down to inspect the rolled wolf pelts. 6 wolf hides, 5 of them grayish-brown with coarse, dense guard hairs. Although the one on top was only an ordinary wolf hide, it had been skinned with exceptional completeness, without a single flaw from the tip of the nose to the tip of the tail. This hide alone could fetch quite a bit of money at the supply and marketing cooperative. There were also 5 whole sheep stacked on the sled, all fat and sturdy, each weighing at least 70 or 80 gene. The goat hides were fine and soft, with long, dense hair. One look told you they were top-grade pelts. The more he looked, the wider his eyes grew, his fingers unconsciously stroking the guard hairs on the rolled wolf pelts, his Adam's apple bobbing several times, the envy in his eyes impossible to hide. Ma Changwei had been a production team leader for 7 or 8 years, and it wasn't as if he had never seen pork or mutton. But 6 wolf hides and 5 sheep hides piled together. No, let alone as team leader. In his entire life, he had never seen anyone in Lushu village bring down this much from the mountains in a single trip. Zifeng, your Uncle Ma here can be considered someone who's seen a fair bit in this village. But you. He stood up and took a deep breath, suppressing that sour note of envy, and put on a completely serious expression. What are you planning to do with this game? Li Zifeng wiped his hands with a cloth and ushered Ma Changwei inside. Uncle Ma, you're the old hand at this. Got any good ideas? Ma Changwei sat down on the edge of the Kong, pulled a hand-rolled tobacco cigarette from his pocket and stuck it in his mouth, then struck a match to light it. Took a deep drag, and after pondering for a moment finally said, the wolf hides and goat hides can be bought directly by the village. You know as well as I do that furs are in high demand at the supply and marketing cooperative, and your hides were skinned intact and look good too. If we settle it through the village accounts, it'll save you a lot of trouble. As for the price, we'll go by the supply and marketing cooperative's purchase rate, so you won't be shortchanged. 1 wolf pelt is worth 30 yuan, and the goat skins depend on size. These few of yours are worth between 3 and 4 yuan each. As for the meat, he tapped the ash from his cigarette, looking troubled. The supply and marketing cooperative doesn't take meat from wild animals. You know that. What do you want to do with it? Trade it for grain or for something else? As long as you don't make a big show of selling it outside, nobody in the village will say anything if you barter it for a few things here. Li Zifeng nodded. This was pretty much what he had expected. However, Ma Changwei changed the subject, his tone turning serious. Zifeng, Uncle Ma wants to tell you a few heartfelt words. Just listen, and once I walk out this door, I won't admit to saying them. Go ahead, Uncle Ma. You're a real expert at hunting. Kid, no one in the whole village would deny that. But this time you made too big a splash, 6 wolves and 5 goats, dragging them through the middle of the village on a sled in broad daylight, with half the village seeing it. It's a good thing that you're capable, but there are also plenty of jealous people. If you pocket all of this yourself this time, no one will dare say anything to your face, but who knows how they'll badmouth you behind your back. That business with the wild boar last time. Do you think it was Zhao Duan's idea alone to stand up and shout that it belonged to the collective? Someone was egging him on behind the scenes. This time there are even more prey, so there's no telling whether a few more envious people won't pop up again. He took a drag on his cigarette and narrowed his eyes at the sled in the yard, his voice suddenly dropping even lower. So my suggestion to you is, set aside some of the wolf meat and give every household in the village a taste. Not for free. Just treat it as if the production team bought it from you and then distributed it. To shut those people's mouths. People who have eaten your food will feel obligated to you. Later, if something comes up, even if they don't speak up for you, at least they won't help others trample you. 1 pelt and 1 pot of meat can buy people's goodwill. You're still young. Who knows how much you'll hunt in the mountains in the future? You need to think long-term. Those really were heartfelt words. Li Zifeng fell silent for a moment, quickly weighing the pros and cons in his mind. Ma Changwei was right. What he lacked in the village wasn't fists, courage, or prey, but people's goodwill. To him, these prey were nothing more than stock in his space. Trading the meat of a few wolves for the mouths of the whole village was a deal worth making. Uncle Ma, you're right. How about this? Turn over all the meat from the 6 wolves to the production team, and you can distribute it so every household in the village gets a share. The wolf pelts and goat skins will also all be turned over to the village for accounting, and we'll just use the prices you mentioned. He paused, walked over to the sled, and with one hand lifted the fattest goat, setting it by Ma Changwei's feet. As for this other goat, this is a private token of respect from me, as one of the younger generation, to Uncle Ma. It won't go on the books. Uncle, you've been running around for my sake, so you have to accept this gesture. Ma Changwei looked at the fat, sturdy goat by his feet, stunned for a moment, then smiled so broadly that all the wrinkles on his face bunched together. He declined a couple of times, but in the end he couldn't refuse. He lifted the goat and weighed it in his hands, at least 70 or 80 jin. Enough good meat for his family to eat for a month. He patted Li Zifeng on the shoulder with loud smacks, his eyes full of both joy and emotion. Good, Zifeng, you've got loyalty. From now on in Lushu village, your business is Uncle Ma's business. After saying that, he didn't hesitate. He turned and walked to the courtyard gate, then raised his voice and shouted outside. Lu Big Head. Zhang Lu. You 2 bastards, stop gawking out there and get over here to move this stuff. And you women, stop staring too. Go notify every household in the village to gather at the small square by the village office at noon. Li Zifeng killed 6 wolves and is giving all of them out for everyone to share the meat. Every household gets a share. That shout was like a clap of thunder, and immediately a wave of startled cries and footsteps rose outside the courtyard wall. Lu Danao Dai and Zhang Er LV jogged in, and when they saw the pile of game on the sled, their eyes went wide. It took 2 of them to haul 1 wolf, and even that felt heavy. So Li Zifeng lifted one with a single hand and handed it up onto the flatbed cart for them. It wasn't even noon yet, but the village square in front of the commune office was already packed. All the men, women, old, and young who could come from the whole hamlet, over 100 people, had shown up, even more complete than a New Year's members meeting. Half-grown boys darted in and out between the adults' legs. The older women squeezed into the front rows with basins and baskets, and even the usually housebound old men and women came leaning on canes. Everyone was whispering about the same name, Li Zifeng. Ma Changwei stood on the stone roller in the middle of the square, cleared his throat, pressed both hands downward, and the whole place fell silent. Fellow villagers, young and old, today I've called everyone here for one thing only. Li Zifeng went into the mountains for several days and brought back 6 wolves and 5 sheep. All the hides were sold to the supply and marketing cooperative through the village accounts. And all the wolf meat is being given out to every household in the whole hamlet, not a single piece kept. He deliberately paused, his gaze sweeping over the whole crowd, the gaping mouths and wide eyes. You heard me right, all of it. Not a single household left out. Everyone gets a share? The whole crowd exploded at once. Cries of amazement, cheers, and unbelieving questions all mixed together. Some people were counting on their fingers how much meat 6 wolves would yield. Some were shouting at the top of their lungs that Zifeng was righteous. And a few of the older women were so excited they were almost in tears. This winter had been far too hard to get through, and since spring there had been very little meat on many tables. Let alone wolf meat. Even wild chicken was a rare treat. Zhao Duan bundled a thick stack of bills with a rubber band. and with a stern face walked into the middle of the crowd and handed it to Li Zifeng in front of everyone in the hamlet. 200 yuan in all. Count it. Li Zifeng took the money, glanced at it, and tucked it into his chest. A collective gasp rose at once from the crowd. 200 yuan was about what a strong laborer would earn after 2 or 3 years in the production team. Several women with daughters immediately looked at Li Zifeng differently, sizing him up from head to toe, the regret in their hearts like a jar of vinegar overturned. Back then, this kid had been skin and bones, living under the care of his uncle and aunt, and no one had given him a second glance. Yet right under their noses, he had grown into the best hunter within dozens of miles. If only they had known earlier that their daughters could marry a man like this. They should have let their girls spend more time around him back then. Too bad he already had a city-educated youth now, and it was too late for them to wake up to it. The meat distribution was as lively as a New Year celebration. Old Zheng handled the knife and scales. Zhao Duan kept the records one by one, and the meat was divided by household headcount, fair and square. Villagers who received their share would stop by Li Zifeng on the way and say a few words to him. Some giving him a thumbs up, some patting his shoulder, some grabbing his hand to say to call on them anytime there was work, and a few sweet-talking old women kept praising him as young and promising, the #1 hero of Lushutan. Li Zifeng stood beside the stone roller with a just right smile on his face, handling everyone one by one, offending no one, and greeting each person politely with a couple of words and a nod. Just as he finished dealing with the third group of villagers who came to thank him and was about to slip away home, a clear voice suddenly called out from the edge of the crowd. "Brother Zifeng." A chill shot up Li Zifeng's tailbone, running from the base of his spine all the way to the back of his head. He froze in place and slowly turned around. The crowd automatically parted to make a path. Zhang Area was standing under the old elm tree at the edge of the square, holding a blue cloth bundle in both hands. Her big, round eyes were fixed straight on him over the crowd. Her eyes red-rimmed, but a smile hung at the corners of her mouth. Beside her stood someone else, Lu Xiaoya, wearing a half-smile, her beautiful peach blossom eyes staring unblinkingly at him.